When you are disliked, please leave cleanly and neatly, and don't stick around like a dog with a smug face. This is the 7th year since I traveled through time. After traveling to this world, Su-chen was taken in by a farmer's family. The family treated him very well and treated him as their own child. The territory of the Great Joe was often harassed by monsters and beasts, and the people were in panic. Su-chen often listened to his mother's teachings at home that killing monsters and eliminating demons was a righteous act. This is why Su-chen came to Yunyang Sect. He was here to protect the sect and the people in the Great Joe. At the same time, he was looking forward to learning some skills and earning some money in Yunyang Sect. The family was not rich, and Su-chen was also needed to earn some money. In order to enter the first sect of the Great Joe, he went through trials. But now, Su-chen is determined to leave. Pick up the pen and write a letter of resignation. The attic of the sect. Several elders have received Su-chen's letter of resignation and frowned slightly. The eldest elder looked at Sun Shueron with some dissatisfaction. Fifth elder, didn't you say that Su-chen would not leave? What's the matter with this letter of resignation? He has always been in charge of the frontline reconnaissance missions. He is experienced and hardworking. If he leaves, where can we find someone to replace him? There are indeed not many disciples like Su-chen who desperately protect the sect and the people behind him. Such people are easy to deceive and use. Hearing this, fifth elder Sun Shueron also frowned. I really didn't expect him to leave the sect, but if you think about it carefully, it's not necessarily a bad thing. On the surface, Su-chen is indeed hardworking. But in fact, this disciple is very good at stealing credit. Especially this year, look at how much credit he has stolen. In the midsummer cleanup 3 months ago, even Xingwan's contribution was less than his. He even deliberately added some wounds to his body to make his credit look more real. If we indulge him, I'm afraid he will suppress Jianyun next time. It seems that he wants us to give him all the resources for Jianyun and Xingwan. It's better for such a disciple to leave. The Jianyun mentioned by Sun Shueron is Fu Jianyun, the second senior brother of this generation of Yunyang Sect. Xingwan is the fourth senior sister, Lu Xingwan. Both of them are the most talented disciples of this generation of Yunyang Sect. As for the front line, you don't have to worry. Don't you feel that the monsters outside the border are getting weaker and weaker? Several systematic attacks were ambushed and wiped out by us. This is a manifestation of the improvement of our sect's strength. The departure of a disciple who likes to take credit will not cause much impact. On the contrary, if he stays in the sect, it will be more likely to cause trouble. It's a good thing that he left. The other elders heard it and thought about it. It seemed to be true. Su-chen's departure was just the loss of a slightly more experienced scout disciple. That's it, if he wants to leave, he can leave. Yunyang Sect can't do without him. The great elder nodded, and the other elders also agreed. By the way, the sect master took Jianyun out for training, and he hasn't returned for 3 months. Did he encounter any trouble? Speaking of the genius disciple under her command, the fifth elder Sun Shueron couldn't help but ask more. Some time ago, it seems that a monster accidentally got into the saint's secret realm and took away the saint's inherited skills. The masters in the Great Joe are now looking for it everywhere, wanting to see if they have the opportunity to find it. Even the strong men of the Jin dynasty broke into the Great Joe, also wanting to inherit this skill. The sect master took Jianyun to join in the fun, and also to gain experience. Hearing this, the fifth elder Sun Shuerong smiled. The saint's skills are mysterious, but how many people can understand them? The handwritten letter of the saint in the hands of the Great Joe royal family, so many royal geniuses have not understood it, and it is in vain to get it. You can't say that. Jianyun is a very talented child with an aptitude for understanding. Maybe he will have a chance to understand it. Among so many disciples of this generation, Fu Jianyun is naturally the most valued one. After all, Fu Jianyun's strength has entered the 6th grade mountain furnace realm. Compared with other disciples, there is a big gap. But the elders don't think about it. Other disciples often have to go to the front line, kill monsters and stop monsters from harassing. There is not much time to calm down and improve. Unlike Fu Jianyun, he can practice as he likes. He has almost only one thing, that is, to improve himself. In 3 months, I don't know if there are 5 days on the front line. The news that Su-chen is leaving Yunyang Sect soon spread. On the sect side, people were arranged to help Su-chen pack his luggage. It's said to help, but in fact it's urging him to leave quickly. Su-chen didn't hesitate. He didn't want to stay here anymore. That afternoon, after simply packing a bag, Su-chen was ready to leave Yunyang Sect. In the 2 years here, he has made countless contributions. When he left, he only had a small bag. Carrying the bag, Su-chen walked towards the mountain gate. in front of the sect's martial arts training ground. Suchin smiled, said goodbye to everyone, and then left without looking back. Some people came to see him off, while others came to watch the fun. He's finally gone. I thought he would stay in the sect for the rest of his life. Ha! Those who boasted about Suchen's great contributions, are they mute today? I haven't heard anyone discussing Suchen's contributions for 2/4 of an hour. He has no real ability, but he is good at grabbing credit. It can be said that the sect's top leaders are observant and know what kind of person he is. Looking at Suchen's back, these disciples had some joy on their faces. Can you please stop saying that? Senior brother Su saved my life. I was also saved by senior brother Su, but I didn't. Without him, I would have died long ago. Many people also spoke up for Suchen, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately refuted. You were saved by him, so it was his credit? Without anyone else to hold back the monsters, without anyone else to resist, how could he have a chance to save you? In my opinion, the other brothers and sisters will not do their jobs anymore. They just need to save people when they see them in danger. Good idea. I will also try to take credit in the future, and then my fellow disciples will regard me as their savior who can't hear the teasing in the words. But in fact, the people Suchen saved were all disciples who were in desperate situations or even abandoned by the sect. Without Suchen, would others save them? The phrase good at taking credit would erase all of Suchen's achievements. The Yunyang sect is located on the east side of the Great Zhou dynasty. Further east is the wilderness with few people. In the wilderness, there are many monsters. The Yunyang sect is the biggest line of defense to prevent the monsters from the east from breaking into the Great Zhou. The monsters are highly alert. Once they smell a trace of the strong, they will hide all of them. They are extremely cunning. Therefore, it is usually the young disciples who detect the movements of monsters. But everyone knows that such tasks are the most dangerous. Suchen is the one who dares to risk his life to spy on the movements of monsters. He has gone through countless dangers and has countless scars on his body. But in the end, he desperately protects the sect and the Great Zhou. But he got the reputation of being a person who likes to take credit. He didn't know when such comments about himself began to appear. Now, it has become a fact. His every word and action, even saving someone's life, will be interpreted as taking credit. Since everyone says that he is taking credit, then he will leave. In the future, no one will take credit from them. If you feel that you are dispensable, then you will leave. Insisting on staying will not only annoy people. When facing monsters, it is difficult for everyone to cooperate and unite. Monsters are ferocious. If there is suspicion among fellow disciples, the degree of danger will naturally double. Suchen didn't want to harm them, let alone himself. After leaving the mountain gate, Suchen went west all the way, ready to return to Jiang'an City. It was safe to take the official road all the way. Along the way, people from the court often patrolled to guard against monster attacks. Moreover, there are not so many monsters within the borders, and they are all sporadic escapes. After walking for a while, Suchen sat on the side of the road. He lifted his clothes, replaced the blood-stained gauze, and wrapped it again. He was covered in wounds, but still got the reputation of stealing credit. Without strength and status, others can easily give you a stigma. While resting, a small word appeared in front of his eyes. I dare to take on thousands of dangers and face thousands of difficulties. I stand firm in the world and obtain the destiny, perseverance. Suchen's eyes lit up when he saw the line of small words in front of him. Looking carefully, this so-called destiny has already fallen into his sea of consciousness. Without hesitation, Suchen immediately put his mind into the sea of consciousness. He began to check his newly acquired destiny. Tenacity improves one's own recovery ability, reduces the body's perception of pain, and improves resistance to toxicity. After seeing the destiny information, Suchen immediately chose to activate the destiny in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a warm current seemed to flash through his body. The original stinging sensation of the wound disappeared instantly. After removing the gauze, the wound that was still bleeding had begun to scab. The effect of improving recovery ability is quite significant. As long as this destiny is activated, it should not take long for the wound on his body to recover. These small words that just appeared in front of him were not the first time Suchen had seen them. Before, he had obtained a destiny, Monster Pioneer. Activating the destiny of Monster Pioneer, vision, hearing, and smell have been greatly enhanced. Especially for monsters, they can be easily found. In the past year or so in Yunyang sect, if I didn't have this mysterious ability, I would have died in the monster's mouth. Suchen originally thought that those who are capable should do more work, and since he has such an ability, he should do more. But he didn't expect that he would be labeled as good at stealing credit by someone with ulterior motives. It doesn't matter. Yunyang Sect is not the only place in the Great Zhou Kingdom that can be visited. I want to protect the people, make some money for my family, and improve my own strength. These can be done outside Yunyang Sect. After a short rest, Suchen set out on the journey again. After activating the destiny of tenacity, this recovery ability is not only to recover injuries. With his own physical strength and energy, the recovery ability has also been strengthened. In the past few years, I haven't learned much real skills in Yunyang Sect. On the road of cultivation, it can even be considered a bit wasteful. Originally, I was going to use the contribution points I worked hard to get in exchange for more advanced skills. But with the slander of stealing credit, the sect directly deducted 70% of my saved contribution points. Currently, he has only learned some basic skills and has just entered the 9th level of body refining. He is still a long way from the 8th level of essence refining. After leaving Yunyang Sect, he should pay more attention to his own practice. His lack of strength is also one of the grounds for those people to say that he is stealing the credit. In their opinion, it is impossible and undeserved for a person of 9th level strength like him to get so much credit. After walking about 10 miles, Suchen saw a familiar figure. It was his senior sister, Yuji, who had taken good care of him. Yuji was a direct disciple of Yunyang Sect. Seeing Suchen, she ran up quickly with something in her hand. "These are for you." As she said that, she stuffed all the things in her hand into Suchen's arms. There were some dry food, 2 bottles of elixirs, and a piece of clothing made of good fabric. "Thank you for taking care of me these years, these things." Without waiting for Suchen to refuse, Yuji took the bag, put the things in it, and gently sorted it out. "They all say that you, junior brother, are stealing other people's credit, but how many people have really understood the truth? When they encountered danger and crisis, they all hid far away. Junior brother, you completed the task, but now you say you are stealing the credit. I don't know how shameless they are." Yuji was even a little angry as she spoke. "And those people who were rescued by you actually said that you saved them for the credit. And they also said that you were the one who hurt them." One by one, they seemed to have completely forgotten the situation when they were in danger. They had been abandoned by the sect at that time. If it weren't for you, junior brother, to save them, would they have survived? Seeing Yuji so angry, Suchen smiled instead. "It's okay, it's all over. You fought so hard, but you only got a small bag when you left, and the knife in your hand was taken from a monster. Don't be so stupid in the future, be smarter. Many times, people are scarier than monsters." Yuji stuffed the bag into Suchen's hand, feeling a little reluctant. "I know, senior sister. Although there are many monsters in this world, it is indeed as senior sister said. Many times, people are much scarier than monsters." Before leaving, Suchen remembered something again. In the southern part of the front line, the monsters have been moving a little bit recently, and no one knows what they are planning. Suchen asked senior sister to be vigilant, at least to protect herself. On the other hand, senior sister stuffed another letter into Suchen's hand. "I have a good friend who is a direct disciple of Tiangang City. Tiangang City has been frequently harassed by monsters in the past 2 years, and there is no trace of the monsters at all. Junior brother, you are good at tracking and investigating, and I have told her. If they need you, they will come to Jiangyan City to find you. The reward given by Tiangang City will also be much higher, and it will not be as deducted as the sect. Save some money so that you can marry a beautiful wife in the future." After laughing and talking, after thanking his senior sister, Suchen continued on his way home. "Hurry up, after reaching the post station, it will be faster to rent a horse. It will take about 3 days to reach Jiangyan City. Stay at the post station at night." When lying down to rest, Suchen continued to study his mysterious ability. Look at the 2 destiny carefully. Monster Pioneer is a white destiny, and Tenacity is a blue destiny. The color of the destiny seems to indicate the level and rarity of the destiny. Suchen secretly noted it in his heart and continued to explore. From Monster Hunting Pioneer to Tenacity, they were all obtained by chance. But seemingly accidental, there seemed to be some rules. It seems that if you continue to repeat certain things, you will have the opportunity to obtain a new destiny. Now that I only have 2 destinies, it is difficult to summarize the rules. I can try to experiment when I have time to see how this mysterious ability can obtain a new destiny. 2 days passed by in a flash. Jiangyan City. The 2 small houses on the east side of the city are Suchen's home. Over the years, many of Suchen's contributions have been exchanged for money and brought back home. After spending some money, he finally let his mother and younger sister settle down in the city. In any case, it is safer for the people in the city to gather. If the contribution is not deducted, perhaps the small house can be replaced by an exquisite courtyard. Seeing Su Chen, the younger sister's eyes lit up. Then she hurriedly said, "Mom, brother is back." As she spoke, she threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Soon, a woman wiped her hands and walked out of the house. "Don't make trouble, your brother is so tired from traveling, let him rest. I haven't seen my little sister for a long time, it's okay, mother." The family talked and laughed and walked into the house. Mother's name is Zhang Shuefen, and the little sister's name is Mingwei, called Weiwei. Although the two people in front of them are not related by blood, their relationship is closer than that of relatives. Without mother, he would not have survived the cold winter he traveled through. I heard that the monsters are the most turbulent during this period. I thought you, a child, could not go home for a while. Mother said something, and Su Chen paused for a moment. Then he hummed and nodded. The little action was seen by mother. There were some guesses in her heart, but she didn't ask any more questions. For dinner, the family killed a chicken and ate some meat. Seeing that the little sister kept picking up with chopsticks, I guess she didn't eat well at home. Has Jiangyan City been safe in recent months? Hearing Su Chen's question, Zhang Shuefen nodded. 2 months ago, many experts came and went to the back mountain every day. They said they were going to catch monsters, but I heard that it seemed that a monster stole some treasures. However, with these experts around, the monsters dare not stay near our Jiangyan City. The sister next door said that the strongest adults in the Great Zhou Demon Suppression Division have come. Anyway, I haven't heard of any monsters around recently. The little sister on the side couldn't help but interrupt with her rice in her mouth. Are those people still there? It seems that they didn't find what they wanted, so they just left a few days ago. The family chatted and talked about what happened in Jiangyan City when they were away. Su Chen secretly made a note in his heart, maybe he could go and take a look. After a night's rest, Su Chen got up early and prepared to go to the back mountain to take a look. After activating the destiny of Monster Hunting Pioneer, he immediately became sensitive to the traces of monsters. Even if the monster has gone, the smell left behind will still give him some guidance. As soon as he stepped into the back mountain, Su Chen had already noticed the traces of the monster. It stands to reason that there should be no more monsters here after those masters left. But Su Chen, holding a knife in his hand, remained vigilant. The back mountain of Jiangyan City is not the kind of dense forest wilderness, and the trees are not very lush, so the road is relatively easy to walk, following the trail all the way into the mountain. Along the way, Su Chen could also see traces of people walking. After tracking for a while, Su Chen found something wrong. 2 traces of the monster began to appear. One was still walking on land, and the other trace actually climbed up a tree on the side. The monster was cunning and actually expected that someone would track it, climb to the top of the tree and start jumping on the tree to hide its tracks. No wonder those strong men returned empty-handed. This monster is indeed smart. Sometimes it walked on the tree, and sometimes it stayed on the land. This monster is so smart, I'm afraid it has the strength of a great monster. Su Chen moved forward more carefully. After activating the destiny of Monster Hunting Pioneer, this monster still couldn't escape his pursuit even if he did these tricks. After walking around for about 5 miles, he actually returned to the place where he stepped into the back mountain. In other words, the monster deliberately left those traces to disturb the tracker's sight. In front of him was a bush, which looked sparse and seemed to be unable to hide anything. Pulling a knife to push away the bushes and thorns, Su Chen could see that there were obvious traces of the monster staying here. This is not the place where the monster hides, but the place where the monster hides treasure. Those masters are not catching monsters, but looking for treasures. Hidden under the bushes is a dirty silk. On the silk, there are still a lot of elixir residues, which should have been used to wrap the blood and soul pills. But it was obviously not for the blood and soul pills that attracted so many masters. How could the top masters of the Demon Suppression Division waste so much time on the blood and soul pill? He reached out and picked up the silk. On the front and back of the silk, there were many small words embroidered. Looking up, the words Xin Tian Dao Xinju came into view. On the silk, it was clearly embroidered with a practice of gongfa. Those masters of the Demon Suppression Division did it for it. Picking up the silk, Su Chen did not stop and covered his tracks. He immediately returned home. After returning to his small room, he began to read. After many years in Yunyang Sect, he also learned some body refining techniques. But his contribution was deducted, and he did not get any superior techniques. The basic body refining techniques he learned were very basic and ordinary techniques. Being able to step into the 9th grade body refining perfection with this technique should be considered that Su Chen has a good understanding, not the credit of this technique. Relying on these basic techniques, the limit should be the 8th grade, and it is difficult to go further. After leaving Yunyang sect, Suchun understood more and more. He must improve his own strength. Walking in the world, if you want to live with dignity, your own strength is very important. As the senior sister said, sometimes people are more terrible than monsters. No matter how much merit you have made in killing monsters and eliminating demons, without strength and status, others can erase your efforts with a few words. If he wants to protect himself, his mother and his little sister, he should wake up and pay more attention to his own practice. His eyes fell on the silk and he began to read the above-mentioned skills. Xiantian Dao, the mind follows the will, and the Tao is naturally formed. The Qi turns to the Dantian, and the spirit travels between heaven and earth. The body and mind are originally inseparable, and the Tao heart is revealed. All laws return to one principle, and inaction is natural. The Tao is in the heart, and the world is at my disposal. The heart understands the meaning of all things, and the Tao is endless. There are many small characters embroidered on the silk. Although he knows the words on this Xiantian Dao Heart Sutra, it is difficult to understand its meaning. After reading it through, it seems that he has gained nothing. This skill that the strong man of the Demon Suppression Division has also been trying hard to find has fallen into his hands, but it seems that he can't play a role in it. For an afternoon, Suchun tried to read it several times, but still didn't understand its meaning. Seeing that Suchun was in the room, his mother and little sister didn't bother him. Just leave some food on the table, so that Suchun can come out to eat when he is hungry. For 2 whole days, Suchun hid in the house. If he couldn't understand it after reading it through, he would study it word by word. After getting the key points of the practice with great difficulty, Suchun didn't want to give up. Suddenly, a line of small words appeared in front of him again. Read a book 100 times, its meaning will become clear, and you will obtain the destiny. Seekers of knowledge, improve yourself. Partial understanding, a certain probability triggers enlightenment. The destiny of the seeker of knowledge is blue, which should not be considered too rare. Once again, I got the destiny, and my previous guess was confirmed. If I repeat some things, I will have a chance to get the relevant destiny. I read this Xiantian Dao Xin for a long time without understanding it, but I still persisted. As expected, I got a new destiny. Activate the destiny of the seeker of knowledge in the sea of consciousness. Reading Xiantian Dao Xin again, the sentences that seemed incomprehensible at first, now read, are not obscure at all. The whole Xiantian Dao Xin is divided into 2 sections. In terms of physical training, the pure young body is trained with flesh and blood. Above the state of mind, the worldly intention is exchanged for the heart of the sage. The 2 complement each other, and the quality is high. This is a method of cultivation for a saint. Reading further, it is the specific method of cultivation of Xiantian Dao Xin. Although he already had the strength of the 9th rank, Suchun decided to start practicing from the beginning with the Xiantian Dao Xin in his hand. The basic exercises of the Yunyang sect were completely incomparable to the Xiantian Dao Xin. The 9th rank was for body refining, tempering the body's qi and blood, strengthening one's own physique, and improving the body beyond ordinary people. The 8th rank was for refining essence, with a strong physique and greatly increased strength. One person could move a huge rock with bare hands. Looking back at the basic exercises of the Yunyang sect that he had practiced before, it was clearly misleading. Whether it was the 9th rank or the 8th rank, it was not enough for his own tempering. He went out to eat something when he had time to fill his stomach. Then he put on the title of tenacious and unyielding, and rested for an hour. The whole person seemed to have rested for a night and was refreshed. After recovering, Suchun began to formally practice the Xiantian Dao Tianju. With the experience of passing the 9th rank, it should be easier to practice again. It should be able to concentrate his mind and consciousness and operate according to the exercises. Suddenly, there seemed to be an iron hammer behind him, which began to hit his back. Just the first hit knocked Suchun down. Relying on the basic body refining technique of Yunyang sect, he had already reached the 9th level of body refining. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even resist the 9th level of the Xiantian Dao Xin. After taking a deep breath, Suchun was more convinced that he had not made a mistake. He had to lay a new foundation to go further. The world is vast, leaving the methods of saints, but there are no traces of saints. The pinnacle of the world today is only half-saints. Suchun's goal is not that ambitious, and he does not seek the realm of half-saints or saints. He is satisfied as long as he has enough strength to protect his mother and sister and keep the people around him peaceful. At this moment, Suchun's body is still in great pain. The 9th grade tempering method of Xiantian Dao Xin seems to want to hammer his body apart. His mind fell into the sea of consciousness, and then activated the destiny of tenacity. The severe pain in his body immediately dissipated a lot. After recovering a little, Suchen continued to comprehend Xiantian Dao Xin Ju. He could still feel the sudden hammering on his body. But during his continuous practice, Suchen found that he could resist it. Xiantian Dao Xin Ju is indeed a mysterious set of exercises, and it is difficult to comprehend it. But after comprehending the key points, the benefits obtained are not comparable to other exercises. Suchen already had the strength of the 9th rank. Through the Xiantian Dao Heart Art, he retrained his body, and his progress was naturally much faster than that of a beginner. In 2 days, his body had gradually adapted to this kind of hammering. This was the true 9th rank body refining realm. The mental method he had exchanged for in the Yunyang sect before, and the improvement was not even 30% of the improvement of the Xiantian Dao Heart Art. After staying in the house for 4 days, Suchen was ready to go out for some fresh air. He reached out to pull the door, but felt that the wooden door had become much lighter. In the small courtyard, Anyan was chopping firewood. This kind of thick tree stump is difficult to ignite without splitting it. Anyang, let me do it. Suchen took the axe and started chopping firewood. Holding the axe today, Suchen could clearly feel the difference from before. The axe seemed a little light in his hand. When he chopped the firewood, it seemed a little brittle. It was split in one go, effortlessly. This is the strength of the 9th level of the body refining realm. What on earth was I practicing before? Seeing Suchen chopping wood, Zhang Shuefen hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Did you encounter any trouble in the Yunyang sect?" Hearing this, Suchen's hand swinging the axe did not stop at all. In his heart, he had already thought about what his mother would ask. "What are you talking about, mother? I just came back to rest for a while. There is no trouble." When after saying this, Zhang Shuefen got up and walked into the house, taking out a wooden box. "If it's too tiring to stay in Yunyang sect, don't go. Our family can live well in Jiang'an City. There's enough money at home to marry you a wife." As she spoke, Zhang Shuefen opened the wooden box, which contained a number of neatly stacked banknotes. Mother actually saved all the money she had brought back over the years. No wonder she usually lived in such a tight spot. "Mother, I really didn't encounter any trouble, don't worry." Suchen replied with a smile, not wanting to cause extra worries to his family. The firewood in front of him would normally take more than an hour to chop, but today, it was done in 2/4 of an hour. With this Xiantian Dao Xin Ju, if you continue to practice, all troubles will be solved. Taking advantage of the rest time, Suchen helped the family with some heavy work. He took on all the strenuous chores. It seems that having a man at home is easier. In the past, Zhang Shuefen and Wei Wei often found it difficult to move things together. Now Suchen can solve it easily by himself. After finishing some heavy work, Suchen returned to his hut again and continued to practice. Yunyang sect, on the martial arts training ground. The 5th elder, Sun Shuerong, stood in front of a group of disciples and began her routine lecture. After a brief talk, Sun Shuerong began to talk about business. "I believe everyone has heard that a disciple who deliberately snatched the credit and ignored the sect's mission has been expelled by us. Here, I, Sun Shuerong, also apologize to everyone. He has been in the sect for so long, and you can imagine how aggrieved the disciples are when their merits and contributions were snatched away by him. From now on, we will punish those who steal and covet credit more severely. You will get credit and contribution based on your ability. Stealing and coveting credit will not only harm yourself, but also your fellow disciples. If you have communicated frequently with someone before, we will also strictly check your merits and contributions. If the source is suspicious, the sect will deduct them. Do you understand?" "I understand." All the disciples responded in unison, and then set off for the Eastern Front. In the eyes of most disciples at this moment, Suchen's expulsion seemed to be a good thing. No one steals the credit, so our merits and contribution should be doubled this time, right? Everyone started talking as they walked. Merit and contribution are secondary, but I feel really relieved when Suchen leaves. Every frontline mission is full of surprises. There are dangers here and traps set by monsters there. He pretends to be more powerful than senior sister Xingwan, which is annoying to watch. As soon as the voice fell, someone next to him immediately spoke up. "You don't understand this is Suchen's routine. If he scares us a few more times, will we still dare to kill the monster? If we don't go, who will get these opportunities to make meritorious deeds? Wouldn't it be all his credit? So, we have to look at the essence of the problem." Hearing these words, many disciples of Yunyang sect seemed to really feel that many of their merits were snatched away by Suchen. Fortunately, the elders can see it clearly, otherwise, we ordinary disciples would not know where to complain about our grievances. Without saying anything else, for this frontline training, we should at least contribute twice as much as before. Hearing this, many disciples could even see some expectations in their eyes. In the past, Suchen took on the most dangerous tasks, so many fellow disciples forgot about it. They forgot that they were going to deal with man-eating monsters. Yuji, who was standing aside, heard what they said and endured for a long time, but it seemed that she couldn't help it. From what you said, it seems that a lot of credit was taken away by junior brother Suchen. But when junior brother Suchen went home to visit his relatives, did you get a lot of credit when he was not there? Hearing Yuji's words, the disciples who spoke before did not refute immediately. Due to the status of Yuji's direct disciples, these words were much more polite. Senior sister Yu, this is because every time Suchen goes home to visit his relatives, he chooses to go back when there are fewer monsters. He chooses to go home when the monsters are active, and we will naturally get more credit. But is Suchen willing? Yuji glared at them and stopped arguing with them. She just sighed in her heart. Suchen originally thought that the monsters were ferocious, and only when she was there could she protect everyone as much as possible. Unexpectedly, at this moment, she was also used as evidence of stealing credit. Hearing this, another disciple also interrupted. Senior sister you should stop helping Suchen make excuses and take care of yourself first. Are all your merits and contributions okay? How many of them were obtained by Suchen for you? You know it yourself, and the sect will also investigate it clearly. In the room, Suchen continued to comprehend the Xiantian Dao Xinju. The 9th level of body refining is just the threshold to enter the path of cultivation. After his body was retempered, Suchen felt the wonders of cultivation more clearly. The experience in Yunyang's sect also made Suchen understand the importance of cultivation strength. Some core disciples of the sect often appear only after they successfully surround and ambush monsters. Then they kill these monsters. If it comes to stealing credit, they are the ones who really steal credit. But does the sect say that? Do other disciples dare to say that? If you are not strong enough, all kinds of dirty things and wrong things will be thrown on your head. If you don't show your own talent and potential, even if you desperately protect the sect and the people behind you, you will only get the name of stealing credit. After this lesson, Suchen will never slack off in his own cultivation. At present, he can easily bear the 9th level of tempering in Xiantian Dao Xinju. His own strength has already reached the 9th level of body refining. Next, he will impact the 8th level of essence refining. The 9th level of body refining is just the beginning. From the 8th level, it is considered to be the real step into martial arts practice. Monsters are ferocious and usually have great brute force. People in the 9th level of body refining usually find it difficult to deal with big monsters that can walk upright. Suchen used to contain and dodge big monsters before. But after entering the 8th level, the strength of his body will be further improved. Physical strength, and blood spirit will all leap forward. At the 8th level of essence refining, his own strength will be far behind that of ordinary people. Without hesitation, Suchen began to practice the skills. According to the Xiantian Dao Xinju, he began to practice and experience. Suddenly, the severe pain in his body came again. When practicing at the 9th level, the body was also hit by hammers. But at this moment, the tempering faced by breaking into the 8th level is several times more difficult. The fingertips seem to be hit by an invisible hammer. Both hands and feet, as if being twisted by a huge force, almost burst out with severe pain in all parts of the body at the same time. In an instant, Suchen's face had turned red, and sweat was oozing out of his back because of the pain. Without much hesitation, Suchen immediately activated the destiny of tenacity. The pain finally began to ease, and he was no longer unable to think. Gradually adapting after tempering himself with Xiantian Dao Xinju, Suchen continued to practice. The 8th level is the gap between mortals and warriors. Although Yunyang sect is the first sect in Dezhou, and the selection of disciples is strict enough, there are still many disciples who have difficulty breaking into the 8th level for decades. Of course, some elixir treasures can also help people enter the 8th level. But how can ordinary people get these elixirs? Suchen did not hesitate and continued to practice according to Xiantian Dao Xinju. At this moment, in addition to the severe pain just now, there was a lot of stabbing pain. It was as if the sharp thorns were stabbing back and forth in his body. The severe pain lasted for nearly 2 hours. I don't know if the pain has subsided or I'm used to it. The sheets on the bed have long been soaked with sweat. Coming back to his senses, Suchen slowly moved his body. There were no injuries on his tempered body. Not only did he not feel any pain when moving his body, but he felt more flexible than before. The 8th level of refining essence is the real refinement of one's body into essence. It allows the physique of a cultivator to enter a state that is most suitable for fighting, and the whole person seems to have transformed. I have already entered the 8th grade refining realm. No wonder those strong men spent a lot of time searching for the secret book in the back mountain. Thinking about it now, the years of practicing in Yunyang's sect were simply a waste of time. The sect never thought of cultivating me. In the eyes of the elders, I am not worthy of their training. Thinking about it carefully, maybe the reputation of stealing credit was made up by the sect's top leaders. Suchun came back to his senses and stopped thinking about it. He had already left Yunyang's sect, and his eyes should look forward. When he came out of the house, there were some baked steamed buns on the table. This was the food left for Suchen. After eating 5 in a row, his stomach seemed to feel a little better. This appetite seemed a little too obvious. There are many weaving workshops in the city, where my mother and little sister often go to work. While improving his cultivation, he should also think about the road ahead. After eating, Suchun chopped some firewood again. Entering the 8th level of refining essence, the axe seemed to be lighter. With a single wave of his hand, he could easily the wood stake was split. Suchun judged in his mind that with his current strength, he should be able to fight against the big monster. It is not like before, when he could only escape and hide from the big monster. After chopping the firewood, Suchen sat for a while. Looking at the long sword he brought back, he picked it up. In the small courtyard, Suchen began to swing the long sword. Although he used a sword, he did not learn it deeply at all. He only exchanged some basic sword techniques in the sect. However, after his strength entered the 8th grade refining realm, his physique really became much stronger. Swinging the sword out, the surging sword force was like a tiger pouncing on its food. Practicing continuously in the yard. In the past, when I was in Yunyang's sect, I would be extremely tired in an hour at most. But today, after an hour of study, it seems that I have just started to exercise my body. And suddenly, a line of small words appeared in front of me again. Blade is as sharp as frost, swallowing mountains and rivers, with a heart of justice, control the sharp blade, obtain destiny, sword practitioner. Seeing these small words, Suchen immediately hid his mind in the sea of consciousness. Sword practitioner, slightly improve the compatibility of sword and weapon, slightly improve the efficiency of sword skills, and slightly improve the strength of sword skills. White destiny, a relatively ordinary destiny. No wonder the introduction is all slightly improved. After hesitating for a moment, Suchen activated this destiny. At the same time, Suchen found that there were some changes. Before, he could only activate one destiny. But at this moment, the two destinies of Tenacious and Sword Practitioner were actually activated at the same time. It seems that as my own strength level is improved, this mysterious ability on my body is also improving. If I step into the 7th grade, can I activate 3 destinies at the same time? Suchen has some guesses in his mind, but he can't get the answer immediately. Sword Practitioner, destiny is activated. It is better to practice swordsmanship first. Gripping the long sword in his hand tightly, it seems to be more convenient at this moment. The effect of improving the compatibility of the sword and the weapon was obviously a small amount, but it could still be felt. He calmed his mind and his eyes became more fierce. He began to swing the long sword in his hand. Just now, the sword in his hand was more fierce, splitting the mountain with force. But at this moment, the tiger-like sword seemed to be more agile. The moves were obviously more fierce and more likely to hurt the enemy. The eastern front camp of Yunyang Sect. This place is about 150 miles away from Yunyang Sect. More than 100 miles. If you ride a horse fast, it only takes more than half a day to arrive. When the disciples of Yunyang Sect are at the front line, they live near the camp. 20 miles ahead of the camp is the real front line, the outermost area. There are many monsters there, and it is extremely dangerous. After the previous batch of disciples were replaced, they will be stationed at the front line. Over the past 2 years, Yunyang Sect has basically completely suppressed the monsters on the periphery. All the monsters' plans were noticed by Suchen before. Their sneak attack turned out to be a trap and they fell into an ambush. After many failures, the monsters don't seem to be so bold and only dare to move around at the outermost area. In the camp, the frontline commander Hikeo Tanzu was speaking. Many people complained to me before, saying that their contributions were taken away by others. I also hate this kind of behavior of stealing credit. Now the elders of the sect have helped everyone solve these problems. Without worries, everyone should be more united on the front line. Monsters are ferocious, so you should put protecting yourself first. I will be bored if I talk too much, so I won't waste any more words. I wish you all new achievements, fame in the sect, and fame in the Great Joe. These exciting words made the disciples present a little excited. In the Great Zhou dynasty, those who killed 1,000 monsters were awarded the title of Baron, and those who killed 10,000 monsters were awarded the title of Viscount. For the earls and marquises above, the number of monsters killed was not counted. They had to kill the local monsters and quell the chaos in one area. In the Yunyang sect, if a disciple killed monsters and made meritorious contributions, he could be valued and cultivated by the sect. From ordinary disciples to inner disciples, from inner disciples to the elders' personal teaching. Of course, these benefits cannot be obtained by stealing credit. After a short rest in the camp, everyone performed their duties and began to step into the front line. When the tasks were divided, everyone started to argue. Who would go to explore the way? The espionage mission was the most dangerous of all the missions. The explorer often had to explore the wilderness. No one could be sure whether a big monster would jump out of the bushes. As everyone was arguing, someone suddenly said, "Do you really think this exploration is dangerous? If it was really dangerous, would Su Chen always do this? Why should we take on a mission? If someone who was only interested in taking the credit dares to take it, what are we afraid of?" As he spoke, the frontline commander He Chaotang also explained. "In the past 2 years, the monsters have been scared by us. Now when they see my Yunyang sect disciples, they instinctively hide. You don't have to worry too much." The idea that espionage missions are dangerous is a conservative view in the past. Hearing this, everyone seemed to be relieved. Come to think of it, if Su Chen dared to take on this mission, why should they be so worried? Soon, the mission of scouting the wilderness was also taken over. 3 newcomers, led by an experienced spy. At noon, a group of people set out from the camp and headed to the front line to replace other fellow disciples. At the same time, the front line had been stable for so long, and they were ready to move forward. The fertile soil under our feet is a good place to grow food and medicinal materials. The more monsters are driven away, the more land we can get. At 3 p.m., the replacements had been completed. The 4-member scouting team began to enter the wilderness. The leader was named Xiangile, and he had followed Su Chen on several scouting missions. Behind him, the 3 newcomers were extremely careful. From the moment they jumped over the fence on the front line, the 3 newcomers had become nervous. Looking at the state of the 3 people, Xiangile frowned. "Your wretched appearance reminds me of Su Chen, both of you are equally cowardly." The 3 people who were scolded took up their courage a little, not wanting to be looked down upon. "Relax, Su Chen and I have carried out espionage missions 4 times, and we have never encountered danger. Those monsters are not as cunning as you think. As long as you pay a little attention, it is not difficult to find their traces." Xiangile had a casual look on his face, and explained to everyone as he walked forward. "Monsters, those beasts, don't have such smart brains. Look at the footprints on the ground and whether there is a stench of feces around, and you can get some clues. For example, nearby, the ground is clean and there are no footprints, and there is no stench around. This means that there are no monsters here." Seeing Xiangile so relaxed, the 3 newcomers also relaxed a lot. "Let me teach you how Su Chen took the credit for himself, watch carefully." As he spoke, Xiangile immediately made a nervous expression. "Hush, there's a group of cat demons ahead, don't make a sound, they seem to be gathering to the east. There's a dog demon about 10 feet to the right, let's wait a while, don't be impulsive. Record everything just now, the demons may come to attack in the near future." Xiangile seemed to be imitating Su Chen's actions, which was very funny. The 3 people next to him laughed unconsciously when they saw it. The task of spying on the road ahead is not that dangerous. The reason why you think it's dangerous is that many people don't want you to know, and come to grab this excellent way to earn credit. Those news that the spying mission is dangerous, could it be that Su Chen spread it, afraid that we will grab this mission? One of the newcomers said. Hearing this, Xiangile smiled directly. "Do you think he's just afraid that you will grab the mission? If many people want to do this spying mission, the contribution value reward given by the sect will also be reduced accordingly. Su Chen thinks much further than you. When it comes to grabbing credit, we don't have as many minds as he does." In Xiangile's view, the spying mission is far less dangerous than everyone says. To put it bluntly, it was Su Chen and those who were on good terms with him that made it seem so dangerous. In fact, it was just like that, and there would be no problem if you paid a little attention. The 4 of them walked towards the southeast with some ease to see if they could find any monsters. The atmosphere of the team was completely different from the vigilance when Su Chen led the team. Suddenly, a scream rang out. A dark gray cat demon pounced directly at Xiangile, who was in the front. The sharp fangs bit directly on his face. The next moment, half of his face was torn off and blood spurted out. The The three newcomers who were still talking and laughing just now, saying that it was not so dangerous, saw this scene, and they panicked in their hearts, and had no fighting spirit to save people. This is a wilderness, where monsters are infested. Even if they have the ability to kill the cat demon, they have already lost their minds in fear. They immediately ran back with their legs, and they had no intention of saving him. At the same time, 3 more cat demons jumped out of the bushes. The sharp teeth bit Xiang Yilei's hand, not giving him a chance to take the weapon. He had always thought that Su Chen was playing tricks before, and that he was so vigilant in order to get more credit. Now, he seemed to understand. But the 3 new recruits who had just received the espionage mission used all their strength to escape. After about a quarter of an hour, they escaped back to the defense line. They had been out for less than half an hour on the espionage mission. Seeing the state of the 3 people, everyone immediately understood that they were attacked by monsters. The senior brother who led the defense line asked about the situation and learned that Xiang Yilei was still in the wilderness. He immediately led people to go there. He had the strength of the 7th grade Huaigu realm, and ordinary big monsters were not his opponents. A group of people ran forward to rescue people. But when they arrived at the location, they saw only a pool of blood and some rags. Everyone carefully retreated to the defense line, and their faces were not as relaxed as they were at the beginning. Not long ago, they were still saying that the espionage mission was not that dangerous. Indeed, Su Chen had not been injured for a long time when he was carrying out the espionage mission. It was precisely because of this that it seemed to give everyone such an illusion. Inside the defense line, everyone was a little silent. The fellow disciples who had a good relationship with Xiang Yilei looked even uglier. At the hour of you, the meal was delivered to the front line. Everyone got up to scoop up some food, but they didn't seem to have much appetite. The 3 disciples who escaped back were being questioned. This time they were going to be punished by the sect. Facing the cat demon, they could have saved Xiang Yilei. Their abandonment led to Xiang Yilei's tragic death. After the questioning, the 3 sat in a corner, still in shock. Did Su Chen really take on the spy mission just to grab the credit? After this personal experience, the 3 of them felt something was wrong. The spy mission was not as easy as it was said. In the wilderness, monsters may appear at any time. In addition to the ground, there are also dangers waiting in the trees at all times. Maybe there are also flying monsters, flying from the sky. Will a person who wants to grab the credit really take on the spy mission? The 3 did not speak, but they felt that the sect's judgment might be problematic. In any case, this spy mission, whoever wants to go can go, and the 3 of them will never go again. Thinking of Xiang Yilei's face being torn off by the cat demon and the blood gushing out, he felt a chill in his body. If Su Chen was willing to go, he should be given more credit and contribution. Just one action, and their thoughts changed completely. After a day of rest, He Chao, the leader of the frontline command, immediately gave the frontline personnel a new encourage. But someone just died. The dead Xiang Yilei had the strength of the 8th grade refining realm, and was also a veteran who had carried out espionage missions. He was dead. Who would dare to take on this espionage mission again? During this period, Su Chen has been practicing at home. He would solve all the heavy and tiring work at home when he had time. After entering the 8th grade refining realm, he could activate 2 destinies at the same time. When comprehending the Xian Tian Dao Heart Ju, he activated Seeker of Knowledge and Tenacity at the same time. When practicing swordsmanship, he activated Sword Practitioner and Tenacity at the same time. In this way, his own energy, physical strength, and recovery speed have been greatly improved. After leaving Yunyang sect, Su Chen felt that his strength had improved far more than when he was in the sect. Perhaps he should have left Yunyang sect a long time ago. But in his heart, he was still a little worried. Su Chen knew those monsters very well. They were very cunning and would even set traps to ambush people. Winter is coming soon, and there will be less food in the wilderness in winter. If they don't grab some food, they will die in the cold winter. So before winter comes, they will face more ferocious monsters. When they get fierce, these monsters will eat even their own kind, so how can they give up attacking people? Su Chen was disappointed with Yunyang sect, but in his heart he also hoped that they could stop the monsters' harassment. They couldn't stop more monsters from invading the border of Dezhou, and ordinary people were also killed and injured. Shaking his head, Su Chen tried not to think about it. Now his task is to improve himself and make himself stronger. As for Yunyang sect, there are many masters in the sect, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Back in the house, Su Chen continued to study Xian Tian Dao Xin Ju. After entering the 8th grade, it will be much more difficult to move forward. The 8th grade realm is called Refining Essence, which naturally means to temper the physique and strive for excellence. Until there is no flaw in perfection, it will enter the 7th grade. The first 2 levels of realm are mainly to temper one's own physique. It can be imagined that entering the 7th grade from the 8th grade is no longer a simple enhancement of physical strength. The 7th level of Huaigu realm is when the mind enters a quiet valley. From this step, practitioners begin to climb the mountain of mind. From the valley to the mountain. Suchen carefully read the Xian Tian Dao Xinju. Now he has just entered the 8th level of refining essence. Don't aim too high. You should take steady steps. Winter is coming, and the Jiang'an City garment factory is getting busier. Anyang and Xiaomei are often busy until dark before they come back. Su Chen takes care of all the work at home, so Anyang and Xiaomei can eat hot meals directly after returning home. Being busy all the time, Su Chen found that he had obtained a new destiny. Skillful hands, slightly improve the dexterity of hands and the efficiency of skill mastering. This is a white destiny. After activating it, Su Chen went to cut vegetables again. Before, the dishes were cut into different sizes. Now Su Chen can cut them very thinly. It seems that all the chores at home are much easier to organize. Before, Su Chen folded clothes very slowly. But now, he can fold them in a few moments with just a few folds of his fingers. The cooking skills seem to have improved a lot. At the end of the hour, Anyang and Xiaomei finally came home. The family had dinner together. Su Chen made a pot of pickled fish today, and the fish meat was cut into thin slices. The refreshing sour taste of the pickled cabbage was all absorbed into the fish meat, and it tasted great. The little sister was sitting there picking up the fish with chopsticks, and Su Chen couldn't help but persuade her to eat slowly. After all, the fish has bones, and if you get stuck, it will be a bit painful. After the meal, Su Chen asked the two to rest and clean up by himself. After activating the skillful hands destiny, these household chores don't take much time. Zhang Xuefen and Wei Wei sat in the room, a little silent. After a while, the little sister couldn't help but speak. Brother, Sister Chen Xia is back today. Chen Xia is also a disciple of Yunyang Sect. Back then, she entered the sect with him. Hearing this, Su Chen still smiled. She should have just returned from the front line, and it's good that she got home safely. Sister Xia said that you were driven away by Yunyang Sect and that your contributions in Yunyang Sect were all robbed and greedy. Su Chen was still wiping the stove, but his hands were a little slower. Did she say that too? On the front line of Yunyang Sect, Su Chen saved her twice and helped her a lot. She said that to herself as well. As she spoke, a trace of indignation appeared on her face. But I believe that brother is definitely not that kind of person. If brother was a person who was greedy for credit, our family would have lived in a big courtyard long ago. They are just framing brother. Mother and little sister naturally believed in themselves. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the fact that Yunyang Sect drove them away was already ironclad evidence. The first sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yunyang Sect. The sect that once killed the heavenly demon was extremely noble in the hearts of the people. When the people of Jiang'an City heard this, mother and little sister, you too will be treated differently. Being driven away by Yunyang Sect for being greedy for credit is considered a bad reputation. Family members will also be affected. Zhang Xuefen's eyes were a bit serious. We have lived together for so long, and you two children are of good character. I know what kind of dirty things we can't do. After cleaning the stove, Su Chen sat down at the table. I don't know since when, there have been rumors everywhere in the sect that I am greedy for credit. Even when I go to save people, it will be interpreted as stealing credit. Su Chen was a little helpless with a bitter smile on his face. Maybe they think that with my level of strength, it's impossible for me to get so many contributions. The family members didn't hide anything. After hearing Su Chen's explanation, both the mother and the younger sister were a little angry. It is said that Yunyang Sect is full of masters and is the #1 sect in the Great Zhou. But I see that it is full of fools. How could a mother not be angry when her child was framed? She saw how much Su Chen had contributed to Yunyang Sect. Who is not afraid of death when he is really greedy for merit? With so many injuries on his body, he looks like a coward? Chen Xia spread these things to Jiang'an City. Mother, you and my younger sister will definitely be affected if you live here in the future. Otherwise, let's move to another city to live. Su Chen thought that the things about him would not spread in Jiang'an City. But now, Chen Xia has spread them everywhere. We are upright, there is nothing to be afraid of. We will argue with those who point fingers at us. If we move out of Jiang'an City now, it will only confirm the stain on Xiaochen. Anyang and Xiaomei were determined not to leave and stayed in Jiang'an City. But in this world, no matter how upright you are, you may be slandered as a villain. Unless you find a way to clear your name. Let the world see that the merits and contributions you have obtained are not robbed, but what you deserve. Su Chen thought of the letter that senior sister Yuji gave him. Over in Tiangang City, maybe I can go there. Su Chen has a good impression of the people of Dezhou. Most of them are simple and friendly. After living in Jiang'an City for many years, he has been taken care of by neighbors more than once. After activating Monster Hunting Pioneer, his mysterious ability makes monsters know where to hide. One more monster is blocked in the wilderness, and one less family of the people is broken. Secondly, if he can make achievements in Tiangang City and re-establish his reputation, he can also get rid of the title of good at stealing credit. In fact, if this title only affects himself, it doesn't matter. But when the news spreads to Jiang'an City, Anyang and Xiaomei will definitely be affected. It is possible that the clothing workshop will refuse them to work again. Now he is also in the 8th grade refining realm, and his strength is enough to deal with ordinary big monsters. If he wants to improve again, it will not be a matter of one day or one night. The trip to Tiangang City can also bring him some experience and strengthen his own practice. Yunyang Sect Front Line. After Xiang Yilei died while performing the spy mission, no one was willing to take the spy mission again in a short period of time. As the frontline commander, Master He also asked everyone to focus on defense recently. At 5 p.m., it was almost dark. The frontline disciples were replaced after 4 days of guarding and went back to have a hot dinner. On the way back, everyone chatted and said, "With Xiang Yilei's death, some people will mention Su Chen again." I guess so. After all, our senior brother Su has never been afraid of spy missions. Some people seem to hate Su Chen very much, and even though Su Chen had left, they still made sarcastic remarks. Yu Ji, who was standing aside, heard this with some disgust and frowned. Su Chen's strength was indeed not excellent. When he was in Yunyang Sect, he only had the 9th grade body refining perfection. But with this strength, Su Chen entered the inner gate with his merits and contributions. Perhaps this is why many people are jealous. The complaints against Su Chen are so great. Xiang Yilei died, but the people still didn't see the value of Su Chen. Yu Ji was angry and helpless. During this period, Yu Ji had discovered that the news intelligence and monster movements on the front line were seriously lagging behind. It was not just a spy mission, even the defense might be a problem. By the time everyone reacted, I don't know how many people had already died. Only after paying a lot of price would we know what Su Chen did. Back to the camp, Yu Ji sat down to rest and eat something. She had tried to remind them, but many disciples still joked and ridiculed them. Some people even said that Su Chen's departure had reduced her contribution, and some people even pointed the finger at her. After a few days of peace, it was late at night again. Yu Ji slept for a while, and then she heard some panic outside the tent. She got up and walked out quickly. "Senior sister, there are more deaths on the front line." A group of gray wolf monsters jumped over the thorn fence. Hearing this news, everyone, including Yu Ji, was a little surprised. In the past 2 years, the monsters seem to have never broken into the defense line. As long as they don't leave the defense facilities, there is generally no danger. But it hasn't been long since Xiang Yilei died, and someone else died on the front line. 2 people died in a row. The frontline disciples didn't seem to be as casual as they were at the beginning. Before coming, they thought about earning credit, but now, it has become to save their lives. 2/4 of an hour after receiving the news, the frontline commander He Chao summoned all the direct disciples and inner disciples. 2 disciples died in a row, causing panic among the people. "You guys talk about it, find out the reasons, and seek a solution." He Chao's face looked a little ugly. Other hall masters were fine when they were in charge of the front line, but problems arose when he came. Doesn't it prove that he is incompetent and his command is inappropriate? Hearing this, Yu Ji did not hesitate and immediately said what he was thinking. In the past 2 years, it has always been Su Chen who has been spying on the front line to find out the movements of those monsters. Before Yu Ji finished speaking, the hall master He Chao waved his hand. "Yu Ji, I know you have a good relationship with Su Chen. But now we are discussing business, and we know what he is capable of. Do you really think that we are experiencing these because he left?" He Chao frowned and waved his hand, signaling Yu Ji to stop talking nonsense. An inner disciple next to him followed up. "The current predicament is essentially because winter is coming. In winter, some monsters are hard to find food. In order to prepare for the winter, they will naturally become more violent in the near future. What does it have to do with Su Chen?" While speaking, the disciple deliberately turned his head to look at Yu Ji. He Chao also thought that this made sense, and even thought that Yu Ji was a little ridiculous for mentioning Su Chen inexplicably. How about this, shrink the front line and concentrate on defense? 2 people have already died, and no more deaths can be allowed. Defense is the main thing, and all expansion should be suspended. After the order was issued, the front line began to shrink and retreated 5 miles. It was closer to the main camp and support was faster. With this arrangement, the disciples on the front line seemed to be more at ease. Late at night, the front line retreated and had a peaceful night. However, near the front camp, footprints and feces of monsters were found. Just after dawn, Hichao called all the disciples together and began to count the number of people. After confirming that everyone was safe, he was slightly relieved. But the footprints and feces of monsters around the camp showed that the sentries on the front line were ineffective and the monsters were walking under their noses without being discovered. What if the monsters suddenly attacked and injured people last night? What should we do? Being in the camp, all the disciples seemed to be a little worried. Everyone always felt that something was wrong with the frontline garrison this time. This frontline experience was very different from the previous ones. Some people also mentioned Su Chen, but they were scolded to shut up. They were also accused of asking for Su Chen's benefits and helping Su Chen to quibble. But no matter what they think, the situation on the front line of Yunyang's sect is getting more and more serious. Without Su Chen's desperate efforts to spy on the monster's movements, do you really think that the monster will step into the ambush obediently? Before coming, I thought that without Su Chen stealing credit, I could get twice as much contribution as before. But now, many people have already wanted to escape. Since Chen Xia announced in Jiang'an City that Su Chen was driven away by Yunyang's sect, Anyang and Xiaomei began to be looked down upon by others. The relatives of a person who is greedy for credit will naturally not be treated with courtesy as before. If there are relatives with bad behavior in the family, they will naturally be looked down upon by everyone. This is the most simple emotion of the common people. Those bad people are naturally disgusted and annoyed by others. But I was slandered by the sect. I have never been greedy for credit, but I still have this reputation. After resting at home for 2 days, Su Chen said goodbye to Anyang and Xiaomei and went to Tiangang City. Senior sister Yuji gave me a letter, saying that Tiangang City needed me and asked me to come back to Jiang'an to find me. But it has been almost a month and no one has come. In this case, I will take the initiative to go. Tiangang City has been plagued by monsters for a year. Even if it is difficult to join Tiangang City, I can still help and solve some evil monsters. Tiangang City is located in the south of Dezhou. To the south, there is also a wilderness full of monsters. The Yunyang sect is located in the eastern part of the Great Zhou, blocking the monsters from harassing the eastern wilderness. In the south, there are several forces here. Tiangang City is one of the forces. Although it is not as good as the Yunyang sect, it is also ranked in the territory of the Great Zhou. Holding the letter given by the senior sister in his hand, Su Chen walked all the way to the south. After arriving at the post station, he rented a pony again and rode there. The whole journey took about 3 days, which was considered a long distance. On the way, Su Chen encountered a dog monster. With a knife in his hand, he killed it in an instant. Although he has only learned the basic swordsmanship now, with the destiny of the sword practitioner, his swordsmanship is not bad. This kind of monster that can't go straight can be killed with one knife. Monsters can be encountered on the official road. The situation in the south is really a bit serious. If the monsters set up their nests in the territory of the Great Zhou, it will be even more troublesome. After 3 days of travel, Su Chen has arrived at the rear line of Tiangang City. Being in Tiangang City, it is usually relatively stable and peaceful. With big sects and big forces resisting in the front, there shouldn't be any problems. But when Su Chen walked into the small town on the back line, he found it a bit messy. The faces of the people coming and going seemed to feel a little exhausted. Sitting down and eating a bowl of vegetarian noodles, Su Chen listened to the people around him and asked a few questions casually. "Little brother, you don't know, now those little monsters are very smart. Tiangang City can stop big monsters and resist earth monsters. But some little monsters are really hard to guard against. At present, the back cities of Tiangang City have been infiltrated by little monsters." Su Chen actually understands that those monsters are constantly summarizing and constantly using new ways to deal with people. The back cities of Tiangang City have been infiltrated by monsters, and it is obvious that there is a loophole that has not been found. Even if the monsters in the back cities are caught, there will still be little monsters breaking in. Without staying for too long, Su Chen walked towards Tiangang City. Going forward another 20 miles, you will reach the territory of the Tiangang City sect. Although it is called a city, Tiangang City is not a trading city, but a sect. There are no big troubles in Tiangang City now, but small troubles are endless. As soon as Su Chen walked out of this rear city, he was stopped by someone. "Tiangang City is currently busy with affairs and may not be in the mood to entertain guests, sir. If there is nothing urgent, Please come again in the dead of winter. Su Chen handed over the letter from senior sister Yu Ji. Please inform senior brother that I am here to find senior sister Yao Xiaoyu, and I would like to do my part to help Tiangang City. Upon hearing this, the senior brother in front of him stood up and saluted. Thank you for your help, junior brother. Senior sister Xiaoyu happens to be in the west tent. You can see her if you go straight there. The people around were polite in their words and deeds. Especially when they heard that Su Chen was here to help, they became much kinder. Stepping towards the west tent, Su Chen talked with the disciples at the door, and then he immediately walked into the tent to pass on the message. After a while, a woman in dark green clothes walked out quickly with a smile on her face. After Yuji recommended junior brother Su to me, I have been wondering when I can find time to go to Jiang'an City to find you. I didn't expect that you, junior brother Su, would come here by yourself. Please forgive my neglect. I have been too busy recently. Su Chen also bowed and asked senior sister Xiaoyu not to be polite. However, Su Chen seemed a little uncomfortable when he saw the smile on her face. Following Yao Xiaoyu, the two walked towards the tent. After a while, Su Chen stood at the door of the tent. Yao Xiaoyu went in and said something to the others, and then she went in to greet the other brothers and sisters. Didn't I tell you not to call him? We will go and invite the disciples who were driven away by the Yunyang sect. It should be Yao Xiaoyu who indicated that Su Chen was outside the tent. The senior brother who was talking immediately chose to shut up. Then he immediately walked to the door, and when he saw Su Chen, he still greeted him with a smile. Junior brother Su, you must have been tired from running all the way. Please come into the tent and have a cup of hot tea first. The brother who spoke was named Wu Yi, and he should be the leader of this group of people. He invited Su Chen into the tent, and immediately a servant brought some tea and snacks. The situation in Tiangang City has been slightly stable recently, and the manpower is relatively abundant. So this time, I'm sorry for the trouble of running all the way here in vain. As he spoke, brother Wu Yi took out a silver note and pushed it in front of Su Chen. You've had a hard time on the journey, and these are just a token of my gratitude. If Tiangang City still needs reinforcements, I will come to ask for your help next time. Brother Wu Yi was really generous to get 20 taels for a round trip. Although he looked down on himself, on the surface, he really gave him enough face. After handing over the banknotes, Wu Yi left with some people on the pretext of having something to do. Or maybe he really had something to do. Yao Xiaoyu sat next to Su Chen with some apology on her face. Junior brother Su seeing this, Su Chen also showed a helpless smile on his face. It seems that after I left Yunyang sect, I have been rumored to be useless. No, junior brother Su is at least handsome, and he is not useless. These comforting words are strange. Senior sister Xiaoyu's words seem to be more hurtful than what that senior brother said. Ah, really? Hearing Su Chen say this, Yao Xiaoyu's face became more embarrassed. Can I try? There are monsters in the cities behind the line, and Tiangang City must be short of manpower. I can help. Hearing this, Yao Xiaoyu hesitated for a while, still a little entangled. Yuji said that junior brother, you are good at tracking and spying. In fact, I really planned to go to Jiang'an City to find you before. It's just that. After a pause, Yao Xiaoyu stood up. Forget it, just follow me. When senior brother Wu Yi asks, I will go and talk about it. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately bowed to express his gratitude. After leaving Yunyang sect, Su Chen did not expect that Yunyang sect would spread rumors about him everywhere. It was obviously them who slandered him. It looked like he had done something bad that made them hate him. Once his reputation was bad, all the sects would despise and reject him. If he could get a chance in Tiangang City, he would definitely seize it. 3 days ago, a civet cat demon sneaked into this city. Its strength should be just a small demon, and its body size is relatively small. But the people still couldn't resist its sharp claws and fangs in their dreams. Every household needs someone to be on duty at night, and the people are panicking. After these words, Su Chen also roughly understood the situation in Tiangang City. The monsters on the front line have infiltrated the cities on the back line. While resisting the monsters on the front line, everyone must also find a way to deal with the monsters that infiltrated the back line. The two walked forward and saw senior brother Wu Yi, who had just come out, arranging tasks. Yao Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then walked towards him quickly. Hearing that Yao Xiaoyu wanted to keep Su Chen, Wu Yi frowned unconsciously. Didn't I tell you before that the disciples who were driven away by Yunyang sect for being greedy for merit and stealing credit, why did you invite them here? Even if Tiangang City is short of manpower, it shouldn't be like this. Wu Yi's voice was not very loud, but Su Chen activated the destiny of monster hunting pioneer, and his hearing was better than that of ordinary people. It was obvious that this senior brother Wu Yi didn't like him. He just gave himself face. Seeing him like this, Yao Xiaoyu continued to explain in a low voice, saying some compliments, helping Su Chen explain. Senior sister Xiaoyu's voice was shallow, and Su Chen was standing a little far away, so he couldn't hear it completely. I think you just saw that he was handsome and was bewitched by his, right? Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense? Being teased by Wu Yi, Yao Xiaoyu showed a trace of shame and slapped her senior brother. Wu Yi ignored her and walked towards Su Chen. Junior brother Su, I want to make it clear to you that if you want to stay, you must follow the arrangements for everything. If you are greedy for credit and make mistakes, we will not only not remember your credit, we will also hold you responsible. Su Chen could clearly feel Wu Yi's distrust of him. His reputation of being greedy for merit and robbing credit seemed to be widely spread here. On the way back to the camp, Su Chen still heard Wu Yi whispering to Yao Xiaoyu. It is difficult to change a person's nature. Such people are usually sneaky and cowardly. To put it bluntly, it is a dog that can't change its eating habits. People who are greedy for merit and robbing credit are the same no matter where they go. Su Chen did not argue, because words are the most powerless. If you want to prove yourself, you can only show your strength and character through your actions. It will be the hour of you soon, and the sky will begin to darken. Walking into the tent, soon, many disciples who were busy outside came in. On the table, there was a map of the city. At the hour of Su, we will set off on time. Lin Tian, you take people to guard the east intersection, and Huang Shanyun, you take people to guard the southeast intersection. Traces of the civet cat monster have been found at these two intersections. If you meet a cat monster, remember not to hesitate, just kill it immediately. The rest of you will follow me to support us and act accordingly. Listening to Wu Yi's arrangement, Su Chen was a little confused. Looking at Yao Xiaoyu beside him, he asked in a low voice, "It should be easier for us to find the monster at dawn, why do we have to act at night?" Although the voice was small, many people around heard it. Several people turned their heads to look at Su Chen, and Wu Yi beside him started to Wu Yi introduce Su Chen. Junior brother Su Chen is also an experienced demon slayer. In front of others, Wu Yi did not expose Su Chen's shortcomings. Just mentioning Su Chen's name, others seemed to remember something. The Su Chen from Yunyang Sect? He was expelled for being greedy for merit. These words made the atmosphere a little awkward. Sorry, blame me for being too talkative. Knowing that he had said something wrong, the disciple apologized quickly. But between the eyebrows, everyone looked at Su Chen with a hint of prejudice. After the episode, everyone continued to discuss the plan for the evening. As for Su Chen's previous doubts, they were directly ignored. After the arrangement was completed, Su Chen couldn't help but mention it again. Many demons have the ability to see at night, which is difficult for humans to achieve. Unless the realm of cultivation is high and the physique is transformed and strengthened. Otherwise, it is bound to be a disadvantage to deal with demons at night. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Tian on the side couldn't help but smile. Does this junior brother think that we haven't looked for the raccoon demon during the day? If it's so easy, do we still need to wait until nightfall and wait for it to show up? His tone was a bit aggressive. After saying that, he looked at Yao Xiaoyu again. Sister Xiaoyu, you can take this junior brother with you at night, so you don't have to support us. We are enough, go support Huang Shanyun and the others. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Huang Shanyun on the side immediately interrupted. The raccoon demon is extremely cunning, don't cause trouble for us. Sister Xiaoyu, please be kind, we cooperate well. In his words, he didn't want Su Chen to get involved. Yao Xiaoyu was also a little helpless. He led Su Chen out of the tent. Junior brother Su, don't take it to heart, in fact, they are usually very good people. Su Chen nodded, who would be willing to cooperate with him under the name of greed for credit. At this moment, Monster Hunting Pioneer has already been activated. As he was talking, Su Chen followed the trail he saw and smelled, and walked forward step by step. Yao Xiaoyu, who was following him, seemed to think that Su Chen was hurt, and she comforted him, "Junior brother, relax a little. You are not so handsome if you keep frowning." Su Chen was a little helpless. He always felt that Sister Xiaoyu's comfort was a different way of insulting him. It seemed that he was only useful for his appearance. Walking all the way to the city, it was already getting dark. Following the trail for another round, Su Chen found the key point. In front of him was a well, with nothing around it and not much cover. He walked forward and stared at the well. "Junior brother, you don't want to jump into the well, do you? You can't do that. If Yuji finds out, she will kill me." Su Chen was really helpless when he heard what senior sister Xiaoyu said. This senior sister really likes to tell some cold jokes. "Senior sister, look at the inner wall of the well, isn't it a little strange? Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Yao Xiaoyu also leaned over to take a look. On the side of the well, a pair of scarlet demon eyes flashed. Civet cat demon. The civet cat demon they have been tracking for nearly half a month has been hiding on the side wall of this well. They have searched various secret places before, but have not found any traces of the civet cat demon. The area around the well is empty. Who would have thought that it would dig a pit on the side of the well to hide? Without hesitation, Yao Xiaoyu looked around, and a wooden stick was taken down from the shelf next to her. The next moment, the long stick thrust out. Although it was a stick weapon, Yao Xiaoyu used the spear technique. Without the tip of the spear, it still pierced through the raccoon cat monster with one strike. The strength of the 7th grade Huaigu realm was fully revealed. After picking up the corpse of the monster, the raccoon cat monster that had troubled them for a long time was finally solved. Looking at the monster pierced by the long stick, Yao Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Chen unconsciously. Just as he was about to say something, Su Chen looked not far away again. Then he walked over quickly and threw away a pile of debris. Another raccoon cat monster jumped out. Yao Xiaoyu was startled and thrust out the long stick in her hand again. How could such a little monster escape in front of her at dawn? There were 2 raccoon cat monster corpses hanging on the long stick. They have been here for more than half a month and always thought there was only one raccoon cat monster. Little did they know that there were 2 of them. At this moment, Yao Xiaoyu finally understood why Yuji recommended Su Chen to her. It was not because he was handsome. The 2 returned to the tent. As the sky darkened, the people in the city had closed their doors and windows, so naturally no one saw this scene. Walking back to the tent, Yao Xiaoyu threw the stick in front of everyone with a touch of excitement. Everyone wanted to blame her, but immediately the mission was completed, but she was nowhere to be seen. But the 2 corpses of the civet cat monster on the stick shut everyone up. We have been working on it for more than half a month, but we haven't even figured out the number of monsters. When we tracked it at night, we thought it was a cunning monster. But in fact, it was 2 monsters cooperating to escape. Yao Xiaoyu had some joy on her face. When she talked about business, she was still serious. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. The cooperation of the monsters had deceived them all before. In addition, these 2 monsters were found by junior brother Su Chen. He was actually right. We should go to look for them at dawn. When this was said, everyone present was even more surprised. Everyone knew that it was definitely not their senior sister Xiaoyu who found the 2 monsters. If she really had this ability, why wait so long? It would have been solved half a month ago. Everyone looked at Yao Xiaoyu and then at Su Chen. Wu Yi, the commander of the camp, was the first to react. Thank you for your help, junior brother Su. You have solved a big problem for us. We will strictly record the credit, please rest assured, junior brother Su. After saying this, he called the attendant in and took Su Chen to rest. Su Chen also understood that they had something to say about him and wanted to talk about it here. Follow the attendant and go to other tents to rest. Seeing Su Chen leave, Wu Yi even lowered the curtain in the tent. Junior sister, are you sure these monsters? Wu Yi said halfway, but everyone understood what he wanted to ask. Do you think that I found these monsters? I told you before that Yuji recommended Su Chen to me, saying that he is good at tracking and spying. When I was in Yunyang Sect before, many of the spying missions in the wilderness were completed by Su Chen. Hearing Yao Xiaoyu's explanation, Wu Yi was even more surprised. The faces of other fellow disciples around him were also very surprised like Wu Yi. You said that Su Chen often completes espionage missions in Yunyang Sect? Yes, Yuji told me that basically 70% of the espionage missions on the front line of Yunyang Sect are completed by Su Chen. Many of them are even completed by him alone. Wu Yi walked back and forth twice and sat back in his seat. The espionage mission on the front line is the most dangerous mission for the sect. Tiangang City is like this. The Yunyang Sect's front line is deeper and it must be even more dangerous. Wu Yi spoke softly, expressing his doubts. If you really care about your merits, then when you accept a spy mission, you should discuss it with the sect and increase the reward for the spy mission. Tiangang City often gives a lot of contributions, but it is difficult for disciples to be willing to go. People who are greedy for merits are usually afraid of death. But listening to Yao Xiaoyu's words, Su Chen's actions seem to be very different from his reputation. A person who is greedy for merits takes the most dangerous spy missions. Isn't he afraid of earning contributions with his life, but not spending it with his life? But the news that Su Chen was driven away by Yunyang Sect is certain. Could it be that he has no problem, and Yunyang Sect deliberately gave him a title of greed for merits? A disciple next to him questioned, and it made sense. It seems unlikely that a big sect would frame a disciple under the sect. Whether Su Chen is a person who is greedy for merits or not, at least he helped us get rid of these two civet cat monsters. Even though he is a person who is greedy for credit, he does have some real skills. Wu said, and glanced at Yao Xiaoyu again. These two monsters were really found by Su Chen. They were hiding in the well on the west side of the city. They dug a hole on the side wall of the well and hid in it. Junior brother Su is indeed very handsome, but I won't give him the credit for my achievements. That's the fact, he found it. Yao Xiaoyu said this with great certainty, responding to everyone's doubts. In this case, we will keep Su Chen to observe for a while. Keep a close eye on him, and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong. Yunyang Sect front line. After the monster's feces appeared around the camp, the hall master He Chao further contracted the defense line. All the areas that had been pushed outward were released, and all the disciples defended the line of the camp. After the contraction, it was indeed stable for more than half a month. But it was only stable for more than half a month. At noon, the hall master He Chao called his direct disciples and inner disciples into the camp again. His brows were furrowed, and he felt very anxious. This was not the first time he was commanding at the front line, and it was not so dangerous before. In the past, he even organized several ambushes against monsters. The most at one time, nearly 100 monsters were killed. This time at the front line, He Chao did not understand why these monsters became so smart. Last night, monsters infiltrated the west side of the camp, probably a small group of dog monsters. They attacked directly from the throat, and some disciples died without even shouting. He Chao frowned and talked to everyone. Many people just learned the news and were shocked. The camp is very large, and even if there is some noise, not everyone can hear it. In order to prevent the disciples from panicking, I have blocked the news. But right now, the situation we are facing is very serious. 5 disciples have died in this month. In the camp, everyone's face was serious. We have been stationed here before at this time of year. Did we suffer such a big loss at the hands of the monsters at that time? In the past, at most people were injured, but no one died. Tell us, what is the reason and how to stop this situation from continuing? The defense line has been shrunk to the line of the camp. If we retreat further, will we have to give up the entire camp? In silence, a disciple stood up and spoke. I think there are 2 reasons for the current predicament. One is that the sentries stationed here are not vigilant enough. The second is that these monsters have indeed become more clever and better at hiding themselves than before. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately refuted by others. It's easy to say, and the responsibility is thrown onto the sentry. If you have the ability, go and try it yourself and see how vigilant you can be at night. His words obviously offended the disciple in charge of the sentry. Whoever is at fault will have his credit and contribution deducted. If your sentries weren't not vigilant enough, how could there be no warning when the monsters came? We didn't warn? We warned 6 times last night, and only missed one. What else do you want to think? If you think we are not doing well, then give us more people and make the sentries more densely populated. It would be best if everyone stayed up all night and stood guard. As they talked, they actually started quarreling. In fact, from now on, these monsters have regarded the people of Yunyang Sect as soft persimmons. In the past, they came and were killed every time. After a few more times, they naturally knew not to seek death. But now, the monsters are getting more frequent. In the past, Su Chen would investigate carefully and mark any place that he felt was problematic and report it. Now, those people will still mark it as before. However, I don't know what they are marking based on. In the past, Su Chen gave them guidance, but now, I don't know who they are relying on. In the tent, the disciples were noisy and did not get any useful information. He Chao was tired of listening to it, so he waved his hand to let most people leave, leaving only a few very close disciples. Master, I feel that it is because there is a big problem with the information we collected. In this month, the news coming in is less and slower. And the fallacies in the news are obviously much more than before. Relying on their information, we have not succeeded in ambushing once in this month. It feels like they are just reporting the news randomly. Looking at the disciples around him, He Chao thought about it and it seemed to be true. In the past month, the news reported about the traces of monsters has become less and less. Some of the news was found to be wrong after practice. It can be said that he, as the commander, has lost control of the movements of the monsters in the wilderness. Are there any changes in the disciples who collect information about the monsters? He Chao asked. I have checked it, and it is basically the same as before. The leaders are also the 2 inner disciples. In the past, their sources of information were actually quite accurate. I don't know why it has become like this now. The personnel have not changed, but the accuracy of the information has dropped significantly, and the amount of information has also been reduced by a large margin. It seems that the reason has been found, but it seems that the reason has not been found. He waved his hand, and he couldn't continue to struggle without a clue. I thought about it, we should still arrange people to spy on the movements of monsters. It is meaningless to be trapped in the camp. We know nothing about the monsters outside. If a big monster summons us and we are attacked without preparation, our losses will be greater. He Chao, the frontline commander, naturally has some brains. The camp is set up here to expand the area. If it is just to resist monsters, it is better to stick to the outer perimeter of the Yunyang sect. It is even more dangerous to be trapped here. Master, you are saying it lightly. We also know that we can go out to spy on monsters. Movement is very important. But who should go? The merit contribution value has been increased by more than half, but no one is willing to go. In the tent, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. There are some dangers in the camp. Going to the wilderness to spy and die? Now it seems that Su Chen is still useful. Although he is greedy for credit, he is willing to take on every spy mission. He Chao felt a little emotional. That's because Su Chen always grabs so much credit every time. If he doesn't make some efforts, the sect will not keep him for so long. Hallmaster, you should stop talking nonsense. We finally got rid of that scourge. From what you said, it seems that you want to get him back. Several disciples around were very resentful of Su Chen. Because in their opinion, Su Chen had taken a lot of credit from them before. But in He Chao's opinion, it didn't matter. He was not a disciple of the sect, so even if Su Chen was greedy for credit, it would not affect him. Before, He Chao thought that after Su Chen was driven away, others would work harder. The entire front line would advance more smoothly. But now it seems that it is a little different from what he thought. Something is wrong with the front line of Yunyang sect. Now everyone on the front line is actually panicking, and they all feel something is wrong. Before, those monsters dared not get close to the camp. They didn't dare to contact the front line. The cleanup at the end of summer even killed several groups of monsters. The casualties of the big monsters exceeded hundreds, and there was no doubt that the small monsters exceeded thousands. But how long has it been? Even if the monsters have changed, it is impossible for them to become extremely smart in a few months. Everyone knows that something is wrong, but where is this wrong? Is it because of Su Chen's departure? Many disciples should not agree with this. He Chao had no suitable solution at the moment, and could only defend the main camp. The number of sentries increased by 1/3, and at least at night, it would be safer. After dealing with those civic cat monsters, Yao Xiaoyu and his men did not stay in this rear city. They still had heavy tasks outside the front line. If they wanted to rest, they had to wait until winter. There would be snow in winter, and the monsters' activities would be easily exposed. The smart monsters would not go out in winter. Su Chen followed them and left. After finding the 2 raccoon cat monsters, the attitude of the people in Tiangang City became much kinder. Just as senior brother Wu said, even if Su Chen is a person who was greedy for credit, he is still capable. As long as his greed for credit does not affect the major events, Wu even feels that he can tolerate it. On the way, Wu found an opportunity to sit in the same carriage with Su Chen. During the conversation, they talked about some things. The focus was mainly on the content of some espionage missions. Wu had carried out 2 espionage missions, which were full of dangers. Each time he was gambling with his life. Jumping over the defense line, that is the territory of monsters, and every step is full of danger. It is acceptable to encounter 3 or 5 big monsters, but there, you may turn around and run into a golden monster or even a ground monster. The strength of the ground monster can even rival the elders of the major sections. If the young generation of the sect encounters it, there is almost no chance of survival. It is precisely because of his understanding of the espionage mission that Wu has some doubts. People who are greedy for merit are almost all greedy for life. If you are afraid of death, how dare you go on a spy mission? Talking along the way. Regarding the relevant matters of the spy mission, Wu found that he knew far less than Su Chen. Various traces, various situations to pay attention to. Which monsters gather in groups, and which monsters like to act alone. Su Chen talked about it, and he obviously knew more than Wu. He even gave Wu some tips in his words. When performing a spy mission, if you find monsters mixed together, you must be extra vigilant. For example, cat monsters, dog monsters, wolf monsters and other small monsters are mixed together. That means there must be a big monster nearby, or even a golden monster. Only more powerful monsters can control these different monsters. After hearing these experiences, Wu was sure in his heart. What Yao Xiaoyu said before was not a problem. Su Chen did carry out many spy missions. Without personally taking risks, it is absolutely impossible to understand so much. There were loopholes in the conversation. A disciple who has the courage to carry out a spy mission, will he really be a person who was greedy for merit? There was a question mark in his mind, and Wu Yi was not sure now. But he felt that Su Chen was not as greedy for credit as the rumors said. Afraid of death. Brother Wu, are we going to Tiangang City now? After chatting for a while, Su Chen asked about the distance to the next stop. Hearing this, Wu Yi shook his head. We are going to the southwest of Tiangang City to provide support. I heard that the monsters there are quite active, and they even want to counterattack us. We solved the civet cat monster in advance, and we also went to help our fellow disciples there in advance. The distance should be about 80 miles. The carriage traveled for a day and everyone arrived at the designated location. Seeing Wu Yi and his men coming, the other people in the camp hurried to greet them. In order to deal with these monsters, they were already very tired. When they saw Su Chen, the other people in the camp also greeted him politely. They probably didn't know Su Chen. These days, there are civet cat monsters and wolf monsters coming to harass us almost every night. We are so exhausted that we can't rest at all. We thought that if we don't rest well at night, we can replenish our physical strength during the day. But unexpectedly, these monsters have been harassing us even during the day recently. Although they can't hurt us, this person really can't hold on any longer. The man in front of him is called Lu Fengcong. Wu Yi should be familiar with him. The two seem to have a good relationship. You guys go and rest quickly. We are here to support you now. You can come to help us when you wake up. When people are familiar with each other, they talk more casually. Lu Fengcong was not shy at all and took the others back to the tent to rest. It was still noon and the visibility was better. Wu Yi led everyone to patrol around the camp and observe the terrain. There was a small river in the distance of the camp, like a natural dividing line. On the other side of the river, there were more areas where monsters were active. On this side of the river, all kinds of bushes had been cleared to prevent monsters from hiding in them. Everyone was just looking at the environment. Su Chen was looking for traces left by monsters. Although the monsters are much stronger than wild beasts, they still retain many of the habits of wild beasts. For example, they use urine as a mark and pay attention to their own smell. If a road they have walked is safe, they will most likely walk along that road again. After walking around, Su Chen has found two places, both of which are marked by monsters. Monster Hunting Pioneer, Tian Life is activated, and the traces of monsters are basically nowhere to hide. We will be on duty tonight. Although Brother Fawn just said it easily, in fact, big monsters often appear here. Be vigilant and work as a team. Wu Yi paused for a moment and looked at Lin Tian and Huang Shanyun. You two still lead a team each, Lin Tian on the left, Huang Shanyun on the right. Your senior sister Xiaoyu and I will sit in the middle. If there is any danger, shout loudly. As for junior brother Su, you go to senior brother Lin Tian. Hearing that Su Chen was going to be put into their team, Lin Tian wanted to say something immediately. But before he could say anything, he was glared at by Wu Yi. He pursed his lips, feeling unhappy, but still didn't say much. In the afternoon, there were indeed small monsters harassing again. One was killed and never came back. It was about to get dark, and after dark, it was time to get down to business. Before nightfall, Lin Tian and everyone else wanted to decide to talk to Su Chen. Junior brother Su hearing Lin Tian's voice, Su Chen stood up. It's not like the cities in the rear. Monsters may attack here at any time. I've thought about some things, and it's better to say them out first. Lin Tian paused, his face became a little serious. Junior brother Su, you should also know your reputation outside. You were driven away by Yunyang Sect. I said it a little directly, but I have to say it first. Facing those monsters, we must unite and cooperate. No matter who it is, we will never let them go if they are greedy for merit and afraid of danger. Yunyang Sect may just drive people away, and be kind and merciful. But when we deal with such people, we will directly let them lie in bed for a year or two. In the face of monster attacks, cooperation in the team is extremely important. Some people are greedy for life and afraid of danger. When facing monsters, they will even frame their own people. Let the monster devour others, and they will not come to him again. So for such people, people from major sects are extremely disgusted. Brother Lin is right. If I, Su Chen, was greedy for merit and afraid of danger, and had my hands and feet broken, it would be reasonable. Su Chen replied calmly. If he was really that kind of person, how could he have suffered so many injuries? Who would be greedy for life and afraid of death, like himself, wandering around in danger? Su Chen answered firmly, and Lin Tian and others did not say anything more. However, they still had some worries and concerns in their hearts. There are many people who say nice things, but not many can do it. Senior brother Lin, let's not have too much hope in him. Lin Tian also nodded. Arrange everyone to cooperate as in the previous drill. As for Su Chen, let him do whatever he wants. It would be more disadvantageous to let an untrustworthy person join the cooperation. During this period, Su Chen proposed 2 hidden ambush locations, but it was not adopted by Lin Tian. The sky was gradually getting dark, and everyone was waiting seriously. There was some moonlight tonight. There were some torches lit around, and the firelight was shining, which could be regarded as illuminating a lot of light. But compared with the daytime, the visible distance was still much worse. At midnight, loud shouts were heard not far away. It should be that Huang Shanyun was attacked, and Yao Wanyue, who was sitting in the middle, immediately went to reinforce. Wu Yi and 2 other disciples continued to guard the central area. On Su Chen's side, everyone's expressions were also slightly tense. Even an experienced person who had faced monsters many times was still a little nervous. There are more than 10 monsters in front of us on the left, and there are 2 big monsters. Su Chen suddenly spoke, his voice was a little loud, and everyone was startled. Several people looked up to the left front, and there was silence in the dark night. He raised the torch to shine, but still did not see any trace of the monster. Lin Tian frowned and looked at Su Chen. If you lie, not only will you not get any credit, but your contribution will be deducted. Subconsciously, he still felt that Su Chen wanted to take credit. Many sects will count the credit for finding the traces of monsters. Su Chen ignored his words, but quickly stood up, grabbed the torch and threw it to the left front. The next moment, the monster hit by the torch screamed and immediately dispersed. In the dark night, the monster had actually sneaked up. Looking at the distance, it was less than 100 feet away. Seeing that they were discovered, these monsters seemed to stop pretending and immediately rushed over violently. Seeing this, Lin Tian and others immediately picked up their weapons. Behind these little monsters, there are 2 tiger monsters that can already stand and walk. The strength of a big monster. Su Chen held the long sword tightly in his hand. The destiny of Sword Practitioner and Monster Hunting Pioneer have been activated. For night battles, Monster Hunting Pioneer is needed to improve vision. He now has the strength of the 8th grade Refining Essence initial stage. Strength. Facing a big monster, he may not have the upper hand, but he can definitely fight it. Suddenly, the long sword in Su Chen's hand had slashed out. He only knew the basic sword techniques, but with the destiny of Sword Practitioner, the blade he swung was also a bit mysterious. The few small monsters charging in front were killed by the sword in just one move. Lin Tian and others should not have thought that Su Chen would take the initiative to rush forward. But at the moment, there was no more attention to these. Lin Tian and others began to call for support. The 2 big monsters in front of them were not easy to deal with. But at this moment, Wu Yi was also harassed by monsters. He had asked people to run back to the camp immediately and let Lu Tingsong come to support them. If they don't come again, there will be big problems. Su Chen understood a little. These monsters had a plan long ago. They had harassed frequently before, at night and during the day. They just wanted to make people exhausted. They thought that everyone was exhausted physically and mentally, and today was the day to go out and take them down. But unexpectedly, Su Chen and others came to reinforce. If it was 1 day later, I don't know how many people would have died today. Most of the big monsters have become intelligent. Although they cannot speak, it is very common for them to use some tricks. Lin Tian and others were still shouting for reinforcements, but they only got some vague responses. The monsters were close to them. After cooperating for a long time, they also began to form a formation to meet the enemy. The long spears in their hands stabbed out, and the spear tips attacked like rainbows. In the glittering firelight, many small monsters that jumped up were pierced. But these monsters today are obviously not as easy to deal with as usual. The big monsters behind them suppressed them, and the small monsters seemed to have no fear in their hearts. A tiger monster was restrained by Su Chen, while another tiger monster actually drew a big knife and slashed like a human. Lin Tian and others lined up to fight together, stabbing with long spears. But this tiger monster wanted them to do just like them. The other small monsters seemed to have received orders and pounced on everyone from the side. Sharp claws and fangs slashed through, clothes were torn, and blood gushed out. But this was not enough. These monsters obviously wanted to kill people. Protect your neck and retreat, Su Chen shouted, and the few people didn't care who gave the order at this moment. In this critical moment, it was a blessing to be able to say a word and calm everyone's mind. In the battle between beasts, they all want to bite the other's neck. If the neck is bitten off, the battle will be lost instantly. Even gods can't save him. Even if he is injured in other places, he can still fight. Facing these monsters, you must protect your neck. Everyone fought and retreated, turning defense into containment. These monsters are not stupid. They know that everyone has reinforcements, and dragging on will only make them suffer more and more. The tiger monster no longer saved his physical strength and suddenly rushed forward. One of them fell to one side. Seeing this, the other little monsters immediately wanted to pounce on him and bite him. This person also remembered Su Chen's reminder just now. Although his leg was bitten and hurt, he still protected his neck. As the leader, Lin Tian was not afraid at all. The spear in his hand stabbed forward directly. Seeing this scene, Su Chen felt that Lin Tian was indeed qualified to scold those who were greedy for life and afraid of death. At this moment, he was like a descending immortal god, giving a helping hand to his fellow junior brother. No wonder others were so convinced and trusted him. In the distance, the voice of the helper had been heard, trying to drive away the monsters. And these monsters were also a little tired, and their physical strength was not endless. And because of their huge size, the physical energy consumed by 2 tiger monsters will be much more than that of humans. Why do some large wild beasts often act so lax? Except when they are fierce and swift when hunting, they are slow at other times. It is because they want to save physical energy and reduce consumption. Seeing that the situation was not right, a tiger monster roared to the sky. The next moment, the monster began to shrink. The other tiger monster suddenly pounced on Lin Tian and bit his arm with its mouth. A huge force held him and ran into the wilderness. The other monsters followed closely and began to retreat. Brother Lin. The others wanted to save Lin Tian, but when they went forward to chase him, they were blocked by the monsters that were left behind. Soon, the tiger monster had already carried Lin Tian across the stream and entered the dense mountain forest. Entering the wilderness and dense forest, even rescue was impossible. The bushes were dense, and Lin Tian would soon lose his trace if he was caught in it. Su Chen took out a pill and swallowed it. The next moment, he jumped forward, jumped over the stream, and rushed into the dense forest. Su Chen! Don't rush into the dense forest. The others were also shocked. It was not that they were unwilling to save Lin Tian, but if they entered the dense forest, they would immediately lose the whereabouts of the monster. Entering it would not save Lin Tian. But Su Chen did not stop at all. In a moment, his figure was swallowed up by the dense forest. Is this really a person who was greedy for merit and afraid of death? In each sect, there are already rules on how to deal with monsters. When facing a battle, we should go all out and unite as one. But if a monster escapes, it is not advisable to pursue it. Even if it captures someone and leaves, we will not risk going deep to rescue him. These are the lessons learned from many incidents. If you are captured by a monster, you will die soon. Unless you are rescued within half an hour, it is likely that you will find a corpse. In addition, the monster escaped into the wilderness. No one knows what the situation is there, and whether there are any traps or ambushes. If you go to rescue people, you will most likely put yourself in danger. With so many people present, who doesn't want to save Lin Tian? But after Lin Tian was captured and thrown into the dense forest, they didn't dare to go in. If they really broke in, they would most likely bury their lives. Besides, don't look at the current weather. From the moment Lin Tian was dragged into the dense forest, his traces were already difficult to find. And what they didn't expect most was that Su Chen actually jumped forward to rescue him. Everyone was shocked in their grief. Who would be so greedy for credit that they would steal it like this? Su Chen, is he really a coward who was greedy for credit and afraid of death? After a while, Lu Ting's reinforcements arrived. Half a minute later, Wu Yi came quickly with a broad-bladed long sword in his hand. He saw at a glance that the number of people was wrong. Where is Lin Tian? A bad premonition surged in his heart. Brother Lin Tian was bitten on the arm by a tiger monster in order to save me and was dragged into the jungle. Hearing this news, the veins on Wu Yi's temples instantly bulged. Where is Su Chen? Was he also attacked and captured by the monster? Or did he escape? In a blink of an eye, Wu Yi also found that Su Chen's figure was missing. Junior brother Su Chen broke into the jungle alone, and he went to save senior brother Lin Tian. Save people? Wu Yi was stunned for a moment. Who are you talking about? Su Chen went into the jungle to save people? Yeah, everyone else nodded. Like Wu Yi, they were a little unconvinced. But they saw Su Chen break into the forest with their own eyes, so it couldn't be fake. Brother Wu, what should we do? What else can we do except wait? Wu Yi's heart was still churning. In addition to the elimination of the monster threat, it was more because of Su Chen. Everyone was a little tired, and sat on the ground without caring whether it was clean or not. Is Su Chen really as Yun Yang Sect said, greedy for merit, afraid of death? Wu Yi asked unconsciously, and the others did not answer immediately, and they were all silent. If it was before, they would say, Yun Yang Sect will not frame people for no reason. But now, they began to question Yun Yang Sect. Going into the wilderness alone to save people, even the most brave disciples dare not take the risk. The danger is even greater than the spy mission. Perhaps, we should get to know junior brother Su Chen again. It is always difficult to get the truth from hearsay from other places. Everyone nodded. I just don't know if Su Chen has a chance to come back. If his life is gone, what's the point of clearing his name? In the dense forest, Su Chen gradually went deeper. Su Chen knew the danger of rescuing Lin Tian this time. It was precisely because he knew that he chose to take action. No one else could save him except himself. Monster Pioneer was activated, and only he could see the trace of the tiger monster just now. He would not get lost in the dense forest and search randomly like other people. This is his biggest advantage compared to others, and only he can save him. Lin Tian's previous words and deeds did show that he was very contemptuous of himself, and even disgusted. But Su Chen saw that he was protecting others in front of the monster and risking his life, and he didn't feel bad in his heart. Bravely slaying monsters and protecting the people around him with all his strength, Su Chen recognized such a person. At least, such a person saved him himself. He would not say that he was greedy for merit and robbed the credit. Another reason for choosing to rescue Lin Tian was that he already had the strength of the 8th grade refining spirit. His body is strong enough, and the tiger monster cannot kill him in a short time. He will not die when he follows him. Gripping the long knife tightly in his hand, Su Chen followed the traces. His steps were light and he sneaked carefully. These monsters also knew that Lin Tian was not so easy to kill, but this was a wilderness with dense forests. Lin Tian had no support, but these monsters would have a lot of help. If they continued to consume, Lin Tian would surely become their meal. On the way, Su Chen hesitated for a moment. Then he activated the destiny of skillful hands. The next moment, he began to set up some traps. After saving Lin Tian, he could return from this road. And these traps set in advance could also give him some help. It doesn't matter how much damage the monsters will suffer without traps. The impact, just delaying their pursuit is enough. After activating the skillful hands destiny, the traps were indeed set faster. In the past, when he was in Yun Yang Sect, many disciples were far less efficient than Su Chen in setting traps. With the blessing of the skillful hands destiny, the blocking traps were set in less than a quarter of an hour. After the processing was completed, Su Chen reactivated Monster Hunting Pioneer. At this moment, Monster Hunting Pioneer and Tenacity were activated at the same time. Go to rescue in the best fighting state. Deep in the dense forest, the tiger monsters still bit Lin Tian's arm. Around, other small monsters were looking for opportunities. Lin Tian's legs were already injured, but these monsters also paid some price, and 2 died. In the dense forest, these monsters are no longer in a hurry. They must find the best time to attack Lin Tian. They should also be afraid that Lin Tian will counterattack before he dies and take them to death. At this moment, Lin Tian knows his fate and he has no chance of survival. What he can do is to take away a few more monsters before he dies. With one hand bitten by the tiger monster, Lin Tian began to use his other hand to hit the tiger monster's head. But the skull was hard, and the tiger monster had the strength of a great monster. Such an attack would only hurt it. Seeing this, the other monsters seemed to feel that the time had come, and it would be better to attack Lin Tian. Suddenly, before the other monsters attacked Lin Tian, Su Chen had already jumped out from his hiding place. He slashed with a long sword and directly chopped the tiger monster's spine. The 8th grade refining spirit realm used all his strength to slash the tiger monster's spine. This scene was not expected by the monsters, and Lin Tian did not expect it either. With the spine injured, the great monster seemed to be losing strength. Su Chen stretched out his hand to pry open its mouth. Lin Tian's bitten hand was in black under the moonlight. Fortunately, the 8th grade refining spirit realm had good physical strength, and his arm was not bitten off. He picked up Lin Tian and threw him directly on his back. Su Chen did not care whether he was in pain or not, and it was good enough that he could save his life now. A series of actions, without any pause. The monsters came to their senses and started to chase. They probably didn't expect that they could escape with the food in hand. Such a powerful warrior would get much more benefits from swallowing than ordinary people. According to the established plan, Su Chen carried Lin Tian on his back and fled out of the dense forest. Behind him, the monsters chased closely. Su Chen was even more inconvenient to carry Lin Tian on his back. Lin Tian also wanted to help, but his arms and legs were injured. Only his left hand could exert some strength. The group of monsters were chasing him. In an emergency, Lin Tian found that these monsters seemed to have stepped into a trap. The sharpened branches stabbed the monsters that were tracking. It didn't take the lives of these little monsters, but these traps did greatly slow down the monsters' tracking speed. Activating the destiny of tenacity, Suchen still felt a little tired. Carrying a person and running in the mountains and forests, it was too much of a physical drain. But fortunately, he could see the edge of the dense forest. Suchen gathered his strength and did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and ran out of the dense forest. Looking forward in the moonlight, the scene in front of him became wider. The dense forest finally came out. Suchen carried Lin Tian across the stream and put him down. Then he panted and rested. Lin Tian was covered with wounds, but at this moment, he didn't seem to feel much pain. The joy of escaping death was enough to suppress all the severe pain. Looking at Suchen in front of him, Lin Tian felt a complex emotion in his heart. Gratitude was inevitable. In addition to gratitude, there was also a bit of guilt. He still remembered what his attitude was towards Suchen before. Looking back, he wanted to slap himself twice. In the distance, Wu Yi and the others seemed to hear some sounds. Under the moonlight, they saw the figures of two people. With a little vigilance, they walked for a while and finally confirmed that it was Suchen and Lin Tian. The pace immediately quickened and ran over. When everyone saw Lin Tian, they were excited to hug him. And Lin Tian was also very excited. Don't hug, it hurts. The situation was urgent before, and it seemed that he could still bear it. Now that he came to his senses, being hugged by them and pulling the wound was really painful. Hurry up, prepare a shelf to carry your senior brother Lin back. Wu Yi ordered on the side, and everyone hurriedly did it. At this moment, Wu Yi's eyes finally looked at Suchen. Thanks to junior brother Su's heroic rescue, I never thought I could still be alive today. Before Wu Yi could speak, Lin Tian on the side had already explained. Wu Yi nodded without asking any more questions. It was too cruel to be questioned and doubted for saving people. It's good that you are safe. Let's go back to the camp to rest and recuperate. Being well is the key. Wu Yi said, and he also took out the pill and gave it to Suchen and Lin Tian. Suchen was not polite and swallowed the pill directly. After a short rest, under the destiny of tenacity, his physical strength recovered quickly. Not long after waiting, everyone prepared 2 racks. It seemed that they thought Suchen would be carried away too. Hearing Suchen say that he was fine and could walk, everyone laughed and the atmosphere was harmonious. Perhaps from this moment on, everyone has begun to recognize Suchen. Look at the time, it's almost in time. Wu Yi and his party's reinforcement today is really timely. On the first night they arrived, they encountered a sneak attack by monsters. If they had come a day later, something big might have happened. Let's go back and rest. Listen to the brothers here and they will come to continue to garrison. Several people lifted Lin Tian up and went back to the camp to rest. Tonight was a blessing in disguise. Although some people were injured, at least everyone saved their lives. Back to the camp, the logistics disciples came to help. Lin Tian was carried to a separate tent. He had many wounds on his body and needed to be treated with medicine. Suchen was also arranged to rest in the tent. Everyone rushed to do the work and let Suchen rest. Suchen did not hesitate. His physical strength was restored a lot, but he was still a little tired. With the help of the destiny of tenacity, he also needed to rest. Running through the mountains and forests with a warrior on his back, the physical consumption was really too great. The sky gradually brightened, and the dangerous night finally passed. In the camp, many delicious ingredients were used today. Lu Tingsong could also see that Suchen and his people helped them block a disaster last night. These monsters had frequently harassed Lu Tingsong before, just to make Lu Tingsong tired and less vigilant. Then they took them down in one fell swoop last night. This was the most dangerous night, but Suchen and others helped them to block it. It was reasonable to express gratitude. Suchen did not sleep in, and got up at the right time. He walked out of the tent, washed and tidied up. He happened to meet senior sister Yao Xiaoyu, and the two went to have some breakfast together. Last night, there were 4 big monsters attacking. These beasts had planned it long ago, and they wanted to kill everyone in our camp last night. Speaking of last night, Yao Xiaoyu seemed to be a little scared. I heard that junior brother Su risked his life last night and went deep into the dense forest to save Lin Tian. I was lucky and didn't lose him. If there hadn't been that bright moonlight last night, I'm afraid my trip would have been in vain. Suchen's words were more modest, but Yao Xiaoyu was still a little surprised and shocked when she heard this. When she heard the news, she actually didn't believe it. Not to mention late at night, even if she was dragged into the wilderness and dense forest by those monsters during the day, there was almost no chance of survival. Others couldn't go to rescue him. But Su Chen went to Yao Xiaoyu at this moment, and the same idea came to her mind as others. If this was true, why did Su Chen get the reputation of being greedy for credit? They had not known each other for a long time, but Yao Xiaoyu could clearly feel it. Su Chen was not like the rumors she had heard. On the contrary, Yu Ji and her description were more in line with Su Chen's personality. After breakfast, Su Chen had nothing to do, so he went back to the tent to rest. Yao Xiaoyu and others had been called together by Wu Yi to talk about things. Everyone sat down in the tent. This tent was where Lin Tian rested. At this moment, he was lying on the bed with medicine applied to many parts of his body. Don't worry, I am at least at the 8th level of the refining essence realm. I injured some bones and muscles, but my brain was not injured. As he said that, Lin Tian also smiled. Then without wasting time, Lin Tian told everything that happened last night. From the initial attack by the monster until he was taken away by the tiger monster. Lin Tian did not hide anything about his encounter in the dense forest. As long as he remembered the details, he told them all. Just listening, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, I was ready to die at that time, and I was satisfied to be able to take a big monster with me. And at that time, junior brother Su appeared with a knife. He should also have the strength of the 8th level of the refining essence realm. Lin Tian also told the whole process of how he was rescued. Su Chen basically rescued him from the monster's nest. When everyone heard this, they were silent again for a moment. So, Su Chen is not what the rumors say. What greed for merit, what covetousness, what fear of danger, are all nonsense and slander. Wu Yi concluded after hearing these words. Everyone nodded slightly, but it seemed that they still had something to say. In the tent, everyone was still discussing Su Chen. Before, everyone had doubts about Su Chen. Even though they had caught 2 cat demons before, they still didn't trust Su Chen. But what happened last night changed everyone's views on Su Chen. While talking, one of the disciples couldn't help but ask. If Su Chen wasn't the kind of person who liked to take credit, why did Yunyang Sect drive him away? Why else? Because the people of Yunyang Sect are stupid, because the people of Yunyang Sect are dumb. At worst, it's because the people of Yunyang Sect are bad. Anyway, I don't believe that Junior Brother Su is the kind of person that Yunyang Sect said. It's very likely that Junior Brother Su's performance was too heroic, overshadowing the others. A group of people united to slander Junior Brother Su, wanting to make Junior Brother Su infamous and ruin him. A group of evil people are worthy of death. Lin Tian on the bed said these words, seeming to be a little angry. Seeing Lin Tian's attitude, everyone could understand. Su Chen saved his life and was his savior, so he would naturally speak in Su Chen's favor. Seeing that no one else agreed to take over the conversation, Lin Tian paused and continued. Everyone, I personally experienced it last night and saw every move of Junior Brother Su. There are few people who are greedy for credit and afraid of danger. They are terrified when facing a big monster. Maybe you will say that Junior Brother Su just wants to change his reputation, so he took a risk. But when he faced the monster, he handled it calmly and was not cowardly at all. To be honest, he is much better than me, Lin Tian. That skillful response shows that he is a person who often walks on the edge of a knife. How could such a person be a person who is greedy for credit and afraid of danger? We can't let some dirty slanders misunderstand Junior Brother Su. After listening to this explanation, Wu Yi on the side also nodded. In fact, I have talked to Su Chen before. He knows a lot about spy missions. He is also very experienced in dealing with situations in the wilderness. From his words, I can almost confirm that Junior Brother Su is indeed someone who often carries out spy missions. He is indeed not the kind of person who is greedy for credit and afraid of death. Wu Yi is a senior brother and also the leader of the team. These words made everyone more convinced of Su Chen. Anyway, Junior Brother Su saved Senior Brother Lin Tian. I admire his bravery. I believe in him. During the conversation, everyone reached a consensus. Put aside your prejudice against Su Chen and get along with him in the future. After lunch, Su Chen heard that Lin Tian could visit him, so he went to see him. Seeing Su Chen coming, Lin Tian immediately sat up with all his strength. His face was full of smiles, very welcoming. Su Chen asked about his injuries, and after he was basically fine, he started to talk about other things. I think Junior Brother Su's strength should be the 8th grade refining essence initial stage. Last night, the aura was revealed, and Lin Tian should be able to feel it. But to be honest, Junior Brother, you are at the 8th grade refining essence initial stage, and the power of one sword seems to be not much different from mine. At first, I even thought it was senior brother Wu who came. Lin Tian smiled and said, praising Suchen's extraordinary strength. This is not a random compliment. Suchen practiced the Xian Tian Dao Xianju, and his own foundation is a few points stronger than others. After all, this is the practice method of a saint, and compared with other ways of practice, it can be clearly felt that the improvement is more huge. The foundation is more stable, plus the blessing of destiny of sword practitioner. It is normal that the sword technique I use is comparable to the might of the middle stage of refining essence. But to say that my sword is as powerful as the perfect stage of refining essence is an exaggeration, just a nice word. While lying here with nothing to do, I was still thinking about the situation last night. Thinking back carefully, junior brother seems to use sword techniques, but there doesn't seem to be much mystery between the moves. Lin Tian looked at Suchen with a hint of doubt. As senior brother Lin saw, I only learned some basic sword techniques in Yunyang Sect, and there is nothing mysterious between the moves. Hearing that Suchen only learned some basic sword techniques, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Life-saving grace, repaying with a spring. It is definitely not something that can be evaded with a few words. Lin Tian has long been thinking about how to repay Suchen. During the conversation, he also wanted to get some information to see what he could give in return. Now it seems that Suchen does not have a suitable sword technique, so he can just give a gift to repay his kindness. Waving his hand, Lin Tian immediately asked his attendant to bring his luggage. Then he reached out and took out 2 books. Junior brother Su, look, I have 2 sword techniques here. You can take a look, at least they are better than your basic sword techniques. Seeing the 2 books, Suchen was still a little hesitant and did not take them. Seeing this, Lin Tian reacted in a moment. Junior brother Su, don't worry, these sword techniques are it is not the way of Tiangang City's martial arts. I am not so stupid as to give something from the sect to someone. One of these is the Lin family swordsmanship that was passed down in my family. It may not be as profound as the swordsmanship of the big sect, but it is not too bad. It's just that I am really not used to using this big sword, so I have never studied it in depth. The other swordsmanship secret book was bought by me on the roadside when I was having fun. I thought I might encounter some opportunities, but after flipping through it for a while, I felt that it was all nonsense. Lin Tian wanted to say that this martial arts book was nonsense. But suddenly he realized that he was going to give someone a gift. It seemed inappropriate to belittle the things he gave. Junior brother Su's attainments in swordsmanship must be several times better than mine. In the hands of junior brother Su, these 2 swordsmanship secret books can play their true role. As he said that, Lin Tian stuffed 2 martial arts secret manuals into Suchen's hands. Seeing this, Suchen no longer refused. He really needed a suitable swordsmanship book. That night, if he had mastered the exquisite swordsmanship, perhaps the tiger demon would have died in his hands instead of fighting with him. Thank you, brother Lin, for the book. I will shamelessly take it. You saved my life, Lin Tian. All this is what I should do. Yunyang Sect front line. If the disciples pushed the defense line forward 1 foot, it was equivalent to expanding the territory of Dezhou by 1 foot. But recently, all the frontline disciples have gathered near the main camp. The faces of the frontline disciples no longer have the casual confidence they had before. At night, monsters often harass. The sentries seemed to be warning all night, and the monsters that attacked here had just been driven away. There was another group of the disciples who were resting at night couldn't sleep well at all. If a monster came in, they might not be able to save their lives while they were still asleep. A group of people were still looking for reasons, blaming each other, and saying that others did something wrong. The top leaders of Yunyang Sect had heard the news from the front line. He Chao was still trying to find a way to deal with it. The top leaders of the sect had asked the head of Shang Yan to replace him. In the past month, 7 people have died on the front line. Even if the defense line is retreated to the side of the main camp, it is still difficult to deal with these monsters. The key is that these monsters harass at night. They come around the camp and escape unscathed. If we don't let these monsters suffer and pay a price, they will become more aggressive. Shang Yan is a relatively capable hallmaster of Yunyang Sect. Many people say that she will be the next elder of Yunyang Sect. After taking over He Chao, Shang Yan immediately made some changes. She began to set up traps and ambushes to attack and deal with the harassing monsters. She did not seek to solve too many at once, but the monsters she ambushed must pay the price. Shang Yan's decision did kill some monsters, but the number was too small. Many traps and ambushes did not work. Some monsters even took this opportunity to run to the back of the camp. In the territory of Yunyang Sect, monsters began to appear in groups. There are now many people settled in the area from the Yunyang Sect to the frontline camp. In the past 2 years, The people who settled here have almost forgotten what the monsters look like. Even in the Great Zhou, a saying spread, there are no monsters in Yunyang within 100 miles. It is said that no monster dares to approach within 100 miles of Yunyang Sect. But now, this sentence is no longer appropriate. Yunyang Sect. In the attic, several elders sat in the upper seats, looking at He Chao below. At first, they wanted to hold He Chao accountable. But the hallmaster Shan Yan, who went to replace him, still failed to stabilize the situation at the front. So today, they are not here to hold him accountable. They want to talk to He Chao and discuss why this situation happened at the front. Last night, the front sent another letter. An inner disciple was injured and the main camp was attacked by a big monster. Fortunately, the big monster has been killed. The fifth elder's son Shuerong said, frowning slightly. In the past 2 years, all matters on our front line have been extremely smooth. Although those monsters are stupid, they know to stay away from our camp when they see it. But what happened recently? It's okay for the front line to have problems. Even the main camp has been frequently harassed, and some people have been abducted by monsters in the main camp. Could it be that in just these few months, those beasts have really become smart? Sun Shuerong couldn't figure it out. In the end of summer, the Yunyang Sect's operation was obviously going so smoothly. How many big monsters died in it? But now, how long has summer passed? Those monsters suddenly become powerful and shrewd? Not only Sun Shuerong didn't believe it, but so many elders present also didn't believe it. He Chao, you have been on the front line for a month, you should have some ideas. Tell me, I think it's because of some reason. But don't tell me that it's because of driving away a certain disciple. Don't bring up such ridiculous remarks. Hearing this, He Chao also smiled. The fifth elder also heard some people's gossip. At the front line, someone also mentioned Su Chen's disciple to me. It seems that he is still missed and thinks that he has made great contributions to the sect. The fifth elder's son Shuerong chuckled. To be honest, I still regret letting Su Chen leave like this. He should have been asked to explain in front of all the disciples of the sect how he was greedy for credit. He should have explained the despicable things he did one by one. I didn't expect that there were disciples in the sect who admired him. Sun Shuerong said, seeming to be a little angry. Hearing this, He Chao paused. As an aside, how did the elders find out that this disciple was greedy for credit before they arrived at the front line? Did a disciple come to report it first? Hearing this, Sun Shuerong could not help but smile again. In a way, he is stupid and greedy. In the demon-slaying operation at the end of summer, Su Chen's contribution has surpassed Xingwan. He should have heard that the disciple with the highest contribution can get a golden soul pill. But how could he, a disciple of the 9th grade body refining, get so many contributions? I talked about this with both Xingwan and Jian Yun. Jian Yun said directly that if he only had the strength of the 9th grade body refining, he would not be able to get so many contributions. Could it be that he is better than Jian Yun? Then I talked to other disciples, only to find that many disciples had already complained in their hearts. His habit of greed for credit has long been well known. In fact, many people know these things, and they have been spread in Yunyang Sect for a long time. It's just that He Chao was away from the sect for some time because of something, so some information was missed. Okay, let's talk about business. Tell me what you think about the situation on the front line. He Chao nodded and began to express his opinion. He Chao had already summarized it before coming. He was not going to say anything more about the monsters becoming smart and cruel. After all, the fifth elder's son Shuerong had just said that she didn't believe that these monsters would change so much in a short time. Of course, He Chao also agreed with this. How could the monsters change so much in a short time? The change was so great. He still believed that the reason for these problems was that there was a problem with the source of the information. Is there a problem with the source of the information? Elders, the information I received as the frontline commander in the past month was either delayed or wrong. Compared with the previous sources of information, there was a big problem. The information was full of errors. No matter how we arranged it, it was in vain. Even if senior sister Shan Yan went there, it would be difficult to make any progress. We are completely in the dark and have no idea about the movements of the monsters. How can we deal with it? The elders looked serious, and what they said seemed to be somewhat reasonable. If there was a problem with the source of the information, it would be like fighting the monsters blindfolded. Of course, we would be at a disadvantage. Write a letter to inform Shan Yan immediately and ask her to focus on the source of the news. He Chao, you should also go to the front line again, and the two of you should work together to find out the problem. Why is there a huge drawback in the source of the news all of a sudden? It can't be because of the disciple who was driven away, right? He Chao smiled and said, Fifth Elder, you are joking. I will go to the front line immediately and find out the reason as soon as possible. I will sort out the disciples who are inquiring about the news again, and the problem should be solved." The elders nodded, and He Chao saluted and left the attic. In the attic, several elders continued to talk about things. Fifth elder: "It's better to report this Su Chen's matter to the sect again. In addition to being good at grabbing credit, this disciple seems to have some means of winning people's hearts. He has been away for so long, and someone still mentions this boy." Hearing this, fifth elder's son Shuarong nodded. Su Chen was at the front line at the beginning. He deliberately led others into danger, and then acted as a rescuer. With this trick, many people were deceived by him. So some disciples are grateful to him in their hearts. The elder who spoke nodded. It is the foundation of human beings to be grateful, and it is natural for disciples to be grateful. But this kind of behavior should still be exposed by the sect, so as to prevent disciples from being deceived. After a discussion, several elders dispersed. As for the front line of Yunyang sect, they quickly began to check the source of the news. There was no change in personnel, but the news began to lag behind and began to be largely erroneous. There must be a reason for this. Shan Yan actually discovered this problem at the front line of Yunyang sect. In the past, as a frontline commander, she arranged tasks and ambushed monsters according to the information she obtained. Not to mention success every time, the effect was very good most of the time. But this time, she came with full confidence, but reality poured cold water on her. The ambush effect was very poor, and the monster movements she received were full of errors. After Yi Chao returned to the front line, the two hall masters launched a strict investigation into the matter together. All the disciples who were related to the information gathering were called in for questioning, including how they had gathered information before and how they were gathering information now. Ask them if they had encountered any difficulties. After asking, they found that there was no difference from before. He Chao and Shan Yan discussed it and decided to replace all the disciples who gathered information. If they couldn't find the reason, they would replace them all, and there would always be improvement. Since that night, this area seems to have been much more peaceful. 2 big monsters and more than 30 small monsters died. It should have scared the monsters nearby. They harassed everyone many times, making them tired, and then looking for an opportunity to attack. The result was this. Those slightly enlightened monsters should have known to be afraid. According to the established plan, Su Chen and others had to continue to stay here for more than a month. But after that experience, it was much easier. Su Chen also had a lot of free time. With 2 sword techniques in hand, Su Chen did not waste time and began to observe, study and practice. When Su Chen got 2 sword techniques from senior brother Lin Tian, he was more looking forward to the nonsense secret book. When he had time, Su Chen simply flipped through it. The words 9 Heavens Divine Sword Force were at the beginning, which seemed to be the name of this sword technique. Continue to flip down, and there is indeed something wrong. 9 Heavens Abyss is a great success, and the battle is too cold, and the walk is not angry, and the guest is not afraid. After reading it, anyone would feel confused. Between the sentences, it is not even possible to tell that it is a sword technique secret book. Xiantian Dao Xin Ju can at least be read, but it is indeed difficult to understand the deep meaning. But this 9 Heavens Divine Sword Force is confusing to read. Who knows what the 9 Heavens Abyss Great Completion at the beginning means? No wonder Lin Tian gave it a nonsense evaluation. After flipping through the whole book, Su Chen did not give up in a hurry. His mind escaped into the sea of consciousness and activated the Seeker of Knowledge, Destiny. Then he reread the 9 Heavens Divine Sword Force. After activating the Destiny, Su Chen seemed to have some differences. After concentrating on studying for 2 days, a light flashed in his mind. Looking at the 9 Heavens Divine Sword Force again, he had some ideas and directions. The key points written on this book actually had problems during the circulation. During the circulation, due to some ambiguous understandings, the characters were replaced. As it was gradually passed down, the errors became more and more. The first sentence, 9 Heavens Abyss Great Success, actually means that the 9 heavens are high and cover the sky. If the sword force is successful, it will be the best in the 9 heavens. With an epiphany in his heart, Su Chen looked down again and no longer felt that he had no clue. The role of the Seeker of Knowledge, Destiny was also fully demonstrated. As the secret book said, 9 Heavens Divine Sword Force is a set of supreme swordsmanship. The 9 heavens is the pinnacle of the sky. Taishao, Zhixiao, Langxiao, Yuxiao, Jingxiao, Danxiao, Bixiao, Qingxiao, Xinxiao. If you practice the sword move, you can be the king in the 9 heavens. Su Chen continued to study, and this sounded a bit exaggerated. Whether there is such a divine power is still uncertain. The first move to get started with swordsmanship is Taishao sword move. After his mind was roughly clear, he began to practice this sword. Finding a secluded place, Suchen comprehended and studied, activated the destiny of sword practitioner, and held the long sword in his hand tightly. The body is in the mortal world, and the heart is in Taishao. Taishao sword move, standing above the sky, looking down on all things in the world. If the heart is not on the top of the mountain, the sword will not be able to exert its power. The sword in his hand swung out, and a sharp breath slashed out. The weeds around him seemed to be crushed by the sword power at this moment and collapsed to the ground. But Su Chen knew that he had not practiced it at all. The sword just now was just a little superficial, more like a pretense. In his mind, Su Chen continued to think, recalling where he had gone wrong. He had not misunderstood the martial arts manual. It seemed that his mind had not yet reached the highest level. Closing his eyes, Su Chen gripped the long sword in his hand tighter. In an instant, he seemed to be on the mountainside of a high mountain. There were floating clouds all around, and he could reach them with his hand. Su Chen tried to climb up, but the long sword in his hand seemed to be it was like being restrained by a giant. Every time he moved, it seemed as if he was dragging 1,000-pound weight. How could the land of Taishao be so easy to set foot on? Looking up, the mountains seemed endless. Su Chen looked at it, and then he stepped forward without hesitation. He staggered, and every step seemed to drain his physical strength. With each step, the long sword in his hand seemed to become lighter. Su Chen walked faster and faster. Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes and swung the long sword in his hand. A majestic sword force seemed to cover everything in front of him. The grass and trees that fell on the path of the blade had been cut into two. Even the hard rock was cut lightly. The knife just now seemed to have the power of the 7th grade Huaigu perfection realm. With the strength of the initial stage of refining essence, he almost jumped 2 realms with this move. At this moment, Su Chen couldn't help panting. This knife exhausted all his physical strength, and his legs were a little unable to stand. The strength of the 8th grade refining realm is not enough to use the 9 heavens divine sword force at will. And what he studied was the first move of the lowest level, the Taishao sword force. Although he activated the tenacious and unyielding destiny, it still took a while for him to recover his physical strength and stand firm. The power of the Taishao sword force will kill the big monster in an instant. If nothing unexpected happens, it can even hurt the golden monster. But with his current strength, it is difficult to use this move at will. With one move, his physical strength will also be exhausted. Thinking of this, Su Chen took out the Lin family sword skill and flipped through it. Although the sword skill given by senior brother Lin Tian is far inferior to the 9 heavens divine sword force, it is still quite useful in ordinary fights. During the rest period, Su Chen began to study the Lin family sword skill. This set of sword skills is faster, and the power of the moves may be inferior to other sword skills. But the sharp and swift moves slightly make up for some shortcomings. There have been no major problems on the front line for a while. When Su Chen and senior brother Wu Yi and others were checking ahead, they often gave some advice. Where there were signs of monsters, they could set up an ambush. What were the monsters' movements and plans? Su Chen also told them all. At first, everyone was still confused. But since Su Chen's bravery that night, everyone had some trust in him. According to Su Chen's suggestion, they set up an ambush, but they didn't expect to ambush a sneak attack monster. Trust comes from multiple successful cooperations. The initial doubts and suspicions have turned into complete conviction. Even Lu Tingtsong was amazed. Su Chen told them that there was a loophole somewhere, and the monster would definitely take advantage of it to attack. Then the monster really came from there. After seeing Su Chen's ability, Lu Tingtsong even asked Wu Yi for Su Chen. But now, Wu Yi's view of Su Chen has changed completely. During this period of time, he didn't feel that Su Chen was wrong. He didn't see Su Chen's behavior of greed for credit. Even occasionally helping, he didn't ask for credit. In theory, this is what Su Chen deserves. As for getting along, Su Chen is a relatively kind person. During the conversation, Su Chen also paid attention to the opinions of others. Communicating with Su Chen is actually a good experience. Wu Yi will not leave Su Chen to them because he has no problems with his character and ability. After suffering several losses in a row, the monsters around seem to have lost their courage. This line of defense has not seen any traces of monsters for several days. Just a dozen days ago, these monsters would come to harass during the day. With more free time, Su Chen has more time to practice swordsmanship. Su Chen will no longer ignore his own strength as before. No matter how much effort he puts in slaying monsters and eliminating evil, a false accusation will cover it up. If you have your own strength, no matter how others frame you, they can't frame you. If you want yourself and your mother and little sister to live a good life, you can't be like before. After practicing the Lin family swordsmanship for a few days, a small word appeared in front of him. The blade is as sharp as frost, swallowing mountains and rivers, with a heart of justice, driving the sharp blade, destiny is promoted, swordsman. Seeing this line of small words, Su Chen immediately put his mind into the sea of consciousness and looked at the upgraded destiny. The original white destiny of sword practitioner has disappeared, replaced by the blue destiny, swordsman. Swordsman, improve the compatibility of sword and weapon, improve the efficiency of sword skills, improve the strength of sword skills, and improve the understanding of sword skills. The previous, sword practitioner, only had a small increase in compatibility. But now, a small increase, the words have disappeared, and there is one more line to improve the comprehension of swordsmanship. I didn't expect that my hard practice of swordsmanship in this period of time would promote the destiny of sword practitioner. Activating the destiny of swordsman, Su Chen tried to use the basic swordsmanship. The basic swordsmanship was ordinary, but it burst out with the pressure of perfect refining. The improvement of the destiny of swordsman can obviously feel beyond sword practitioner. It's getting better all the way, and Su Chen has more confidence in his heart. The peaceful days seem to pass much faster. The day after tomorrow, everyone will leave. Lu Tingtsong also prepared a banquet for everyone to practice. The banquet was not held at night. After all, this is the front line. All affairs must be headed by guarding against monsters. More defense personnel are needed at night, and everyone can't spare time. At noon, except for some people who are still on sentry duty in the front, most people gathered in the tent to chat. Many people's eyes fell on Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's performance was really too eye-catching this time. In the past, when dealing with monsters, everyone was often fooled by them. But now, the monsters' tracks are under control, and they have even ambushed and killed many monsters. But in front of others, everyone's conversation is still polite. No one asked anything in depth. They will leave the day after tomorrow, so the guard duty for the next 2 nights will be taken over by Su Chen and his men. They can also rest on the way, so let Lu Tingchong and his men rest for 2 more days. At 5 p.m., after Su Chen and his men had some food, they walked forward. Now that there are no outsiders, everyone talks more casually. Junior brother Su, can I ask you a question? It has been relatively stable recently, and everyone has been walking leisurely. Wu Yi couldn't help but speak, ready to ask some curious questions. Brother Wu, just ask whatever you want to ask. I have nothing to hide. You have such ability, why did Yunyang Sect drive you away? When you were in Yunyang Sect, did you really steal a lot of credit? After this, everyone around him quieted down, as if they wanted to hear Su Chen's answer. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled helplessly. I wrote the resignation letter to leave Yunyang Sect. I don't know how it got passed around and it became me who was driven away. Su Chen paused and began to talk about how he stole the credit. I have been in Yunyang Sect for 2 years and more than 7 months. In fact, I don't know when I was labeled as a credit stealer. What I did was actually no different from what I did here. After the crackdown in late summer, the sect said that I was greedy for credit and robbed other disciples of their credit. They wanted to deduct 70% of my contribution, even the ones I had saved before. Did Yunyang Sect give you any evidence? To accuse you of stealing credit, there must be evidence, right? Wu Yi frowned. If it was before, he would definitely not believe what Su Chen said. But after knowing each other for a while, he felt that Su Chen's words were credible. The most important basis is that it is impossible for me to obtain so much credit with my strength. As for other evidence, there are testimonies from some fellow disciples. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but frown. How can the Yunyang Sect be so arbitrary? The espionage mission, detecting the traces of monsters, was even given first-class merit in our Tiangang city. How can it be judged like this based on strength and realm? After everyone got familiar with Su Chen, they could understand that Su Chen had made many contributions. Su Chen was extremely good at detecting the traces and movements of monsters. The contribution rewards for such tasks in Tiangang city were already very high. Junior brother Su, we should go back to Tiangang city next. I wonder if junior brother Su came here just to earn some contributions, or if he has other plans. If you don't mind, why not go back to Tiangang city with us? As the leader of this group of people, Wu Yi invited Su Chen. Earning contribution points is one thing. My mother and younger sister are living in poverty, and I also want to give them better material conditions. In addition, I have a reputation of being good at stealing credit, which has spread throughout Jiang'an city. My mother and younger sister have also been implicated because of this. I came to Tiangang city to make achievements and get rid of this dirty name. At least, I can't let my mother and younger sister be affected again. Su Chen did not hide his thoughts and spoke frankly to others. In the world, reputation is a business card. If you have a reputation for being greedy for credit, you will indeed be treated harshly and discriminated against. Even your family members will be implicated. It is normal for Su Chen to have such thoughts. Su Chen's words made everyone smile. If we had known that junior brother Su had such an idea, we would not have hesitated. Now, junior brother Su is not bound by the sect, so it is just right for him to join our Tiangang city. With junior brother Su with him in the future, I think we will be able to carry out tasks with half the effort. If Tiangang city doesn't mind, I am willing to do it. Since Su Chen joined the team, the entire team has really improved a lot in dealing with monsters. Wu Yi and others can feel whether Su Chen has the ability or not. In addition, there is also Lin Tian, whose life was saved by Su Chen. This series of things are proving the role of Su Chen. Who would despise and reject such a companion? 2 days passed in a flash, and no monsters appeared. This area can be at least safe for 2 or 3 months. The group also packed up their things and prepared to leave. Some places have begun to snow, and the activities of monsters have also begun to decrease. The most difficult season has passed. The disciples of various sects can also rest for a few months. It takes about a day and a half to get to Tiangang City, which is not very far. Along the way, senior sister Yao Xiaoyu introduced Tiangang City to Su Chen. The various rules of Tiangang City, what can be obtained, what needs to be paid, etc. In fact, the general rules are no different from those of Yunyang sect. If you want to get resources from the sect, you must make corresponding contributions. Of course, it is said that this rule is actually only for most disciples. For a small number of top disciples, the sect will not care whether their contributions are enough. For example, Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan from Yunyang sect. In Tiangang City, it is similar. There is no need to worry about contributions. The sect will give them the best resources to train them. Occasionally, they will go to the front line once, and they will kill the monsters after they are trapped. To the outside world, they say that they have killed many monsters and have made great achievements. But in fact, they really don't pay much. Without a background and not valued by the sect, they can only rely on themselves to earn resources. This is the same everywhere. Su Chen only hoped that the high-ranking officials of Tiangang City would not label him as greedy for merit because he had gained a lot of contribution points. After a long journey, everyone arrived at Tiangang City. This was Su Chen's first time here. The tall city wall in front of him actually showed a sense of grandeur. The entire sect looked very different from the Yunyang sect. Following senior sister Yao Xiaoyu and the others, Su Chen walked into Tiangang City for the first time. Su Chen used to think that Tiangang City was a relatively large city, similar to Jiang'an City. Senior sister Yuji told him that Tiangang City was a sect, not what he understood. But now that he was here in person, he found that it was different from what he imagined. Walking into the city, there were already many ordinary people living in Tiangang City. The sect's land was only a part of Tiangang City. It was very lively along the way, and there was a lot of trade in the city. Seeing Su Chen and others, the vendors along the way were very polite and treated them with courtesy. They were more respectful to the disciples of Tiangang City. Going all the way forward, the sect's land of Tiangang City was on the east side of the city. Without staying on the road, everyone went directly to the sect's land. Lin Tian sat in a small cart for carrying the wounded, and was pushed by others. He has almost recovered, but walking will still pull the wound. Su Chen has not joined Tiangang City yet, so the sect will not arrange a place for him to live. Lin Tian directly arranged a place for Su Chen to live. He also has a small courtyard in the city, and now there are only some servants and attendants in it. From the usual conversation, Su Chen has already felt that the Lin family should be very rich. But he didn't expect that a rich family would let their descendants take risks. Su Chen temporarily lives in the courtyard, and senior brother Wu Yi and senior sister Yao Xiaoyu will make arrangements to push him to join Tiangang City. Su Chen was not polite and temporarily lived in the courtyard. When he had time, he wrote a letter to his mother and younger sister. When he was in Yunyang sect, he would send a letter back every month. People who slay demons are always accompanied by danger. If they don't get a reply for a while, their family will be worried. In addition to writing letters to his mother and younger sister, Su Chen also sent a letter to senior sister Yuji. He is on the right track, and I don't know how senior sister Yuji is doing now. Su Chen did not overestimate himself, nor did he think that Yunyang sect would not be able to survive after he left. He was just a little worried. Before leaving, Su Chen discovered that the monsters in the southern part of Yunyang sect were behaving strangely. What on earth do monsters want to do? After finishing some things, Su-chen waited patiently in the courtyard. The attendants around would come to ask Su-chen about his taste and prepare meals for him. Lin Tian's family background seems to be very good, at least he doesn't seem to be short of money at all. I wandered around Tiangang City during the day and got familiar with the external environment here. Compared with Jiang'an City, the trade in Tiangang City is much more lively. With a powerful sect to rely on and no worries about monster harassment, this kind of city is indeed valued. After a day of rest, Su-chen received a notice. On the third day of the winter month, you can go to the sect for a test. Like Su-chen, he is a disciple who has already embarked on the path of cultivation. As long as you report your age and strength, you can join Tiangang City if you meet the conditions. If you are a disciple who has not been exposed to martial arts practice, it will be a little more troublesome and you need to take a good look at your talent and potential. But most geniuses usually come into contact with martial arts early. And most of these geniuses are actively found and recruited by Tiangang City. These few days, Su-chen has nothing to do, so he continues to practice swordsmanship and temper his physique. When he practices the Xian Tian Dao Heart Sutra, the pain of the tempering comes again. But now, Su-chen can withstand the pain without relying on the destiny of tenacity. The benefits of practicing the Xian Tian Dao Heart Sutra have gradually become obvious. He is clearly at the 8th level of the initial stage of refining essence. But after the tempering of the Xian Tian Dao Heart Sutra, even if he uses basic swordsmanship, the power of the moves is comparable to the middle stage of refining essence. If he practices more deeply, he may get more benefits. After continuously tempering his body, the feeling of fatigue still comes quickly. He resisted the pain, but it was still difficult to bear the lack of physical strength. Therefore, when he was on the front line, Su-chen would not practice the Xian Tian Dao Heart Sutra. It consumes too much energy and physical strength. If he encounters monsters, he will not be able to quickly face the enemy. On the third day of the winter month, the test day of Tiangang City finally arrived. Entering the winter month, the activities of monsters have decreased. The sect also began to focus on dealing with some internal affairs. Early in the morning, Su-chen headed towards the east of the city. When he reached the sect entrance, he saw senior sister Yao Xiaoyu waiting for him. After saying hello, Su-chen was taken directly to the test site. There were already quite a few people queuing up at the test site. Yao Xiaoyu wanted to use some privileges to cut in line, as she, a direct disciple, was also eligible. Su-chen indicated that he could wait a little while. It would be good to see how others were tested. For someone like Su-chen who had already entered the cultivation, the test was very simple. He was 19 years old this year and had just entered the 8th grade refining realm. This level of strength was naturally far behind that group of top disciples. But it was more than enough to enter Tiangang City. Being able to enter the 8th grade was already good enough. Soon, it was Su-chen's turn to test his strength. With one move, he showed his strength at the initial stage of refining essence, and then tested his bone age. In fact, looking at Su-chen's face, you can tell that he is relatively young. At the age of 19, the 8th grade refining realm is no problem for an outer disciple. To go further and become an inner disciple, just like Yunyang sect, you need to make contributions in merits. After the test, there will be a ceremony tomorrow. It is considered a ceremony for new disciples to enter the sect, and the sect leaders and some guests may attend. This move also shows that Tiangang City attaches great importance to new disciples. Yao Xiaoyu gave Su-chen some advice before she finished. Tomorrow's initiation ceremony will be attended by the elders of the sect. At that time, senior brother Wu will tell everyone about your merits. It is unlikely that you will be accepted as a direct disciple, but at least you will be valued. When you practice in Tiangang City in the future, other elders will also give you more advice. Senior brother Wu has also found a teacher to teach you after you enter the sect. He is Mr. Ouyang Chuan, who has trained many direct disciples. Hearing this, Su-chen also thanked senior sister Yao. After getting along with each other, senior brother Wu and his group of people are really nice. At night, Su-chen still lives in Lin Tian's courtyard. This senior brother Lin Tian also prepared a new set of clothes for him, saying that he would wear it when he entered the sect tomorrow. Su-chen recalled some of his fellow disciples he had saved on the front line of Yunyang sect. To them, it seemed that he had ulterior motives for saving them. Compared with Lin Tian, his attitude towards his lifesaver was completely different. After a night's rest, Su-chen went to the sect's territory to wait at 7 p.m. The other disciples also came early and were waiting here. At about 2 p.m, a senior sister from the sect came to lead the way. They all went to the martial arts training ground in Tiangang City. Many ceremonies of the sect were held on the wide ground. Su-chen stood in the crowd, waiting for the ceremony to begin. At 9 p.m., the sky was already dark. All lights were on. The entrance ceremony officially began. There were many people sitting around the martial arts training ground. It seemed that in addition to the people from the Tiangang City sect, there were also many outsiders who came to join in the fun. In the center of the stage, the person who spoke was the great elder of Tiangang City, Shangshuan Jinren. Tiangang City sits on the south side of the Great Zhou. For 700 years, it has slain demons and eliminated evil spirits. Now, all disciples who join our sect should be chivalrous. Protect the Great Zhou and bless the people. The great elder said a lot. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, what he said was correct nonsense. But Su Qin joined the Yunyang sect in the first place for the sake of justice and slaying demons. Today, joining Tiangang City, on the contrary, has a lot of selfish motives. After several elders spoke, it was the teacher of Tiangang City who introduced himself. Tiangang City imitates the rules of the school. Disciples also call them teachers and call themselves students. Newcomers to Tiangang City can practice in Tiangang City for 1 year without paying anything. The teacher will also give guidance. After all, disciples cannot be sent to the front line as soon as they enter the sect. Wouldn't that be deliberately sending the disciples to their deaths? After these gentlemen finished speaking, it was finally the disciples' turn to recommend. Su Chen realized that he was not the only one like this. Many people were helping Tiangang City and guarding the safety of this defense line. As they got along, Tiangang City naturally wanted to recruit these talents under its command. After the first 3 recommendations, they all received comments from the elders. Those teachers also spoke up and welcomed them to practice under their command. Wu Yi was the 4th one to step forward. Elders, seniors, disciple Wu Yi recommends junior brother Su Chen. Junior brother Su Chen came to help in September. He is quick-witted and calm. During this period, he saw through the monster's plot several times, made new contributions many times, and helped a lot. And during the time we got along, I saw that junior brother Su Chen was humble and polite, so I recommend him here. Hearing Wu Yi's recommendation, Su Chen also walked to the front like the others. But this time, before the elders' comments, another person stood up in the viewing seats. Elders, if I, Xia Kuan, am not mistaken, the disciple in front of you should be the Su Chen who was driven away by my Yunyang sect. The abrupt words made everyone present stunned. The elders in the center also frowned. Wu Yi felt a little regretful. He should have thought that there would be people from the Yunyang sect coming to watch the ceremony today. The Yunyang sect's demon-slaying operation has been extremely smooth in the past 2 years, while Tiangang City has encountered many difficulties. This year, many Yunyang sect strongmen were invited to come and give instructions. Master Shangshuan, this Su Chen, his other abilities are average, but his means of stealing credit are very powerful. I was recommended today, and I think I was deceived by this boy. There is no benefit in accepting such a person into the sect. Xia Kuan bowed to the great elder of Tiangang City and spoke. At the side, another elder of Tiangang City stood up with a gloomy face. Wu Yi, before recommending a disciple, did you understand clearly? The disciples recommended to the sect must have good conduct. Do you understand clearly? Su Chen did not expect that recommending himself would actually cause senior brother Wu Yi to be scolded. Although scolded by the elders, Wu Yi did not mean to give up. Elders, seniors, I have been with junior brother Su Chen for more than a month, and I know what his character is like. I know about these rumors and mentioned them to junior brother Su Chen. The Yunyang sect has no obvious basis for the crime of greed and stealing credit, but it is all speculation. While speaking, Wu Yi was still defending Su Chen. The Yunyang sect and Tiangang City generally have a good relationship, but openly and secretly, they are still comparing with each other. It is still a shame for a sect to accept a disciple who was driven away by itself. Xia Kuan stood up and said this in front of people, giving people a feeling that Tiangang City lacks the ability to distinguish outstanding juniors. Young people always think that there are not so many deceptions in the world, but the facts always make people feel a little uncomfortable. At the end of summer, my Yunyang sect held a clearing operation. The contribution of Su Chen in front of him was even inferior to that of Lu Xingwan. This kid has done too much and is too stupid. If he hadn't been greedy for credit, could his contribution have surpassed Lu Xingwan? The two most outstanding disciples of the Yunyang sect, Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan. Their performance is indeed a yardstick. The achievements that they cannot achieve are also difficult for other young people in Dezhou. Not to mention a young man like Su Chen who is unknown. Su Chen, do you think this basis is enough? Xia Kuan raised his eyes to look at Su Chen and asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Chen. But Su Chen remained the same, not panicking. Just as Yin Yang said, if you are upright, you have nothing to fear. To reply to Hall Master Xia, this evidence is naturally not enough. I also participated in the summer cleanup operation, why can't my contribution surpass others? Hearing Su Chen's reply, Xia Koan frowned slightly. You are still denying in the face of ironclad evidence. Is it meaningful to quibble like this? A disciple with such talent as you, is it possible that your ability to slay demons can surpass Xingwan? When everyone around heard this, their eyes were all focused on Su Chen. This was indeed a bit too much. That was Lu Xingwan, the pride of Yunyang sect. It was unreasonable for an ordinary disciple to make more contributions than the pride of the sect. Moreover, that was Lu Xingwan. If you really had the ability to make so many contributions, you would have long been an important figure in my Yunyang sect. If such a person leaves, there will probably be a huge loophole in the defense line of our Yunyang sect. But today, does it matter whether you are there or not? Xia Koan looked at Su Chen coldly, as if he was indignant at Su Chen's lies. One by one, the arguments were all supporting what he said. What Hall Master Xia said is still speculation, and it is still not direct evidence. It seems that my contribution in the demon-slaying operation must be lower than that of Senior Sister Lu. But why can't my contribution be higher than that of Senior Sister Lu? Su Chen's reply made Xia Koan laugh. Sophisticated in cunning, strong and sophistry. If there is a chance, I really want to let Xingwan compete with you to see if you can beat her and slap you in the face with facts. As Xia Koan spoke, he was faintly angry. If it wasn't in front of others, he would even want to curse. But Su Chen was as calm and indifferent as before. Hearing Xia Koan's words, he bowed to him instead. Please take care of it, Master Xia. If there is a chance to try again, I am also willing to compete. This will prove my innocence and cleanse my reputation. As soon as these words came out, Xia Koan was choked. In his opinion, Su Chen knew that this kind of thing was impossible. How could a genius like Lu Xingwan have time to fool around with Su Chen? Seeing this, the others present also had the same idea as Xia Koan. Su Chen was making up his mind, but he refused to admit that he was greedy for credit. While speaking, a disciple in tight clothes frowned and walked in front of the crowd with a hint of disgust. Fairy Lu is busy with her cultivation, so don't bother her. I, Hiku Feng, have been cultivating for several years, and although I have made some progress, I am still slightly inferior to Fairy Lu. You claim to be quite capable, and your ability to slay demons is even stronger than Fairy Lu's, so you should defeat me first. Whether you beat me in combat or make more contributions in slaying demons than me, I will recognize you. I will personally help you to travel to all the places in the Great Zhou. Chang, wash away your reputation of being greedy for credit. Don't try to get involved with others before you defeat me. Gu Feng looked at Su Chen, and there was a hint of disgust in his cold eyes. Standing in a high position, Master Shangxuan looked at the farce in front of him calmly and restrained himself, but a slight wrinkle could still be seen between his brows. A good initiation ceremony turned into such a mess. Hesitantly, Elder Shangxuan waved his hand, motioning Su Chen and Wu Yi to go back. How to deal with Su Chen will be discussed later. If we continue to make a fuss in front of others, it will only make others laugh at Tiangang City. The initiation ceremony is still going on. After the recommendation, the sect tokens and sect uniforms of Tiangang City began to be distributed. When distributing, the disciples who distributed them hesitated for a moment, and still handed the two items to Su Chen. Then the ceremony ended in a hurry, and the elders and a group of guests left one after another. When leaving, many people turned their heads to look at Su Chen. The disciples who were driven away from Yunyang sect were still labeled as greedy for merit. Will Tiangang City accept them? After the ceremony, a group of people gathered in Lin Tian's courtyard. Lin Tian was still injured, so he did not go to observe the initiation ceremony. Hearing that Su Chen was insulted at the ceremony, Lin Tian stood up in anger and started to curse Yunyang sect. As for Lin Tian, he completely believed in Su Chen. He saw Su Chen's courage in the dense forest that day. He also saw Su Chen's strength. If it was really as bad as Yunyang sect said, how could Su Chen risk his life to save him? In the small courtyard, the servants brought dishes. Everyone gathered together and talked. To be honest, junior brother Su. Wu Yi looked at Su Chen with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. Your contribution in the summer mopping up was greater than Lu Xingwan, which is indeed suspicious. After all, that was Lu Xingwan, and we are in Tiangang City and we know her strength well. Among her peers, except for the top few people in each sect, it should be difficult for them to fight with her, let alone surpass her. Xingwan's sword was full of frost. These 8 words refer to Lu Xingwan. It is rumored that as long as she draws her sword, frost will instantly form within a few feet around her. If you get a little closer, you will feel a chill. Next to her, Yao Xiaoyu also nodded. Although I have seen you take action before, junior brother Su, and you also showed some fearlessness. But your contribution to the demon-slaying operation was higher than Lu Xingwan's. All of us can't help but doubt you, not to mention others. Huang Shangyun and others didn't say anything, but when they looked at Su Chen, they nodded. Everyone had the same idea. Even Lin Tian on the side was stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, Brother Su, your contribution has suppressed Lu Xingwan? Seeing them like this, Su Chen showed a helpless smile. You all reacted like this, and in the eyes of others, I have long been determined that I am the one who was greedy for credit. Brother Wu Yi and the others don't have too many prejudices against me. Even after getting along with me, they have some recognition. If they still have doubts, then others will only be more doubtful, and I am afraid they will add many problems to themselves in their hearts. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wu Yi's face became more serious. Now it seems that it will be more difficult for you to remove the stain on your head, Brother Su. The more reliable way is to surpass Lu Xingwan in hard power. Compete in front of others and win her. Then from now on, no one will ever question you or say that you are greedy for credit. It's just that it's difficult. Su Chen picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip with a smile. But, I can't possibly beat Lu Xingwan? In fact, even if there are 10 of you together, it's impossible to beat Lu Xingwan. As time goes by, the gap will get bigger and bigger. Huang Shangyun on the side seemed to want Su Chen to recognize the facts, and his words were very direct. Compared with their pessimism, Su Chen did not look down on himself in his heart. With several kinds of destiny and mysterious abilities, he already had many advantages. If he still underestimated himself and belittled himself too much, then it would be completely hopeless. However, in front of others, Su Chen was still humble. Today, another senior brother came forward and said that if I beat him, he would help me clear the name of greed for credit. It seems that I have another way. Hearing Su Chen's words, the people around him seemed to be amused by Su Chen. Junior brother Su, the one talking to you today is our third senior brother Gufeng. The third senior brother's strength is indeed a step behind Lu Xing, but he is only a step behind Lu Xing. He is the number one of this generation in Tiangang City. Wu Yi didn't want to hit Su Chen, but after thinking about it, he couldn't tell Su Chen that Gufeng's strength was average. In the courtyard, more than 20 dishes were served soon, which was very rich. Everyone talked about some interesting things and laughed a little more. Wu Yi, who was standing aside, still had a bit of worry on his face. Brother Wu, don't be so serious. Junior brother Su has relaxed a little. Yao Xiaoyu persuaded him, but Wu Yi shook his head. I am worried that the elders will drive junior brother Su away. Although I participated in this initiation ceremony today, it is not impossible that the elders insist on driving junior brother Su away. After these words, the atmosphere became serious again. Everyone has recognized Su Chen. Especially in the later cooperation, Su Chen can always accurately judge the traces of monsters. Everyone sees his help to the whole team. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the elders to ask for mercy. Junior brother Su, you have made so many contributions this time. I remember them all clearly. Whatever the sect says, it should give some face. Hearing this, Su Chen stood up and thanked brother Wu Yi. After getting along with him, senior brother Wu Yi is indeed a more responsible person. At least he is doing his best to help his junior brothers and sisters. Late at night, Su Chen still lives in the small courtyard. Originally, after joining Tiangang City, he would be arranged to live. But when he went to inquire, he was told that the accommodation was full. Most likely, it was because of the turmoil at the initiation ceremony today. It doesn't matter, senior brother Lin Tian's small courtyard is more comfortable to live in. Lying on the bed, Su Chen thought about his subsequent arrangements in his mind. Leaving Yunyang Sect, he was given a reputation of being greedy for merit. Su Chen has already felt the impact of this bad reputation on himself. I don't know how my mother and little sister at home are doing recently. Will they also be implicated by my bad reputation and encounter some troubles? Thinking about it, I have more motivation. Sitting cross-legged, Su Chen once again practiced the Xin Tian Dao Xianju. The fierce hammering swept through his body again. The muscles and bones in his body endured the pain, as if they were transforming and improving. It was late at night, and the surroundings were very quiet. Su Chen felt as if his body was twisted. He could even hear the sound of coughing. Nearly 2 hours later, the severe pain finally began to dissipate. After the severe pain, there was a sense of relief. He had finally taken another step forward in the middle stage of the 8th level of refining essence. It took less than 3 months to go from the initial stage of essence to the middle stage of essence refining. Thinking back to when I was in Yunyang Sect, it took me more than 2 years to reach the 9th level of body refining perfection. I worked so hard but didn't get any benefits from the sect. After I left, they slandered me everywhere. They accused me of stealing credit and spread it everywhere. Now, Suchen puts his own strength first. He is a little more selfish, but there is nothing he can do. I was selfless before, but how I lived is already in front of me. It's okay that I didn't live well, but I also implicated my mother and little sister. In this world, it's too difficult to be a selfless good person. Now I have reached the 8th level of essence refining middle stage. If I use the Taishao sword force, the power of the sword force is likely to be close to the 7th level of nostalgic perfection. With such strength, I am not afraid even when facing the golden monster. On the second day after the initiation ceremony, several elders gathered in Luoxian Pavilion to chat and discuss some things. Among them was the issue of Su Chen's stay or departure. An ordinary outer sect disciple would not have much impact, but after making such a scene at the initiation ceremony, everyone knew about it. It's a bit hard to say that we went to pick up the disciples driven away by the Yunyang sect. In my opinion, it's better to let this kind of disciple leave. One of the elders spoke up. He felt that there was no need to keep Su Chen. The elder Shan Jin next to him disagreed. I heard from that kid Wui that Su Chen started to help them 2 months ago. He has made a lot of efforts and has some real skills. At least their team is more in favor of Su Chen. I heard that he saved other people's lives on the way, and owed Su Chen a lot of favors. Tiangang City is so big that it can't accommodate a new disciple. While speaking, the elder just now seemed to want to refute. But Elder Shan Jin continued to speak. Besides, who hasn't done something wrong or made a mistake? Young man, forgive him once if you can. After he finished speaking, the great elder Shang Xian also nodded slightly. There is really no need to force him into a desperate situation and cause this child to go astray. Let's just leave him in Tiangang City. However, the other disciples should have a lot of opinions about him and find it difficult to trust him. Since Wu Yi and the others have approved of him, this disciple will follow them to carry out missions in the future. Su Chun, the matter has been completely settled. At least there is a place to stay and get some guidance. At the same time, it is also a chance to clear my name. Yunyang Sect's frontline camp. More than half a month ago, under the arrangement of He Chao and Shan Yan, all the disciples who collected information were replaced. The information they delivered before was delayed and had too many errors. This reason was considered by them to be the root of the problem. After the replacement, the frontline camp was no longer so delayed when receiving information. However, after more than half a month of verification, countless errors were still found. Sometimes, none of the 5 pieces of information given may be correct. Several ambushes at night were in vain. Everyone consumed a lot of energy, but did not produce any results. Repeated failures have a great impact on the morale of the frontline disciples. In the past 3 months, the mentality of the frontline disciples has also changed a lot. Thinking back to when they first came, many disciples were thinking about how to make more contributions. Su Chen, who took the credit, left. Will they get more or less? Yu Shi witnessed the changes in the disciples. It has only been a few months, and the disciples are no longer talking about contributions, but how to save their lives. The stability and strength of the past 2 years have made them seem accustomed to that situation. Even within the defense line, if a monster comes, it means death, and it is a contribution. Now I understand that people can die within the defense line and around the camp. The reason why slaying monsters is respected is because it is dangerous and life is always hanging on that line. In the past, the situation where merits were easily obtained was an accident. Now, it is the real norm for slaying monsters. Among the disciples on the front line, more and more people began to mention Su Chen again. In the past, Su Chen often mentioned it casually. Where there will be monsters attacking, where there are traces of monsters. After hearing this, the disciples who collected information will verify it. It seems that there are indeed some traces, so they report it. And this information is usually extremely accurate and rarely wrong. But Su Chen has left now, and no one has reminded him. Those disciples who collect information about monsters reported if they feel there is something wrong here. Then I felt there was a problem and reported it. I felt that it was no different from before, but there were still a lot of mistakes. The reason seemed to be found on the front line of Yunyang Sect. There was a big problem in collecting information about the traces and movements of monsters. There were many errors. As the commander of the front line, he was basically commanding with wrong information. It would be a miracle if he could succeed. But what if the reason was found now? How can it be corrected? There was no better idea, so he could only stabilize it. Only when the situation was stabilized could he think of ways to deal with it. But when this idea changed, the defense line lost its meaning. Entering the winter month, snow began to fall on the front line, but it was not heavy, and the traces of monsters were not too obvious. The big monsters of Chiji generally stopped going out, because they had no shortage of food. If they were hungry, they would devour other small monsters, and there was no need to die. But those small monsters had no food. They were still looking for food before the cold winter came completely. On the 5th day of the winter month, traces of monster activities were found in front of the mountain gate of Yunyang Sect. The saying that there were no monsters in Yunyang for 100 miles had become nonsense. You know, there were traces of monsters at the mountain gate before. The front line of defense has obviously had a big problem. In the side courtyard, the elder held a letter in his hand and frowned. Fifth elder, things on the front line don't seem to be getting better, and the problem is getting worse. This morning, a disciple reported that footprints of monsters were found outside the sect. Although they are just some small monsters, the impact is not great, but it makes the sect lose face. If the front line can't stop them, more small monsters will infiltrate in the future. Fifth elder's son Shuerom has always been in charge of the defense affairs. She actually received these news. In the past, monsters were stopped 100 miles away and didn't even dare to approach the front line. Increased the number of sentries. There are still many disciples in the sect who are not strong enough. The little monsters are average, but they still have the ability to hurt people. The elder gave instructions, and the fifth elder's son Shuerom nodded repeatedly. If a disciple was really injured by a monster in the Yunyang sect, it would be a great shame if it got out. The Yunyang sect is the #1 sect in the Great Zhou dynasty, and its strength has always been regarded as the strongest. No other sect has ever heard of a disciple being injured by a monster in the sect territory. If such a situation happened to the Yunyang sect, it would be a huge disgrace. In addition, we need to investigate the reason. In late summer, the sect carried out the cleanup. Where did the sect's fighting power go at that time? At that time, the monsters hid when they saw our disciples of Yunyang sect. Why is it like this now? The front line can't stop them, and the main camp can't stop them. Now, can't even our sect's territory stop the harassment of these monsters? And you, don't leave everything to the fifth elder. After the great elder's questioning, the other elders all bowed their heads slightly to be scolded. At present, we really need to pay more attention. In fact, as long as you are not a fool, you can see that there is a problem with the Yunyang sect. It's just that no one has paid attention to Su Chen yet. They haven't discovered that it is because of Su Chen's departure that so many problems have arisen. But it's normal. Who would think that it is because of the departure of a young disciple that so many troubles have been caused? Besides, Su Chen is still a disciple who was accused of being greedy for merit and fame. In Tiangang City, Su Chen is considered to have officially entered the sect. In the next year, Su Chen can practice and study in the sect. There will be a teacher to guide him, and he doesn't need to spend contributions. It is considered a benefit given by the sect when he enters Tiangang City. Yesterday, senior sister Yao told me that my teacher's name is Ouyang Chuan, and he is considered a relatively powerful teacher in Tiangang City. Although I have learned the Xiantian Dao Xianju and I am accompanied by the destiny of the Seeker of Knowledge. But Su Chen still holds a heart of awe. He did not know everything in the world, and there were still many things he needed to learn and practice. Su Chen would naturally cherish any opportunity to practice and learn. On the west side of the sect, there were many spacious attics. New disciples would listen to instructions here for a period of time at the beginning. The methods of practice and the basics of dealing with monsters are first taught through verbal guidance. Only after more than 2 months of cold winter will practical training begin. Su Chen arrived early, and waited at the door of the attic before it was opened. At noon, a servant came and opened the door of the attic. He also cleaned up briefly. At this time, the other disciples had also arrived. They just looked at Su Chen, and no one said hello. Instead, they deliberately kept their distance. The farce at the initiation ceremony had a great impact on Su Chen. There is still a big impact, but Su Chen didn't mind. At the beginning, senior brother Wu Yi and the others also had prejudices against him. Entering the attic, Su Chen found a seat slightly forward and sat down. I hope that under the guidance of the teacher, I can make more progress. These prejudices and harsh treatments need to be broken by my own strength. The more I can learn, the faster I can progress. At 4 o'clock in the morning, all the disciples were already there. The teacher, Mr. Ouyang Chuan, walked into the attic with a smile on his face. Su Chen looked at Ouyang Chuan, a middle-aged man with a mustache and a bit of elegant temperament. The opening polite words were considered to have brought them closer. Then he began to get to the point. Ouyang Chuan mainly talked about what he would teach. It was just the two sections, one of which was to practice one's own strength, and the other was to deal with monsters. In the eyes of the disciples, they were also looking forward to it, especially for the teacher's guidance in practice. Many people have a view that if they are not strong enough, they must not be so good at slaying demons. Therefore, as long as the strength is improved, you can become a superior person. If it was before, Su Chen might say that this is wrong. But now, Su Chen agrees with it. His strength is not enough, and he has killed so many monsters and made so many contributions. Isn't it still not recognized? If the strength realm is not enough, it is useless to kill more monsters. Today is the first day of class, and Ouyang Chuan is not ready to start the class formally. It is a relatively relaxed chat and communication. Ouyang Chuan seems to know a lot of the disciples sitting here. There are a few people who he pays a lot of attention to. I think he should have known them in advance, and they are more potential disciples. During the whole process, Su Chen kept a low profile and listened patiently. After an hour and a half, today's class was over. Before the end, Ouyang Chuan suddenly turned his eyes to Su Chen. "Move your seat and move to the back." This arrangement surprised Su Chen, and his expression unconsciously sank. The ancients said that we should teach students in accordance with their aptitude. I have other arrangements for your teaching. Please move your seat to the back for now. Su Chen didn't know what he meant. He hesitated for a moment, but did not argue. He sat in the back. This class only lasts for 2 hours in the morning. In the afternoon, everyone has time to practice and comprehend. Su Chen still lives in the courtyard of senior brother Lin Tian. In the previous assistance, Su Chen made a lot of contributions and contributed nearly 400 points. Su Chen exchanged some silver and asked the servants of the courtyard to spend their own money when buying some things. It is really not suitable for senior brother Lin Tian to pay for all the food, clothing, and expenses. In the courtyard, Su Chen continued to practice and temper himself when he had time. In the future, it may be more difficult to improve the realm of strength. The 8th level of strength is just to temper the body. Stepping into the 7th level, it is not just the physical strength that is needed. The 7th level is called Huaigu realm. It means that the cultivator has a heart in the deep valley and climbs to the top of the mountain from the valley. At that time, maybe he will miss the ease and simplicity of practicing at this moment. I was tired of practicing at night and was too exhausted, so I just lay down on the bed to rest. When I woke up, it was almost Chinchur. Su Chen hurriedly got up, washed, tidied his clothes, and then went to the attic. After obtaining the destiny of tenacity, Su Chen felt that he was always full of energy. Even if he was tired before, he would recover his physical strength and energy after sleeping for 2 or 3 hours. Except for eating more, he was really fine. When he came to the attic, other fellow disciples came earlier today. Su Chen sat in the seat assigned to him yesterday. This place is a little far from the front, but he has the destiny of monster hunting pioneer. With the enhanced eyesight and hearing, he can hear clearly. At noon, the teacher Ouyang Chuan came. Behind him, there was a book boy holding a pile of books in his hands. When he walked into the attic, the book boy distributed the books. Ouyang Chuan, holding another different book in his hand, walked to Su Chen and put the book on Su Chen's desk. "You are different from them. During this period, you should copy the Dezhou teaching rules. Copy it 20 times first. After you finish, I will check if it is qualified, and you can learn other things." As he said, the book boy next to him distributed the books and walked to Su Chen. He turned Su Chen's desk around so that he had his back to her. His intention was obvious. He told Su Chen to stop studying and start copying the Dezhou Jiaozi Gui first. The other disciples couldn't help but turn their heads to watch, as if they were watching something interesting. The Dezhou Jiaozi Gui was not full of condensed words. There were also many fables in it, and it was very long. Copying it once was enough. It would take 2 to 3 days. If I copied it 20 times, I would not be able to do anything else for nearly 2 months. All my time was wasted on this matter. Su Chen frowned slightly, looked up at Ouyang Chuan, and asked, "Sir, I don't know what you mean. For a cultivator, strength is 2 and character is 1. Before you officially start to practice and study, you need to read the Great Zhou teaching rules carefully. Understand what can be done and what cannot be done. Understand what is responsibility and what is responsible. Before you can understand these, Ouyang Chuan, can't guide you more." Su Chen understood what the teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is, but it is also prejudiced against him. Su Chen had already read the ancient sages' books such as the Great Zhou teaching rules when he first came to this world. Anyang also explained to him that he should be a person with a good character and a single virtue. There is no harm in reading such ancient sages' books. It's just that he has already read these books and understood the principles. Ouyang Chuan in front of him had no intention of enlightening him at all. After copying 20 times, nearly 2 months have passed. The time for classroom explanation is over, and when he goes out for training, he may find another reason to stay in Tiangang City. Even if he is asked to copy and read once or twice, Su Chen can still accept it and endure it. But copying 20 times, meaningless copying, is a waste of time. Thinking of this, Su Chen stood up. I have already read the content of the Great Zhou Teaching Rules for Children. Please allow me to study and attend the class. Hearing this, Ouyang Chuan smiled and took the book. He recited from it. The Great Zhou Teaching Rules for Children is quite thick and has a lot of content. But after several consecutive questions, Su Chen actually recited all of them. Ouyang Chuan's expression did not change. An old man like him would not be embarrassed so easily. You are quite familiar with the book, but you don't understand the meaning at all. As you just recited, take responsibility and dare to act. You recited it so well, but do you take responsibility and dare to act? Ouyang Chuan looked at Su Chen, questioning him. Since he said so, Su Chen didn't want to back down anymore, so he just argued. Since I left home, I have behaved properly and sat upright. I don't know where I dared to act. I don't know when I didn't take responsibility. Hearing this, Ouyang Chuan's face was full of anger. The smile became even stronger. At the initiation ceremony, you used strong words and made excuses. You were greedy for credit, but you didn't dare to accept the reputation of greed. Is this considered daring and responsible? To be honest, if you admit it on the spot, I, Ouyang Chuan, would have a better impression of you. Sure enough, he was still talking about the initiation ceremony. Mr. Ouyang said that students are irresponsible, so I dare to ask, are you responsible? You accused me today, have you verified it yourself? But you just heard it from others, and you thought you got the truth. Ouyang Chuan asked him to copy the Dezhou teaching rules, saying that he didn't understand the meaning of it. But now it seems that Ouyang Chuan doesn't understand the wise words of the sages. And the starting point of what he did was not to improve himself. What else do you need to verify? We can't tell whether you have done anything to steal credit or not. We, the teachers, can see through your skills and talents at a glance. With your talent and potential, you can't even catch up with Lu Xingwan. Let alone Lu Xingwan, who can you compare with so many disciples in the attic? I think your 8th grade strength is also a contribution from being robbed, and you broke through by force with Xie Danyao. Su Chen looked up at Ouyang Chuan, and there was no respect for the teacher in his eyes. Teacher, you arranged these things, it's not to learn from the words of the sages, it's true that you want to delay the disciples. Hearing this, Ouyang Chuan threw the Dezhou teaching rules back to Su Chen's desk. Don't think too highly of yourself. What's the point of delaying you? If you want to stay in this attic, just copy the books honestly and deeply understand the words of the sages. If you think that I, Ouyang Chuan, can't teach you, you can switch to other teachers. If you want, I can help you arrange it immediately. Some teachers are more casual, you can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Su Chen bowed to him. Then please Mr. Ouyang, please take the trouble to help me switch to other teachers. I will be grateful. Su Chen didn't say much, and directly asked Ouyang Chuan to help him switch to other teachers. He was more familiar with the words of the sages than Ouyang Chuan. In fact, he was now accused of being greedy for credit. In a way, it was he who believed in these words too much and was too idealistic. He thought that if he tried his best to kill demons and monsters, he would be respected. After saying this, Su Chen also saluted to other fellow disciples, and then left the attic. Rather than saying that Ouyang Chuan wanted to train himself and let him read the Great Zhou teaching rules to purify his mind, it was more like helping Xiaoku vent his anger in punishing himself. Copying the Great Zhou teaching rules 20 times, I don't know how many days I will waste. Moreover, if I want these people to change their prejudice against me, copying it 20 times is useless. 100 times, 1,000 times are useless. Only when my own strength level is improved, and these people can see my talent and potential, and see my strength, I can get rid of the bad reputation of being framed. Su Chen's mind has become clearer and he will not be as easy to deceive as before. This Ouyang Chuan has a deep prejudice against me. It is difficult for me to get promoted with him. In this case, it is better for me to change a coach. No matter how bad this coach is, he will not add obstacles to me like Ouyang Chuan. Attic. Seeing Su Chen leave, Ouyang Chuan still had a calm look. On the contrary, the other disciples around him were a little surprised. It's best that he left. If a student under my command has a person of bad character, it would be a disgrace to me. Ouyang Chuan returned to the stage. It seemed that he was happy that Su-chen left. Sir, why did the sect let him join? The Yun-Yang sect doesn't want such a person. What are we doing with him? A disciple in the audience couldn't help but ask. Ouyang Chuan also sat down slowly and began to speak to everyone. I have actually asked the third elder about this question of yours. Why do we want to keep him in the sect? The elder gave me 2 reasons. The first is that Su-chen has assisted our Tiangang City disciples before. He made a lot of efforts in resisting the monsters in late autumn. We have to acknowledge this. With this in mind, the elders of the sect have decided to accept him. The second is that although greed for merit is a low character, at least he is not a big villain. If Tiangang City also drives him away and he is left with a dead end, he is likely to do something very evil. Keeping him in our Tiangang City can be regarded as eliminating a hidden danger for the Great Zhou. Hearing this, the other disciples nodded unconsciously. These 2 reasons do make sense. According to Su-chen's character, if they are forced into a desperate situation, they are likely to do some evil things, such as committing crimes, robbery. When that happens, the people of the Great Zhou will suffer. Everyone else nodded. Indistinctly, it seemed as if another dirty title had been given to Su-chen. Back in the courtyard, Su-chen continued to practice and improve himself in his spare time, and temper his own body. Practice and improvement still depend on oneself. There is no need to put too much expectation on Tiangang City. Tiangang City is more of a display platform for one's own reputation. For the rest, the expectations still fall on oneself. 1 day passed. Su-chen got the news from senior sister Yao Xiaoyu that he was rearranged to work under Ji Shang. The two sat down in a restaurant in the city and ordered some simple dishes. Junior brother Su, how come you have been in such a mess after only 2 days of study? Yao Xiaoyu frowned slightly, with a bit of worry on her face. In fact, she and Wu Yi had put in some effort to be able to work under Ouyang Chuan. Unexpectedly, he was transferred to another gentleman in 2 days. Su-chen smiled, still calm. Forget it with Mr. Ouyang. I will only be treated harshly by him because of my dirty reputation. It would be better for me to go to other teachers by myself than to waste time under him. Even if I can't get much help, at least there won't be any obstacles. Yao Xiaoyu wanted to say something, paused, and finally just sighed. Among all the teachers, Mr. Ji Sheng is the strongest. The 5th grade snow state of mind has reached perfection, which is much stronger than other teachers. Hearing what senior sister Yao said, Su-chen vaguely guessed something. Although he is strong, this Mr. Ji should have other more troublesome problems. Su-chen didn't know Ji Shang, but he could roughly guess what Ouyang Chuan did. He probably wouldn't let himself go to study under a better teacher. Although Ji Shang is strong, he is even 1 step away from entering the 4th grade, which is comparable to the strength of the elders in the city. But he has almost no intention of teaching and guiding his disciples. Except for the top disciples who can make him look more, the rest of us are ordinary people. He feels that it is a waste of energy to give a few pointers. Senior sister Yao is a direct disciple. In his eyes, apart from those top disciples, his direct disciples, it's the same with Ji Shang, they are all ordinary people with ordinary talents. Hearing this, Su-chen finally understood why senior sister Yao was worried just now. The advantage of being under his command is that it will be very easy and free. The disadvantage is that it is only easy and free, and everything depends on yourself. To put it bluntly, with Ji Shang, it is self-study. If you encounter any difficulties, junior brother Su, or if there is anything you don't understand in your practice, come and ask us. If I can't answer, you can also ask senior brother Wu Yi. The next day, Su-chen went to another attic, which was where Ji Shang gave instructions in classes to everyone. At noon, there were still many disciples coming. Seeing Su-chen, a few of them smiled. I said that brother Su would definitely come to us in the end. Those of us who are despised will eventually gather here. Other people around also smiled, but they didn't give people a sense of malice. Su-chen started talking to everyone, and everyone was about the same. They were all disliked in other places, so they came to Ji Shang to practice and study. It was a bit like the feeling that disciples with inferior talents and potential gathered here. Maybe it was a feeling of sympathy, and everyone didn't dislike Su-chen. During the conversation, the instructor Ji Shang came. He didn't seem to have taken care of himself and looked a little sloppy. Su-chen knew he would come today after chatting with other fellow disciples before. The elders of the sect had given him a hard requirement that he must come at least for the first month. This requirement was already as low as it could not be, just asking him to come. No other requirements were mentioned. Considering the face of the elders, Ji Shang also came reluctantly. Ji Shang always had a smile on his face, and even if he saw that everyone was very casual, he didn't mean to reprimand them. He didn't care about everyone at all. Whatever you want, it's up to him, he doesn't care. But when he saw Su Chen today, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Su Chen, right? Can I ask you, what were you thinking when you were in Yunyang Sect? Even if you are faking it, you should make it sound more real. What were you thinking about suppressing Lu Xingwan? To be honest, I really can't figure it out. Ji Shang had a smile on his face and spoke to Su Chen as if he was chatting. In the attic, other people around also came over. No one expected to get anything from Ji Shang, so in front of him, they had no scruples. Whatever they wanted, they did, and they all showed their most comfortable attitude. You were a disciple of Yunyang Sect before, so it stands to reason that you should know Lu Xingwan's strength. Can you tell me what you were thinking at the time? Ji Shang sat aside and asked again with doubt. Hearing Ji Shang's question, Su Chen stood up and saluted him. To be honest with you, Mr. Ji, the real reason is that I did not lie in Yunyang Sect and did not steal the credit. Those contributions are what I deserve. If it is true, I naturally don't care about other things. Su Chen explained frankly, but when he heard this, the smile on Ji Shang's face became a little thicker. You are a vigilant child. You have been unwilling to let go and bite it very hard. Don't worry, we will not publicize these outside. Hearing this, Su Chen still shook his head. It is true. It is not that I have been deceiving everyone, but that everyone refuses to believe it. Su Chen understood the dilemma he was facing now. It was like a respected person framing you. Everyone trusted this person very much and believed what he said. Therefore, no one believed you no matter how you defended yourself. Su Chen was in such a dilemma now. The accusation of Yunyang Sect could not be explained by words. If you want to insist on answering like this, it's up to you. But no one should believe you, at least people with brains will definitely not believe you. Unless your strength is stronger than Lu Xingwan. Or not to say stronger, but close. But you are too far behind. Ji Shang said with a smile, while walking to the stage, and then casually sat in his seat. It is difficult to predict the world, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. There is still a long way to go, and I may not always fall behind. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Ji Shang still had a faint smile on his face. I have heard this kind of words many times, and many of them were said to me. But without exception, the people who said these words are now behind me in strength, and they will never catch up with me in this life. It's the same for you. Being tough won't make you stronger or more talented. Although I don't know what will happen tomorrow, I know that it will be difficult to even get close to Lu Xingwan in your whole life. She is much stronger than you. Even if I, Ji Shang, train you wholeheartedly, you will never be able to catch up with her. As he spoke, a dull aura enveloped the entire attic. Including Su Chen, everyone felt an invisible pressure pressing heavily on their shoulders. It seemed extremely difficult for everyone to move. Do you feel it? This is the aura of the 6th grade mountain furnace realm. Can you resist it? And this is just the strength displayed by an ordinary 6th grade. In front of Lu Xingwan, when she drew her sword, you might have been injured. As soon as the voice fell, the dull pressure had dissipated. You have some potential, and we, the coaches, can see it at a glance. Stop your unrealistic delusions. In addition, you can do whatever you want. If you want to leave, you can leave first. After Ji Shang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to everyone and closed his eyes to rest. Sitting in the attic, Su Chen was still feeling the pressure of the strength of the 6th grade mountain furnace realm. The strength of the 6th grade mountain furnace realm did not feel invincible. Su Chen recalled that 9 heavens divine sword force. If he tried his best to use the Taishao sword force, it should not be much worse than this pressure. Of course, that is already his strongest move now. And after swinging this move, Zhou's physical strength will be drained, and the whole person will be in a state of exhaustion. But in Su Chen's heart, he had some ideas about how strong the 6th grade mountain furnace realm is. Although the gentleman in front of him, Ji Shang, is casual and doesn't think much of himself, but at least he won't hinder himself. He won't force himself to copy the great Zhou teaching rules and waste time. On everyone's desk, there is still a book for study. There was nothing else to do, so Su Chen sat down in front of the desk and flipped through the book in front of him. In the attic, other fellow disciples were discussing with each other. The purpose of their coming here is to have a place to discuss their cultivation experience. Su Chen focused all his attention on the book in front of him. This is a relatively basic general knowledge book. It should be prepared for the disciples who have just entered Tiangang City. There are many explanations and introductions about cultivation and monsters. There are even some analyses of the major sections. For example, the Yunyang sect is good at knife and sword techniques, and the cultivation method focuses on the heart. The realm is improved. Its moves emphasize the transformation of form into intention. Suchen felt that he understood the above introduction much better than when he was in Yunyang's sect. There were also some analyses on the habits, strength, etc. of various monsters. Monsters are divided into small monsters, big monsters, gold monsters, earth monsters, and heavenly monsters according to their strength. Above the heavenly monsters, there is a book called the Demon King. However, in the Great Zhou dynasty, there has not been such a powerful monster. Most of them only appear in the people's books, creating a tense atmosphere. But for the Great Zhou dynasty, the destructiveness of the heavenly monster is already great enough. A monster comparable to the strength of the master of a large sect, who knows how many people will die once it appears. Suchen activated the Seeker of Knowledge, Destiny and read the book carefully. The content inside is actually very practical. With the improvement of the Seeker of Knowledge, Destiny, he learned very quickly. After reading the book, Suchen was not going to waste any more time. He stood up and saluted Ji Shang slightly, and then left the attic. If you want to improve, then grasp the time and don't waste it. During the whole process, Ji Shang had no intention of paying any attention. None of the disciples present caught his eye. To achieve success in cultivation, many factors are combined: aptitude, comprehension, resources, and experience. If any one of them is missing, the progress of cultivation will be greatly slowed down. Since I can't get much guidance in Tiangang City, I might as well earn more contribution points during this time. In the future, I will need a lot of resources. Thinking about it, Suchen prepared to go to Senior Sister Yao to talk and see if there are any demon-slaying tasks. Yunyang Sect. Yuji received Suchen's letter and Yao Xiaoyu's letter. Knowing that Suchen is now slightly stable in Tiangang City. But in fact, Yuji also heard about Suchen from other people. At the entrance ceremony of Tiangang City, Xia Kuan's words that accused Suchen in public were passed back to Yunyang Sect by him. Many people in Yunyang Sect are ridiculing Tiangang City. They say that Tiangang City is not picky about any disciples now and is willing to take any disciples. Even the disciples that Yunyang Sect had driven away were willing to be accepted into the sect. No wonder the sect was not as strong as Suchen. If these words were only spread in Yunyang Sect, they would not have much impact. But if they were spread to Tiangang City, Suchen would be treated more unfairly by other fellow disciples because of these remarks. In Yunyang Sect, when people heard that Suchen had joined Tiangang City, many people ridiculed him, and many disciples belittled Tiangang City. But there were still many people who were pleased for Suchen. In the more than 2 years that Suchen had been in Yunyang Sect, many people had also seen his dedication. However, most of these people were disciples with not very high status like Suchen. In recent times, the discussion about Suchen has not been the most discussed. What Yunyang Sect is most concerned about are the monsters that appeared near the sect. It was already winter and snow had fallen, and the traces of monsters were very clear in the snow. The strong men of the sect also followed the traces and took action to deal with these monsters. But when the bodies of these little monsters were brought back, the whole sect was a little shocked. The news that had been inquired before said that there were about 4 little monsters outside the sect, but this time, more than 20 were directly wiped out. In other words, the news that Yunyang Sect had inquired before was completely wrong. The sect had a major problem in inquiring about the traces and movements of monsters. The only thing to be thankful for is that winter has already arrived. In winter, many little monsters are not good at keeping warm and dare not come out to attack. In the snow, the footprints are too obvious and they are more likely to be discovered. But what should we do in the spring of next year? In the main hall of the sect, the elders called the sect master and other middle-level leaders together. What they want to discuss is naturally this matter. In the past 3 months, everyone should have seen and felt it. There are problems in some aspects of the sect. The defense line of the main camp has lost enough timely and correct judgment on the traces and movements of monsters. Originally, I thought that there were only some problems in the front camp. But now it seems that the elites stationed in the sect seem to have forgotten their own abilities. The elder was a little angry and dissatisfied. It is said that there are no monsters within 100 miles of Yunyang, but now look, the monsters have come to our sect. Especially with the source of information, what went wrong? During the summer cleanup, we had a clear grasp of the monsters' movements. It has only been a short time, how could they have fallen to this point? After the great elder reprimanded him, he waved his hand, indicating that he did not want to say more. Behind him, the 5th elder, Sun Shuaron, stepped forward. Take advantage of this cold winter, the sect we will reinvestigate the matter and find out what caused such a big loophole in the sect. This elder will be responsible for this matter and will start a detailed investigation from top to bottom. If there is no problem at the top, we will investigate the middle level. If there is no problem at the middle level, we will investigate the bottom level executive disciples. We must take this opportunity to find out the problem and find out the reason. As the first sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Yunyang sect is not a small sect. This workload must be huge. But the high-level leaders of the Yunyang sect have already noticed that this problem must be found out and the cause of the problem must be found out. Otherwise, the impact on the Yunyang sect will be even greater. It happened to be winter, which gave them time to breathe. If it were spring, they would not even have the opportunity, and would not have the manpower and material resources to investigate these. In the hall, the 5 elders arranged matters for the hall masters. This matter was raised to a very important level. However, the hall masters of the sect also understood it. In the frontline camp, the 2 hall masters Shang Yan and He Chao went there, and also replaced the disciples who were investigating the news. The decline was still not resolved, and some of the little monsters even jumped over the defense line of the camp and sneaked into the vicinity of the Yunyang sect. In this series of situations, if the high-level leaders of the sect did not find a way to solve and deal with it, then there would be a big problem. In the hall masters around were discussing and talking about their own guesses. Xia Koan also ended his assistance in Tiangang City and returned to Yunyang sect a long time ago. When he heard the arrangements made by the elders of the sect today, he looked a little embarrassed. He remembered what he said to Su Chen in front of others when he was in Tiangang City. At that time, he also said that if Su Chen really had such great ability, Yunyang sect would definitely be in turmoil after he left. As a result, his words came true, and there really was some chaos in Yunyang sect. Those little monsters all ran to the vicinity of the sect. But soon, Xia Koan also comforted himself in his heart. These problems in the sect had nothing to do with Su Chen, he just happened to leave. Even if he was there, would Yunyang sect not have these problems? Xia Koan thought so in his heart, but in fact, if Su Chen had not left Yunyang sect, he would not have appeared in these things. In the past 2 years, Su Chen's contribution to Yunyang sect far exceeded what the sect gave. 2 years ago, the front line of Yunyang sect was not much different from Tiangang City, both of which were about 10 miles outside the sect. Now, it has been pushed to more than 200 miles. They thought that the strength of the sect had increased, and the sect had shown an overwhelming situation against the surrounding monsters. But in fact, many information messages came from Su Chen. If Su Chen did not lead the espionage mission on the front line, how many people would dare to go? Without those accurate information, can Yunyang sect advance the front line? Layer by layer of exploitation, I don't know how much credit has been taken away. In the end, not many people remember Su Chen's credit. They also accused him of stealing credit. People who concentrate on doing things often don't show off their achievements. As a result, they become the ones who are despised and ignored. Yunyang sect quickly began to make arrangements. Starting from the level of the hall master, they interrogated those people under their jurisdiction. Especially the disciples who are responsible for managing the information channels, ask them what troubles they have encountered. As the saying goes, everything happens for a reason. There must be a reason why Yunyang sect encountered these difficulties. Under the hall master, the disciples who were managed were all captains. Usually, they were the direct disciples or the inner disciples who were close to the hall master. After some inquiries, most of the captains did not feel that there was any problem. From their level, there was indeed no change. The disciples who reported the news were still those people. Many of them were no longer involved in the front line. They arranged and commanded others to do anything. How could they know the reason? The news could only be passed down and began to ask the disciples at the next level. These captains actually thought that Su Chen was the main group of people who stole the credit. In their opinion, many of Su Chen's contributions should have been attributed to them. But they were snatched away by Su Chen. In their eyes, Su Chen's departure was a good thing. However, the fact that the sect was beginning to encounter troubles also made them a little worried. When there were no problems, everything was fine. If there were problems that could not be solved, the senior leaders above would definitely hold them accountable step by step. The days when they were lying down to earn contributions were about to have big problems. After the beginning of winter, it is a day of rest for the practitioners of the major sections. The monsters are hiding and dare not come out, and the task of killing monsters is not that heavy. Su Chen found senior sister Yao and senior brother Wu. He wanted to ask if there are any tasks that can be performed to earn some contributions. Now that winter has arrived, apart from some basic affairs, there are no other tasks. For the disciples of the sect, after the beginning of winter every year, it is also a good time to practice in seclusion. The elders of the sect usually return to the sect during this period. If there is anything that needs to be taught, there is also a chance to ask. Su Chen soon got the answer. Senior sister Yao and senior brother Wu will practice in Tiangang City in peace this winter. The doubts accumulated over the year will also take this opportunity to get answers from their master. Senior brother Lin Tian is still recovering from his injuries, and the arrangements for other familiar brothers and sisters are the same. It is a bit difficult to accept tasks in this cold winter. The winter in Dezhou lasts about 4 months. It will not be until February next year that the spring snow will melt. I can't just waste these few months. If I want to make my little sister suffer less, I have to try harder. In the cold winter, the wilderness is also covered with snow. Most trees are left with only bare fallen leaves, making the view in the wilderness much brighter than before. In addition, in the cold winter, the movements of monsters and beasts are also reduced. The probability of encountering wild beasts in the wilderness has dropped significantly. Under such circumstances, some people choose to take risks and enter the wilderness. There are many precious medicinal herbs and treasures in that sparsely populated place. However, even in the cold winter, there are still dangers everywhere in the wilderness. The monsters reduce their activities, but they are not completely inactive. It is still possible to encounter monsters. But compared with other seasons, entering the wilderness in the cold winter is not full of monsters. It will be difficult to avoid and hide. However, the wilderness outside the domain is so large, which direction to go is a problem. In the wilderness, medicinal herbs are definitely not grown in every place. You have to know more before going there. Although the wilderness is dangerous, I have the destiny of monster hunting pioneer. Anyway, it has a lot of advantages over others. And when I was in Yunyang Sect, I took on spy missions more than once or twice. I know what dangers I might encounter. Thinking of this, Su Chen prepared to borrow some relevant books. When he was in Yunyang Sect, he knew a lot about the geography of the frontline wilderness. But he had just arrived in Tiangang City and didn't know much about this wilderness area on the southeast side of Tiangang City. When he went to the library to borrow books, Su Chen knew that he, a disciple who had just entered Tiangang City, was not qualified to borrow. If you want to borrow a book, you can go to your teacher and they will go to help. Or, borrow it with their identity token. Su Chen thought about it. Mr. Ji Sheng was so casual. Asking him to help borrow books should be like killing him. However, borrowing his identity token and going to borrow it yourself, it should be no problem to run errands by yourself without him moving. After thinking about it, Su Chen went to the attic early the next morning. At noon, Mr. Ji Sheng arrived on time as usual, but after arriving, he leaned back on the chair and rested casually. Su Chen did not hesitate and went forward to ask. When he heard that he wanted to borrow a token to go to the library, Ji Sheng casually took out his own token. 1 hour, bring the token back to me. Hearing this, after taking the token, Su Chen trotted to the library. In terms of heritage, Tiangang City is actually not inferior to Yunyang Sect. In addition, there is a lot of trade in the city, and Tiangang City has more exchanges with the outside world. The collection in the library is also much more than that of Yunyang Sect. What Su Chen wants to find is related general knowledge books, medicinal material atlas, detailed explanation of geography, etc. This kind of books are ordinary books in major sections. Unlike the cultivation method, the skills and techniques, it requires a lot of contribution points to borrow. After finding 4 books in a row and registering them, Su Chen took the token and quickly returned to the attic. When he returned the token to Ji Sheng, he reached out and fiddled with it. He looked at what books Su Chen had borrowed. After a quick glance, Ji Sheng's mouth curled up slightly and smiled. Are you going to the wilderness to pick up some medicinal herbs? It's hard to take on missions in the cold winter, and the monsters are hiding. Students want to go and give it a try. The road of cultivation consumes a lot of energy, and I also want to make some reserves. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Ji Sheng smiled and did not say anything to criticize him. Perhaps he looked down on him in his heart, thinking that Su Chen was just fooling around on a whim and would not get any results. But after thinking about it, he was too lazy to say more. When he was about to leave with the book, Ji Sheng thought about it and stood up to remind him. You'd better hide in the area south of Maojia Valley. In that area, there may be strong people entering to kill monsters this winter. If you hide and get hurt, it will not be worth it. In addition, there will be a martial arts competition for new disciples in the spring. Remember to come back and participate. Even if you admit defeat, you can get some rewards from the sect. Of course, the main reason is that if you don't participate, I will be scolded by the elders. Hearing this, Su Chen bowed to Ji Sheng and thanked him for his advice. Ji Sheng waved his hand and said no more. Returning to the small courtyard where he lived, Su Chen immediately began to flip through the basic books. Activating the destiny of seeker of knowledge, reading by himself, he could comprehend and remember much faster. These books can be read even if you don't go to the wilderness to find medicinal herbs. After the spring, there will definitely be other monster-killing missions. The importance of the surrounding geographical location is also highlighted. Is there a cliff or a swamp in front? Knowing these things in advance can greatly increase the survival rate in the wilderness. Even if you have a destiny like Monster Pioneer and your 5 senses have been strengthened a lot, you still need to know more about these. After flipping through the geography book Mountain Range Notes, Suchen began to read 1,000 Gold Soup Prescriptions. This book introduces those medicinal herbs. The appearance of the medicinal herbs is vividly illustrated with pictures. The value of the medicinal herbs, the growing areas, etc., are all annotated one by one. For 2 whole days, Suchen stayed in the courtyard reading. With the help of the Seeker of Knowledge, Destiny, he read very quickly and remembered very well. After reading the 4 books, Suchen had some preliminary ideas in his mind. In the surrounding wilderness, as long as you go a little deeper, there will be a lot of precious medicinal herbs. As for why you have to go deeper, it is because the ones that are slightly outside have already been picked by others. Suchen was thinking in his mind which direction to go. While thinking, he remembered what Mr. Ji Sheng had said to him before. He couldn't get close to the area of Manhwa Valley. There were strong men killing monsters in that area. If he got close, he might accidentally hurt himself. Suchen had seen the description of that area in books. Manhwa Valley used to be a village. It was a depression in terms of terrain. But more than 200 years ago, it was attacked by monsters and this area was completely abandoned. The place name remained, but the area had been swallowed up by the wilderness. According to the classics, there were earth monsters and even sky monsters in that area. In the records, several times the sky monsters appeared in that area. Suchen was a little confused. Manhwa Valley was more than 50 miles away from the defense line of Tiangang City. It was so far away, even if there were traces of monsters, what would it matter? That distance would not have any impact on Tiangang City and the people of Dazhou. However, these strong men still chose to go there. They said they were going to kill the demons, but were they really going to kill them? Even their appearance might drive the demons from Manhwa Valley to Tiangang City. Suchen had some doubts in his heart. From the perspective of stopping the demons from harassing Dazhou, going to Manhwa Valley to kill the demons would not have much effect. If they were not going to kill the demons, then what was the purpose? There were some guesses in his mind. There might be something in the area of Manhwa Valley. Thinking of this, Suchen was not impulsive and continued to arrange the plan patiently. Mr. Ji Sheng was a very proud person. Those who could be called strong by him should not be underestimated. If nothing unexpected happened, the strength of those people was at least the 5th grade snow realm. It is even possible that they have entered the 4th grade. The 4th grade is called the transformation realm. Simplify the complex and try to return all methods to one path. Your own strength will be greatly improved, far exceeding the 5th grade. Although the improvement is great, it is difficult to step into the 4th grade. There are 2 most obvious watersheds on the road of cultivation. One is the 8th grade refining essence realm to the 7th grade Huaigu realm. This step may seem simple, but it really stops many people. From tempering the body to tempering the mind, many people who are not good at understanding are stuck here. The bottleneck can last for 20 or even 30 years. People enter the 7th level in middle age. There won't be much room for improvement in a lifetime. The other most obvious watershed is the 4th grade transformation realm. The 9th grade body refining is to temper the physique, and the 8th grade essence refining is to condense the physique into essence. The 7th grade Huaigu realm, the 6th grade Shanlu realm, and the 5th grade Snow realm. Only after crossing these hurdles of the state of mind can you reach the 4th grade transformation realm. Those who can enter the transformation realm are already well-known strongmen in the Great Zhou dynasty. Even people like Sun Xuerong, the 5th elder of the Yunyang sect, who are already elders, are still only the 5th grade Snow realm, one step away from entering the 4th grade. If you really want to go to Manhwa Valley to take a look, you can't go there casually. You must be vigilant enough and try your luck when it is safe enough. In the initial plan, Suchen decided to go to the south first. It is said that there are many rare medicinal materials in the area to the south. In the book, the wilderness on the south side is even named the Great Zhou Medicine Garden. That is to say, there are many kinds of medicinal materials there. Suchen had a plan in mind. He would go south to Tiangang City first. He would see what he could harvest in the south and see if there were any opportunities. If all conditions were suitable, he would try Manhwa Valley. After figuring out the plan in his mind, Su Chen was ready to take action as soon as possible. At the end of this year, he had already told his mother and little sister that he would not go back. This trip was considered as an experience, and it was considered to earn some resources and money for himself. In addition to using it for himself, it could also make his mother and little sister live a richer life. Prepare a big bag and buy some dry food in the city. The main feature of dry food is that it is portable and easy to store. Su Chen didn't care about its taste. Anyway, he didn't come from a royal family, so he wouldn't say that he couldn't eat it. Going out for experience, as long as he could fill his stomach. After everything was ready, Su Chen walked south alone. Outside the city, as long as the place had not been cleaned, it was covered with a layer of white snow. In fact, the amount of snow was not large. It was only a shallow layer. In previous years, when it snowed heavily, the snow easily covered the ankles. All the way south, the monster hunting pioneer, Destiny, was also activated. Although the activities of monsters decreased in winter, we still had to be vigilant when we needed to be vigilant. After crossing the defense line of Tiangang City, it seemed that there were fewer people in the south. Outside the defense line, we could clearly see more plants. No, there were only bare branches left by the few plants, but looking at these branches crowded together, it seemed that one could feel how lush this place was in spring and summer. Under normal circumstances, no one in the Great Zhou could jump over the defense line. Su Chen did not hesitate and continued to go deeper to the south. There is actually a trick to find medicinal herbs in winter, which was taught by Yin Yang. In the past, when I looked for wild vegetables with Yin Yang in winter, I relied on this trick. Most plants do not like cold. Even if they grow in winter, many try to choose a slightly warmer location. One of the important reasons for the cold in winter is the cold wind. So the depression is the preferred location for plants. In the past, I have found a lot of wild vegetables by this method. There is no suitable place in my mind for the time being, so I will start by looking for a depression. Looking up, there is a slightly higher mountain in the distance. Climbing up and looking far away, Su Chen stepped forward, ready to go to a higher place to see where there is a depression. With the strength of the 8th grade refining spirit middle realm, climbing a small mountain is naturally very easy. But during the climb, Su Chen had to pay attention to the surrounding situation and guard against the appearance of monsters. In 3/4 of an hour, he reached the top of the mountain. He looked up and looked for depressions. In the wilderness, there are still some plants that have not fallen leaves and have withstood the cold winter. However, there are relatively few such plants, and most of them are deciduous plants. There seems to be a depression on his left-hand side. After a simple memory of the surrounding terrain, Su Chen walked towards the depression. The snow this year is not deep, and there is not even a place that can cover the calf. Soon, Su Chen came to the depression he had just discovered. This place is about 30 miles away from the defense line of Tiangang City. This distance is actually considered quite deep. If it were summer, I am afraid that I would encounter a monster every 3 or 2 steps. The farther away from the defense line, the fewer people will come. The possibility of those medicinal herbs being picked is also lower. Many herbalists are experienced, but their strength is average, and they don't have the courage to enter this place. Su Chen tried to push away the snow and began to look. Under the snow, there were indeed many herbs. Some were just weeds, but soon, Su Chen found a medicinal herb, white pine grass. He continued to push away more snow and found 4 clusters of white pine grass growing here. White pine grass is not a very rare medicinal herb, but it is also worth some money. There are so many plants here, it is a good harvest. Su Chen carefully pulled them up, shook off the soil on the roots, and packed the white pine grass intact. He continued to clear the snow around him. There were really many herbs hidden in the depression. Most of them were useless weeds, but Su Chen also found a lot of medicinal herbs. Rui ginseng, Jiuhua bamboo, crescent grass. These medicinal herbs are not the kind of extremely precious medicinal herbs that can be sold at sky-high prices, but they are worth a lot and can be sold at a high price easily. I didn't expect that I would have such a harvest after only being out for half a day. Looking at the sky, it is almost the evening. At most, it will be dark in 3/4 of an hour. Su Chen searched all the plants in the depression in front of him, confirmed that there were no other medicinal herbs, and then got up and walked back. It was very unfavorable for him to get dark at night. Even with the monster hunting pioneer, to strengthen the 5 senses, it was much more dangerous than during the day. Su Chen also had no plan to return to the defense line, which was indeed a bit far. I just need to get closer to the defense line. The range of activities of those monsters is actually slightly away from the defense line subconsciously. It was almost dark, and Su Chen stopped going back. He activated the skillful hands, destiny, and began to set traps around. These simple traps have no other meaning, just to give myself some reminders. If a monster approaches at night, I can be reminded more easily. Half an hour later, Su-chen had already set up a circle of traps around. I chose a big tree as my resting place at night. With a little cover, it is also a good hiding place. At night, Su-chen activated the two destinies of Monster Hunting Pioneer and Tenacity. I wanted to rest, but I found it difficult to fall asleep in this strange and dangerous environment. I was always a little vigilant, worried that monsters would attack. Fortunately, with the bonus of Tenacity, I could close my eyes and rest, and recover a lot of physical strength. At night, a monster stepped on the trap. It screamed and ran away. It was almost 7 a.m., the sky was getting brighter, and Su-chen started to work hard today. He only worked for half a day yesterday, and got 8 herbs. If he worked in this wilderness for half a month or a month, he could earn a lot of resources. Thinking of this, Su-chen he began to walk up the mountain, looking for a depression. That kind of terrain is indeed more suitable for the growth of herbs. If it is in the wind, the cold wind may freeze these plants to death. After finding a target location, Su-chen ate a piece of scone and drank a sip of water. He recovered some strength and moved forward. Before approaching the depression, Su-chen smelled a stench at the tip of his nose. This is the smell of the monster. After activating the destiny of Monster Pioneer, he is particularly sensitive to the smell. Su-chen carefully found a place to observe. I saw that a dog monster had dug a shallow hole in the depression and made a nest. Looking at the sturdy body of the dog monster, it is obvious that it has the strength of a big monster. Su-chen hesitated for a moment and picked up the long knife in his hand. In this world, Su-chen does not have that kind of inexplicable saintly heart. When monsters see people, if they can't beat them, they will eat people without hesitation. And among their many foods, people are their preferred ones. It is said that monsters cannibalizing people will be more conducive to their improvement. Many big monsters are only promoted to the level of big monsters after eating people. Regardless of whether this is true or not, Su-chen has seen too many people die at the hands of monsters. Killing one more big monster will reduce the possibility of disasters for the people of Dezhou. Moreover, it occupies a depression. Only after killing it can I pick the medicinal herbs in the depression. The destiny of Swordsman and Tenacity is activated. I now have the strength of the middle stage of the 8th grade refining essence, combined with the destiny of Swordsman. And I have also learned the swordsmanship of the Lin family, which is much stronger than before. Facing the big monster, Su-chen has some confidence in his heart. But confidence is confidence, and vigilance is still necessary. There are differences in strength between big monsters. The dog monster in front of me is not necessarily weaker than the tiger monster that day. After all, after the big monster is enlightened, it will gradually improve and strengthen itself. With a knife in hand, Su-chen began to go around from behind. The range of the detour was a little wider. These monsters have a keen sense of smell. If you get a little closer, they can easily smell the smell. Before making a move, Su-chen hesitated for a moment. It is better to be safe and set up some traps first. Leave a way out for yourself. After everything was in place, Su-chen moved forward again. 30 feet away from the depression, he no longer hesitated. Suddenly, he leaped forward and chopped at the dog demon. Lin family swordsmanship. Cutting high mountains. The dull pressure rushed towards the dog demon. But the dog demon seemed to be a little alert. This move injured it, but did not hit the vitals. Then he dodged, and the dog demon also held a sharp weapon in his hand and stood up like a human. He stretched out his tongue and licked the wound. Su-chen looked at its open mouth, sharp teeth, faintly emitting golden light. This dog demon actually has the tendency to be promoted to a golden demon. Su-chen became more vigilant, no longer hesitated, and the long sword in his hand came out again. Lin family swordsmanship is not a swordsmanship with fierceness as its core. Instead, it sacrifices a little bit of fierceness in exchange for a faster sword speed. With the blessing of the destiny of Swordsman, Lin family swordsmanship has also become a little more powerful. The dog demon was originally a little angry. It wanted to kill Su-chen after hurting it, but after just 2 moves with Su-chen, it began to retreat. The 8th grade refining realm also has differences. The same sword technique, Su-chen used it differently. The blade was sharp and the sword was fierce. In just 3 or 2 moves, the dog demon already felt that Su-chen was not easy to deal with. When it first felt Su-chen's aura, it probably thought it was easy to deal with. But Su-chen's strength foundation was much more stable than others. I was promoted to the 8th grade under the tempering of a Shen Tian Dao Xianju, and my basic foundation was much stronger than others. These enlightened big demons cherished their lives much more than those small demons. They couldn't get the upper hand, so they wanted to escape immediately. but it didn't expect that the direction it fled to was exactly the area where Suchen set up traps. Even if it found the trap, it didn't matter. Dodging and getting out of the way would slow down its escape speed. In a panic, the dog demon didn't find the trap set by Suchen. The sharpened stakes could not penetrate the monster's hard skin, but the holes in the sharp stakes significantly slowed down its escape. After a slight delay, the blade in Suchen's hand came again. Perhaps it felt that it was difficult to escape. The dog monster in front of him began to counterattack with all its strength. Sharp teeth and claws, as well as the knife, began to fight together. When the big monsters start to use their sharp claws and fangs, it means that they are ready to fight to the death. Suchen has been in the front line of Yunyang's sect for more than 2 years, so he naturally understands its routines. At this moment, protecting himself is the first priority. The big monster's goal at this time is to hurt people. Even if it knows that it will be hurt, it still has to hurt the opponent at the risk. Suchen, on the contrary, no longer attacks like before. The swiftness of the Lin family sword technique seems to be showing its wonderful use at this moment. When people mention sword techniques, they all talk about the characteristics of being strong and fierce. But in fact, sword techniques also have various tricks and variables. When studying in the small courtyard before, Suchen thought he had mastered the Lin family sword technique. He even felt that this set of sword techniques had many redundant moves. But at this moment, when Suchen was making a move, he suddenly realized. These moves are not redundant, but tricks. Such means are to deceive the opponent to resist and guard, showing a changeable trend. Moreover, the tricks were very subtle, otherwise, Suchen would not have failed to see the deep meaning in them when he was studying. Unexpectedly, the effect was fully revealed during the actual combat. Suchen also understood that this was probably the effect of the destiny of the swordsman. Improving the comprehension of swordsmanship was the biggest help in motivating him to comprehend these things. After understanding these things, the long sword in Suchen's hand was sharp and swift. The tricks made the wolf demon in front of him more and more panicked, and the attack of sharp teeth and claws was even more anxious. Taking advantage of its panic, Suchen's tricks were replaced by real moves. The blade fell and hit its vital points directly. The moves flashed like lightning, and the real moves did not give it a chance to breathe. Continuously hit the vital points and ended the life of this beast. The dog demon, which had just exposed its sharp teeth and claws, was now lying on the ground. Suchen did not waste time and immediately returned to the depression. He pushed aside the snow and began to look for medicinal herbs in it. The skin and bones of the monster's corpse can also be cut off and exchanged for some money. But Suchen didn't bother to get those. The skin and bones of the golden monster are still of good value, but the corpse of the big monster is not worth much. In addition, in this wilderness, the smell of blood is very sensitive to other monsters. If you peel the skin and bones yourself, the smell of blood will spread more widely and attract other monsters. The monster came. Taking away the skin and bones of the big monster also let the smell of blood follow him all the time. This is basically deliberately attracting other monsters to find him. In this case, it is better to focus on those medicinal herbs. Suchen found a lot of valuable medicinal herbs in the depression. If you want to walk steadily and go far on the road of cultivation, resources are extremely important. There is no backer behind you, no one is willing to give you a steady supply of resources, everything depends on yourself. In 2/4 of an hour, Suchen even activated the skillful hands, destiny and quickly searched in the depression. A total of 7 medicinal herbs were found in the depression, put into the bag, and then left quickly. Walking to a distance and looking back to observe, the figures of other monsters were already faintly seen around. The blood of the dog monster just now attracted other monsters. These monsters were cautious, but they also began to approach the big monster. It won't be long before this dead big monster will become the food of other monsters. Suchen found a secret place to rest for a while. Recalling the fight with the dog demon just now, the dog demon has already shown a tendency to step into the golden demon. Its offensive power is much stronger than the tiger demon that I met that night. But it also made me see the recent improvement. The physique tempered by the Xiantian Dao Xianju is indeed stronger than the improvement obtained by other cultivation methods. Most of the time, the physical strength of a person is slightly inferior to that of a demon. I have practiced the Xiantian Dao Xianju and reached the middle stage of refining essence. My physical strength is not inferior to that of this top demon. Logically speaking, the physical strength of a person in the initial stage of the 7th grade Huaigu is at most equal to that of it. Here, the effectiveness of the Xiantian Dao Xianju can also be seen. With the cooperation of swordsman Tianming, the swordsmanship in my hand has also been improved to a higher level. And this fight also made me realize the true strength of the Lin family swordsmanship. Swordsman, Tianming's improved swordsmanship comprehension can be more effective in actual combat. In general, the battle with this dog demon has gained a lot. His current strength, even if not the best among the new disciples this year, is definitely not inferior. Su Chen didn't know much about the others. But after spending nearly 2 months with senior brother Wu Yi, he still had some confidence. Ouyang Chuan's evaluation of himself was all nonsense, casually belittling himself. Most of the students under his command were probably not his opponents. It was not as he said that he could not beat anyone. He did not think deeply about these things in his heart. He wanted to clear his name, but his current strength was far from enough. The road was still long, so he should not underestimate himself, but he did not need to be complacent. In the distance, some monsters had already approached and tried to bite the body of the dog monster. Su Chen went all the way to the northeast, diagonally upward, along the periphery of the defense line. He kept looking for depressions and picking medicinal herbs. However, there were not many such depressions, and Su Chen even had no harvest one day. At night, Su Chen rested near the defense line as usual. And here, Su Chen met a team of herbalists. Their skin was dark and a little chapped, and their eyebrows were full of fatigue. Judging from their appearance, they should not be people who practiced martial arts. They were more like hard-working people who took advantage of the cold winter and risked their lives to make more money. Su Chen went up to them and started a conversation. Seeing the clothes of Tiangang city disciples, the attitudes of these herbalists became much more polite. They were villagers from the villages near Tiangang city. They wanted to earn some money for their families. The younger generation was about to grow up and build a new house. They brought a lot of things, so Su Chen gave them more money and bought some to try. Several herbalists started to refuse, but Su Chen insisted on giving them the money. Looking at them, Su Chen felt like he was seeing his own mother. During the conversation, Su Chen looked at their harvest again. There were 4 of them in their group. Generally speaking, 2 people would observe the situation and 2 people would look for medicinal herbs. They had been here for more than 10 days, and they had only found 2 medicinal herbs in total. On this side of the defense line, the medicinal herbs were indeed getting fewer and fewer. They had no martial arts skills, and they didn't dare to go too deep. During the conversation, Su Chen heard some news that interested him. Several people mentioned the things in Manhwa Valley, and asked about them while chatting. Every year at this time, many experts go to Manhwa Valley. We are used to it. When we are picking herbs, we avoid it. They have come here every year for 6 or 7 years. Anyway, I heard people say that there are earth treasures growing there. These experts come here to look for those earth treasures. Just as Su Chen had guessed before, those masters came in the cold winter. It is unlikely that they came to kill demons and exorcise monsters. Moreover, if there were any demons in Manhwa Valley every year, they would have been killed long ago. The slightly intelligent demons would avoid the area of Manhwa Valley when walking. After so many years, those masters still haven't found what they want? Uncle Chan on the side smiled and shook his head. Then we ordinary people don't know, but it seems that they haven't found it. Otherwise, why waste time every year? Anyway, little brother, you should go around a little bit. Many of those masters are not from our great Zhou. If you offend them, they will not hold back and you will suffer. Su Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Before parting in the morning, Su Chen took out a white pine grass and gave it to them. It was considered to be a thank you for the information they gave. Su Chen had some calculations in his mind. He also wanted to go to the area of Manhwa Valley. Without the support of identity and background, he must seize these opportunities as much as possible. And he still has those destiny abilities to help. Monster hunting pioneer, under the destiny, I can also find most of the dangers. The masters come here every year. It is very likely that they know that there are treasures in the Manhwa Valley. But they can't find them, so they come every year. Although I don't have the strength of a master, I am extremely sensitive to the traces and movements of monsters. In this wilderness, my advantage is not necessarily less than those masters. Su Chen has decided to go to Manhwa Valley this time. He went all the way to the direction of Manhwa Valley. And along the way, Su Chen encountered many monsters. These monsters seem to be as far away from Manhwa Valley as possible. In this way, there is a high probability that there are really many masters entrenched there, so these small monsters and big monsters are running to other places. In the wilderness, Su Chen raised his vigilance to the highest level. Now it is not a matter of encountering big monsters and golden monsters. As those herbalists said, I should pay more attention to those masters. Being discovered by them may be worse than being discovered by monsters. Su Chen avoided them as much as possible and kept an eye on the movements around him. monster hunting pioneer, can slightly enhance the five senses and observe other things. Not bad. After walking for half a day, Su Chen has reached the outskirts of Manhwa Valley. The wilderness in the cold winter is extremely quiet. But in this outskirts, people can be heard talking faintly. Going further, you should meet those strong masters. Su Chen stayed in the outskirts and tried to search in the outskirts to try his luck. See if he has good luck and will encounter the earth spirit treasure. During the search, Su Chen felt something was wrong. The stronger the monster is, the lighter the fishy smell on its body is. It is more and more similar to humans and out of animal nature. But although the smell is lighter, it is still recognizable. For example, at this moment, Su Chen has smelled this smell. This is the smell emitted by the earth monster. Su Chen did not hesitate to run towards the defense line when he found something wrong. After a little distance, Su Chen's figure was discovered by the earth monster. According to Su Chen's experience, at this distance, he did not pose a threat to the earth monster, and he should not have much malice towards him. But after a short pause, the earth demon immediately rushed towards Su Chen frantically. With his current strength, even if he used the Nine Heavens Divine Sword Force, he could probably only fight it once. Without any hesitation, Su Chen also ran away. During this time, he even threw away the bag of herbs. If he got closer to the defense line, the earth demon would not chase him anymore. This earth demon was a wolf demon who had practiced cultivation. His body was not as agile as cat demons, but his earth demon strength was still much stronger than Su Chen. Suddenly, a silver light flashed. It seemed that a sword energy was heading towards the earth demon. The wolf demon that was chasing him stopped. He stood up with his teeth bared, and there were still a lot of bloodstains on his fangs. With a hint of ferocity in his eyes, he looked at the figure in front of him. Su Chen slowly stopped, but still stood a little far away. The one who made the move was a woman, wearing a white fairy dress, who seemed to have merged with the snow. There were some delicate dark patterns on her clothes, showing her extraordinary status. Su Chen could see her profile from where he was standing. It was very delicate and beautiful, with a hint of coldness. She looked not as immature as a young person, but a little more mature. But she is also a very beautiful fairy. The wolf demon in front of her confronted her. After more than 10 breaths, the wolf demon became scared. Although it still showed some ferocity, it chose to escape. After a while, the fairy turned and looked at Su Chen. Go to the southwest. There are not only earth demons here, but also a sky demon. In addition, if you are seen by those with bad tempers, you will suffer. The fairy was obviously talking to him in a very gentle tone. The cold temperament on her body seemed to keep people away. Thank you for your help. While speaking, Su Chen paused for a moment and ran to pick up his medicine bag. I can't repay you for saving my life. If you don't mind, please accept these medicinal herbs. They are all very precious medicinal herbs and have some value. Before Su Chen finished speaking, the fairy in front of him couldn't help but smile. No, you keep them. After speaking, the fairy in front of him did not stay any longer. The figure was light and a bit shaky, and went to Manhwa Valley. Is this the 4th level of transformation? After coming to his senses, Su Chen did not think too much, because those strong men were too far away from him. It seems that there are not only earth spirit treasures near Manhwa Valley, but also earth monsters and even sky monsters. With his current strength, even if he has detected the location of the earth monster in advance, it will still be dangerous if he is chased by it. After coming to his senses, Su Chen continued to look for medicinal materials, avoiding the direction of Manhwa Valley as much as possible. It is just in this outer circle. After 2 days of searching, a line of small words appeared in front of him. Slaying monsters for the people, eliminating demons to protect the Foundation, protecting the world's peace, destiny promotion, monster hunter. Su Chen's mind escaped into the sea of consciousness, and the original destiny of Monster Hunter Pioneer has been promoted to Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter, improve your visual ability, hearing ability, smell ability, greatly improve your observation of monsters, and improve your ability to identify monsters' traces. Monster Hunter was the first destiny I got. But I didn't expect that I got it after Sword Practitioner, and was promoted before Monster Hunter. It seems that I need to use it more at the limit. I came to the vicinity of Manhwa Valley and observed many traces of earth monsters. Maybe it was because of the promotion. Looking at the promoted destiny, Su Chen immediately activated the destiny of Good Monster Hunter. The next moment, his 5 senses seemed to have been greatly improved. The clues around him were clearer and more clearly heard than before. In addition, Su Chen also understood what improving the ability to distinguish the traces of monsters meant. In the past, when he found the traces of monsters, it was actually difficult to see through the strength of the monsters themselves. He only knew where the monsters had walked and stayed. But at this moment, Suchin found that he could actually distinguish these traces. For example, some traces nearby were left by a big monster. With such strength, his safety is more guaranteed. While looking for medicinal materials, Suchin found a trace of a monster that he had never seen before. The smell was not that of a gold monster, nor a ground monster. The fishy smell was very light, even lighter than the smell of a ground monster. A heavenly monster? Suchin has heard an old saying that there are treasures beside the heavenly monsters. These monsters with extraordinary strength have the ability to distinguish those earthly treasures. Being in the wilderness, they can even occupy it in advance. Suchin tried to follow the trace. One end of the trace led to the direction of Manhwa Valley, and the other side led to the southwest of the wilderness. Suchin was not going to go to the direction of Manhwa Valley. There were many strong people there, so even if there were any earth spirit treasures, he would have no chance. On the contrary, he didn't know where the other side of the trace led to. While hesitating, Suchin kept a certain parallel distance with the trace and walked along the trace to the south. The road was getting deeper and deeper, but the trace was still obvious. This meant that the demon was likely to come and go on this road frequently. Monster hunting pioneer, after the promotion of Tianming, he could also find the demons around him more quickly. Along the way, he had avoided several possible dangers. Following the trace deeper, he soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. The demon jumped down from here. At this height, a cultivator of the 8th grade refining essence would not dare to jump down. Suchin walked around and walked to the bottom of the cliff. Under the cliff, Suchin could see clearly that the demon had stayed here many times. This was where it often came. Suchin began to search, following the trail of the monster. Behind a pile of dead wood, Suchin made a discovery. On a leafless plant, there was a fruit. Bayubeo fruit. There really is a treasure of the earth here. It looks ripe, but it has not yet grown to its best state. Suchin did not hesitate at all. He could not wait for this Bayubeo fruit to grow to its most mature state. There was no time, no opportunity. Even if it was not fully ripe, he could not leave it to this heavenly demon and let it go further. After picking the fruit, Suchin went to the direction of Tiangang City without hesitation. This heavenly demon could come back at any time, and he had to leave as soon as possible. With the help of good demon hunter Tianming, Suchin avoided possible dangers and went all the way to the defense line. During the whole process, Suchin did not encounter the heavenly demon. Feeling the weight of the Bayubeo fruit in his bag, Suchin knew that there was a heavenly demon in this area. The saying "there is a treasure next to the heavenly demon" is also true. Why did those strong men come to Manhwa Valley to search? They came to check every winter, and they must come to seek this treasure. But this heavenly demon is also a little smart. It probably also realized that those strong men thought that there were treasures where it was. So, it placed its nest in the area of Manhwa Valley. And the treasure it had its eyes on was more than 20 miles away. Other monsters were not smart enough and would not compete with it for those earthly treasures. Its main concern was to guard against people. After guarding for so long, it probably didn't expect that it would fall into Suchin's hands in the end. Suchin walked all the way back and arrived at the defense line of Tiangang City at the time of C on the second day. It was not until he passed through the defense line that Suchin felt a little relieved. He looked at the Bayubeo fruit in his bag. This time the harvest was greater than he had imagined. But this fruit was not fully ripe. After thinking about it, Suchin went to buy some other fruits. There is a way, which is to put the ripe fruits together with the unripe ones to ripen the unripe ones. Suchin hurried on his way calmly, and did not show how precious the things in his package were. In this way, not many people paid attention to him. I went all the way back to Tiangang City, back to the courtyard where senior brother Lin Tian invited me to stay. In the past 2 days, the Bayubeo fruit didn't seem to be ripened. That's right, this kind of earth treasure is not so easy to ripen. I was just overthinking. The book says, Bio Bagua has the effect of consolidating essence and nourishing essence, replenishing chi and nourishing blood. To put it more directly, it can improve physical fitness. If it is just this effect, then it is definitely not a treasure of the earth spirit. The book also mentioned that this thing has the effect of strengthening the foundation and helping to improve the realm. As soon as this sentence is mentioned, its preciousness is highlighted. Some bottlenecks in cultivation may be difficult for many people to cross for decades. Such treasures with such effects are naturally sought after and fought for by these people. Being able to help people break through the bottleneck, even if it is only possible, Bio Bagua is worthy of the title of this earth spirit treasure. Moreover, Bio Bagua improves and strengthens from the foundation. This has a profound impact on cultivators. Perhaps, the celestial demon took great pains to covet the effect of this treasure fruit. It is very likely that this celestial demon has further ideas. Su-chan did not think further. Now that he has obtained the Bio-Bagua, he should think about how to deal with it. According to the book, this kind of earthly treasure is the best when refined into elixir. Combined with orchid grass, it can maximize its effectiveness. It's just that Su-chan didn't want to let others know about the news that he got this treasure fruit. Those strong men went to the wilderness to find it for several years, and the demon took great pains to preserve it. If the news that he got this thing spread, it would be harmful to him. Besides, there was no alchemist that he could trust enough to hand over the treasure fruit to. After thinking about it, Su-chan decided to swallow it himself. Although the effect was not that good, it was the safest way. The nature of the Bio treasure fruit was not mild, but it was not a strong stimulant. Having thought it through, Su-chan no longer hesitated. He swallowed the Bio treasure fruit directly. The medicinal effect was definitely not as good as that of refining it into elixir. But he was satisfied to get some benefits. The fruit was slightly sweet, and after swallowing it, the body felt a slight tingling pain. But the pain was not strong, much lighter than the tempering of a Xiantian Dao Xin Ju. After the pain, the body seemed to feel refreshed. But my strength level did not seem to change. It was normal. The Bio fruit was to help people break through bottlenecks. I was not at a bottleneck, but my physical strength was not enough and needed to be tempered. This trip to the wilderness took almost 2 months, including the travel time. It started at the beginning of the 12th lunar month, and now it is the end of the 1st lunar month, and spring is about to begin. After the snow melts, it will be a truly new year. Su-chan remembered that before he set out, Mr. Ji Sheng told him that the sect would have a competition for new disciples after the beginning of spring. There were also some rewards, and even if he lost, there were some consolation prizes. He might pay more attention to this competition. He was already short of resources, so it would be good to get more rewards. In addition, he needed to change the impression of the sect disciples and the middle and high-level leaders of the sect on him. If he wanted to go on in Tiangang City, he needed opportunities. If he was always treated unfairly, he would have fewer opportunities. This competition was a good opportunity to show himself. In the small courtyard, Su-chan had been consolidating his practice these days. The improvement of the Bio fruit was based on strengthening the foundation. Su-chan could clearly feel the benefits. After swallowing the Bio fruit, his endurance was greatly improved when he used the Xiantian Daoxinju to temper his body. Even without activating the Ji tenacity, destiny, Su-chan can now easily resist those temperings. This is the effect of a stable foundation. Why are some geniuses able to master the skills quickly and not easily make mistakes when practicing? It is because they have been trained since childhood and their foundation is much stronger than others. After swallowing this Bio fruit, his foundation strength should no longer lag behind others. It is likely that he will be stronger than many people. During this period of time, Su-chan was doing his own things in the courtyard. He picked the herbs and hung them up to dry in the sun. When he had time, he would exchange them for some contribution points. Senior brother Wu Yi, senior sister Yao Xiaoyu and others should also be busy practicing. Spring is about to begin, and there will not be so much time for practice. The elders and hall masters of the sect will also have various affairs to deal with. Su-chan did not disturb them, as everyone had their own things to do. Before spring begins, he will summarize them well. This trip to the wilderness has yielded a lot. There were dangers, but a senior fairy saved him and he escaped. In fact, the most unexpected thing was this Lin family sword technique. When Su-chan first learned this sword technique, I thought it was very ordinary, just a simple family sword technique of the Lin family. At most, the sword technique was much faster. But this time when I used it in the wilderness and faced the dog monster, I realized the mystery. This trick of tricking and changing moves is not ordinary at all. When masters fight, a slight mistake will lead to a huge difference. As long as the opponent is tricked and lured out by tricks and changes, he will basically lose. In the small courtyard, Su-chan even spent time studying it these days. In the Lin family sword technique, many moves are even deliberately showing flaws and loopholes. Su-chan initially thought it was just not sophisticated enough. Now it seems that his previous understanding was not enough. The weather is getting warmer, and the snow everywhere is beginning to melt. Outside the city, it is wet everywhere, and the snow melts and spring returns. The previously bare branches began to sprout new buds. The vibrant spring day is here, but the harassment of those monsters is also coming. On the 2nd day of February, Su-chan received the news. Let's go to the attic tomorrow. Mr. Ji Sheng wants to explain some things about the new disciple martial arts competition. After the martial arts competition, it is reasonable that the instructor will take the disciples to perform tasks and train them for a year. But this Mr. Ji Sheng should not be so diligent. It doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't hinder himself like Ouyang Chuan. After a night's rest, Su Chen went to the attic early the next day. When he met some fellow disciples who arrived early, they all ran to talk to Su Chen with a look of curiosity. They all heard that Su Chen went to the wilderness in the cold winter. One by one, they asked Su Chen what he had gained and how much he had earned. Su Chen concealed the harvest of Baobao fruit, and told them about other harvests such as white pine grass. Hearing that Su Chen dug so many medicinal herbs in the cold winter, everyone was a little envious. These medicinal herbs are still very valuable. In exchange for contributions, ordinary disciples may have to complete 4 or 5 months of tasks to earn them. But after thinking about it, he gave up this idea. After all, they were always worried about the monsters when they were on duty and on the front lines. Not to mention, they were personally in danger. At 2 p.m., Mr. Ji Sheng arrived with a lazy look on his face. He was late for 2:30, but everyone seemed to be used to it. Ji Sheng was able to come on time, maybe because when something big happens, it's easy to worry. Seeing Su Chen, Ji Sheng smiled. "I'm glad you came back safely. I was really worried that you would be in danger and couldn't come back." Su Chen bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your concern, sir. I didn't get involved in too much danger. I told you to avoid the direction of Maojia Valley before, but fortunately you are not the kind of person who doesn't listen to advice. A few days ago, something big happened there. A celestial demon fought with many strong men there, and those who were slightly weaker were injured." Ji Sheng smiled a little, as if he was talking about something interesting. When other people around heard about the celestial demon, they couldn't help but show some worry. If the celestial demon attacked, I don't know how many people would die. Relax, the celestial demon is very smart and cherishes its life very much. It has no interest in attacking the sect. But this time, the celestial demon seems to be a little crazy, and even has a faint fighting spirit when attacking. I don't know what stimulated it, Ji Sheng said while waving his hand, asking everyone to sit back. When Su Chen heard this, he understood it very clearly. It was because he took the Bo treasure fruit. The treasure that the celestial demon had guarded for several years was taken away, so it would naturally be a little crazy. Su Chen did not regret taking the Bo treasure fruit at all, and it was impossible for him to leave it to the demon to eat. But this demon went crazy and hurt people, and Su Chen was a little worried. Those strong men were considered to have blocked the disaster for him. There was also a senior who saved him before. Su Chen shook his head slightly, telling himself not to think too much about it. After thinking about it, he couldn't help him or change anything. On the stage, Mr. Ji Sheng also began to explain the new disciples' martial arts competition. The time is very close, the 5th day of February. There are still 2 days before the martial arts competition begins. Everyone, relax and don't be too nervous. If you feel that you are not the opponent, you can just admit defeat. And if you admit defeat, the sect will also give you a chi condensation pill. Anyway, don't be absent. After saying this, Ji Sheng also sat down lazily. If you have anything to ask, you can ask it now. There are still some risks in the competition. If you get hurt by mistake, you will have to lie down for a while. At first, everyone was relatively calm, but when they heard that there might be accidental injuries and risks, many disciples present changed their expressions unconsciously. "Mr. Ji, isn't the competition supposed to end when it's over? How could you get hurt? Young people like you, do you know what it means to stop when it's over? Even if you know, does your opponent know?" To put it bluntly, it's still up to the elders watching from the side to see if they think someone might get hurt, so they stop him. If you're slow to stop, you'll get hurt. Ji Sheng smiled and spoke. His casual look made his words more serious. "Don't worry, if you feel that you're not strong enough, just admit defeat." The martial arts competition was not prepared for everyone, just treat it as a process and get some consolation prizes. Such comforting words made everyone feel very uncomfortable. There was a feeling of being despised and belittled, but it seemed impossible to refute. "Mr. Ji underestimates us too much. I know that the realms of the other teacher's disciples are not that high. Many of them are only in the middle realm of the 8th rank, which is only one small realm higher than me." Hearing this, Ji Sheng still had a smile on his face. Before entering the 7th rank, it is actually very difficult to widen the gap in strength and realm. When my strength was at the 8th rank, many people of my generation could catch up. Their strength realms might be one small stage lower than mine. But do you think that if the realms are similar, the strengths must be similar? It is normal to have a huge difference in the same realm. The realm difference is not big, it just gives you some opportunities to fight, so that you will not be defeated in one move. Since he started teaching, Ji Shang's speeches never seemed to be encouraging. They were all blows and belittled. It seemed that everyone was already at the extreme. But there were so many disciples present, many of whom were genius-level warriors in their hometowns. In addition, after the 7th rank, you will see the importance of talent and potential. You have been struggling for 3 to 5 years to make a breakthrough, but others may only need half a year. It is not impossible to be stuck at the 8th rank for a lifetime. Everyone present was silent when they heard this. Ji Shang was a genius, and everyone knew it. If he didn't have that kind of ability, everyone could say that he was jealous and was deliberately belittling everyone. But when Ji Shang was young, 17 years ago, he was the winner of the new disciple competition. Champion. He is indeed qualified to comment. If there are no other questions, I will leave first. I advise everyone, if you are unsure at that time, it is best to admit defeat. If you get hurt, not only will you be in pain, but you will also have to lie down for a long time, which is a waste of time. After that, Ji Shang waved his hand and left. Looking at his back, many disciples had a look of disgust on their faces. You said you were afraid that we would get hurt, but to put it bluntly, you just want to save yourself trouble. The disciple sitting next to Su Chen was a little indignant. Seeing Su Chen looking at him, he immediately explained. According to the rules of Tiangang City, when we participate in the competition, he needs to pay attention to protecting us at all times. Let us admit defeat, and he will naturally save trouble, and he can rest easily next to him. After talking about it, it turned out to be for the sake of saving trouble. Su Chen said that Mr. Ji Shang should not care whether everyone will get hurt. After saying this, another disciple next to him sighed. I think what Ji Shang said is not wrong. The reasons why we were assigned to his team are all in front of us. To put it bluntly, we were despised by others because we don't have enough talent and potential. It's actually good for us to admit defeat. It's hard to say whether Ji Shang can protect us in that state. We'd better try not to get hurt. The disciples present seemed a little pessimistic, and even seemed to be in self-doubt. Su Chen wanted to say something, but after hesitation, he chose to shut up. In this situation, no one's comfort is useful, and it is easy to have a counterproductive effect. In comparison, Su Chen still maintains confidence in his heart. There are still 2 days left, waiting for the martial arts competition to begin. The weather has become warmer. After this martial arts competition, the disciples should return to the front line to perform various tasks. After a day of rest, senior brother Wu Yi and his friends invited them to get together. The gathering place was chosen to be the largest restaurant in the city, and a private room was booked. The team formed by senior brother Wu Yi cooperated very well last year. Everyone was very satisfied with the contribution they made. There were injuries, but no one died. This year, they naturally gathered together again to carry out the mission together. It is indeed much safer to be together with people who trust each other. The way Tiangang City formed a team on its own is much easier than Yun. The semi-mandatory arrangement of Yang Sect must come at the right time. Everyone talked about their gains in this winter. The strength of several brothers has improved. Even brother Wu Yi, who is in the middle realm of the 7th grade Huaigu, has taken a step forward. After years of accumulation, he finally broke into the perfection of the 7th grade Huaigu in this cold winter. No wonder his face was full of joy, and he directly asked for the best wine and food in the restaurant. After a conversation, everyone began to talk about Su Chen. The martial arts competition for new disciples is coming soon. Everyone naturally knows that this is the highlight every year. The performance in the martial arts competition is not just for some rewards, as Ji Shang said. It is also for the sect elders to see which ones have potential. Will they invite him to perform tasks together in the future? In addition, the elders of the sect are also watching, and some particularly outstanding ones may even be included in the ranks of direct disciples. The reason why Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu can become direct disciples is largely because they performed very well in the martial arts competition that year. But everyone still had some concerns about Su Chen. Junior brother Su, are you ready for this martial arts competition? Yao Xiaoyu spoke first. When she mentioned the martial arts competition, she couldn't help but frown slightly. I'm generally ready. I shouldn't lose badly. The answer was still modest. Su Chen didn't like to say anything. Hearing this, Wu Yi on the side coughed softly. We have known junior brother Su for such a long time. Junior brother Su's strength is actually not bad. It's just that the opponents you will face in the martial arts competition are much stronger than those big monsters. After a pause, Wu Yi continued. You had some unpleasantness with Mr. Ouyang Chuan before. Taking advantage of this martial arts competition, they intend to make you suffer a little bit. Hearing this news, Suchen smiled and said, I am not strong enough, so I deserve to suffer. Hearing this, Wu Yi glanced at Yao Xiaoyu. Senior sister Yao also looked a little serious. Suchen, don't take this lightly. The talents and strengths of Ouyang Chuan's disciples are very good. Even compared with previous years, the strength of his disciples can clearly take the lead. Especially Jinyu, the youngest daughter of the Jin family, is also under Ouyang Chuan's command. If you fight, you will probably get hurt. Junior brother Su, your instructor is Ji Shang. In previous years, there were disciples under him who were stubborn and insisted on participating in the martial arts competition and refused to admit defeat. As a result, he was always one step slower in saving people. He did it on purpose, deliberately making people suffer. If you go to the martial arts competition, you can basically only rely on yourself. Su Chen could also hear it during the conversation. Senior brother Wu Yi and the others also wanted him to admit defeat and not to be stubborn. However, their starting point was for themselves and they didn't want to get hurt. It was completely different from Ji Shang. Seeing Su Chen's hesitation, Wu Yi also sighed. You came here to prove your strength and clear your name. If you admit defeat directly in the martial arts competition for new disciples, it is indeed more like giving people a reason to talk. At that time, there will be more words saying that you are greedy for credit and afraid of death. Everyone was silent at the round table. For Su Chen, this was really a difficult choice. After thinking about it, Wu Yi began to tell all the information he knew. The other senior brothers and sisters also reminded Su Chen together. Among the new disciples, which ones are outstanding in what they are good at? Anyway, I told Su Chen all the news I knew. Su Chen was grateful. At least he had some close friends in Tiangang City. Su Chen did not intend to retreat from this martial arts competition. Just as senior brother Wu Yi said. In the martial arts competition for new disciples, he admitted defeat and lost miserably. It was a luxury to clear his name. Even in the eyes of many people, it became evidence to prove his own strength. This martial arts competition should be to verify his own strength and also to give himself a preliminary chance to clear his name. On the 4th day of the first lunar month, he might still be a little worried. Senior sister Yao and senior brother Lin Tian came to the courtyard again and gave some advice. One night passed, and today is the 5th day of the first lunar month. People came to occupy positions around the martial arts training ground early. In addition to the disciples of the Tiangang City Sect, many people in the city also came to watch the excitement. At 7 p.m., the sky was already bright. Su Chen went directly to the attic, where he and other fellow disciples followed Ji Sheng into the martial arts training ground. As expected, my team was the last to arrive. For a lazy person like Ji Sheng, it was a blessing that he was not late. Maybe he was not lazy, but he just looked down on many things, so it was full of casualness. There were 7 other teams around, and the people standing in front were all their respective coaches. Su Chen looked up and saw that the other teachers had about 14 or 15 people under their command. Only Ji Sheng had more people under his command, 24. In the middle, the elder couldn't help but frown when he saw Ji Sheng's appearance and the fact that he had just come with a group of disciples. At 2/4 of the morning hour, Elder Shangchuan gave an opening speech. The opening was a polite remark, which was considered a New Year's wish. Then he started to talk about business. In this year's martial arts competition, the disciples of each teacher will compete first. After half of the winners are selected, the competition will be held according to the rules of previous years. In the competition, all disciples will show their style, but they must also be careful not to accidentally hurt their fellow disciples. Teachers, please protect your students. As for rewards, the sect will customize a weapon for the winner this year. Its quality must be at least top grade. As for other rewards, they will remain the same as in previous years. After explaining what needed to be explained, today's competition officially began. In fact, many people have guessed that this year's change would be like this. In previous years, the martial arts competition took too much time. It was impossible to win a winner in one day. Now that it is spring, there is not so much time to hold this martial arts competition. In this way, the time for the competition is also reduced. The elders only gave half an hour for each teacher to compete for half of the winners. That being said, everyone knows who is in the top half of the strength under the same teacher. Ji Sheng turned to look at the crowd. Anyone willing to quit voluntarily? You don't have to admit defeat then. The rewards are the same anyway, just some consolation pills. If no one volunteers, I'll just pick people at random. After these words, many disciples really chose to admit defeat. It's not so shameful to admit defeat now. And more than half of the people have admitted defeat. Ji Shang casually picked 2 people and asked them to go up and admit defeat later. At 9 p.m., this year's new disciple martial arts competition officially began. The rules of the martial arts competition are that the team is led by a coach. In each round, each coach will arrange a disciple to step out and then challenge others. The loser is eliminated, and the winner is eliminated. After 1 round, they will be included in the team. After 1 round, they can play again. In this way, those who are not strong enough will basically not be able to pick up the leaks. In fact, 4 people will be eliminated in each round. It doesn't seem like much, but in the previous few times, the difference in strength is very large. Basically, it will take less than a quarter of an hour, and it is likely that a round of competition will be over. Su Chen looked at Ji Shang standing in front. At the beginning of the first round, he casually called up the disciple closest to him. The 8 coaches have already sent out their disciples. As for who the opponent is, the 8 coaches will discuss it, because the disciples participating in the competition will definitely pick the weak persimmons. In the end, those who are not strong enough to enter the next round also violate the original intention of the competition. Soon, the opponent of the first round was determined. Knowing that they had met Ji Shang's disciples, they couldn't help celebrating. The competition officially began. In the previous rounds of competition, the strength was indeed very different. Almost 2 or 3 moves can decide the winner. Several respected gentlemen, their disciples are indeed extraordinary. Almost all opponents needed the protection of the coach before they could retreat safely. Seeing this scene, Su Chen looked at his classmates around him, his face a little ugly. After the first 6 people competed, it was the turn of Ji Shang's disciples to take action. Before he took action, Su Chen saw his classmate admit defeat. He walked down with a lonely face, probably feeling a little embarrassed. But compared to getting hurt, he chose to be embarrassed. Many people around looked over here, looking at the disciples behind Ji Shang. Even the common people were whispering and pointing. Under Ji Shang, those disciples who admitted defeat didn't seem to want to embarrass themselves here, and they left one by one when they found an opportunity. At the beginning of the second round, Ji Shang randomly arranged another disciple to come forward. The result was the same. Seeing the strength of others when they took action, this disciple also lost his courage and chose to admit defeat. The third round, admit defeat. The fourth round, admit defeat. Under other coaches, there are winners and losers. Only here with Ji Shang, everyone admits defeat. The disciples who admitted defeat left the arena one by one. The area behind Ji Shang looked a little empty. The onlookers were talking and laughing, pointing and talking. Not far away, Ouyang Chuan looked at Su Chen with a smile on his face. The competition went very fast, and basically a round could be finished in a quarter of an hour. In the first 6 rounds of the competition, there was basically a huge gap in strength. Su Chen looked around him and saw that there were still 6 disciples. Although they had been admitting defeat and being eliminated in every round, they could not stand the large number of people. From the 7th round onwards, except for the disciples under Ji Shang, their strength seemed to be no longer ordinary. At this time, Su Chen stood beside Ji Shang. He also waved his hand as before, motioning Su Chen to come forward. "Mr. Ji, I don't want to admit defeat in this competition." Hearing Su Chen's words, Ji Shang smiled lightly. "If you don't want to admit defeat, wait a little longer, and wait for other disciples who are willing to admit defeat to go first." After that, he arranged for others to come forward. In this 7th round of the competition, there were finally some strong competitions. Years ago, the strength of these young disciples was almost in the middle stage of the 8th grade refining spirit. But their body speed and the power of their moves were close to the 7th grade. The eyes of the people watching the competition around them also became more serious. It was said before that the strength of this year's disciples was better than that of previous years, but many people still refused to admit it. But seeing these young disciples in front of them take action, everyone believed it. In the center of the stands, a group of elders also had smiles on their faces. These outstanding young disciples will be the backbone of Tiangang City in the future and the cornerstone of Tiangang City's growth. Su Chen also looked at these disciples. Their strength is indeed good. In fact, they are already a few points better than those in senior brother Wu Yi's team. As for the disciples under Ji Shang, they still chose to admit defeat. If it was the previous rounds, he would still have some confidence. But now, he knows that he has no chance of winning. After the 7th round of competition, Ji Shang turned around and looked at Su Chen. "Do you still want to compete?" Su Chen nodded without hesitation. "Then you wait a little longer, and wait until the others have lost before you go up." Ji Shang hoped that all his disciples would admit defeat to save him trouble. Looking at the other coaches, he had to keep a close eye on them, which wasted more energy. Not far away, Ouyang Chuan saw that Su Chen had not yet entered the arena, and walked over with a smile on his face. Why hasn't Su Chen entered the arena yet? Is Mr. G planning to let him be the last? There was a hint of ridicule in his words, and the voice was loud enough to be heard by everyone around. Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu, who were watching the competition, also showed they're a little worried. Hearing this, Ji Shang also smiled. After all, he is the disciple who defeated Lu Xingwan. Isn't it normal to leave the final position to him? Ji Shang did not speak for his disciples. In the conversation, he and Ouyang Chuan teased Su Chen. That's right, such a good player should be the finale. However, I am really looking forward to it. I want to see how powerful a disciple with such strength is. I hope that when the time comes, he will not admit defeat after entering the venue. Ouyang Chuan said some teasing words and returned to his position. It was already late in the afternoon, and the competition had reached the 10th round. The subsequent competitions were not as fast as the beginning. The evenly matched competitions were no longer decided by 1 or 2 moves. 10 of Ji Shang's disciples went on the field first, and all chose to admit defeat. Basically, whoever faced each other would have a bye. After the 10th round, Elder Shangxuan looked at Ji Shang with a hint of disappointment and helplessness on his face. Ji Shang looked at Su Chen again. Do you still want to compete? Su Chen nodded without hesitation. Okay, if you are not afraid, go ahead. I have told you all the good and bad things. Your talent and potential are too different. You are not a warrior of the same level as them. For some things, just lie to others, don't lie to yourself. Do you really think you can be better than Lu Xingwan? Anyway, I have said everything I should say. If you don't learn your lesson, then go and suffer a little. Then you will know that what we coaches said is absolutely right. Ji Shang said something, as if he was advising Su Chen for Su Chen's good. But in fact, he still hoped that Su Chen would choose to admit defeat and not trouble him. In the competition venue, each coach also sent out disciples. But all the disciples under the coach were eliminated. Including Su Chen, there were only 5 people in the whole venue. Several coaches walked aside to discuss the ranking. In the competition venue, the other 4 people's eyes fell on Su Chen. Senior Sister Jinyu, I heard that your Mr. Ouyang hates him? Someone asked. Jinyu nodded. Before practicing, you must first cultivate virtue. Mr. Ouyang arranged for him to start with moral cultivation. Let him dare to do and take responsibility, and learn the words of the saints. But he doesn't agree with Mr. Ouyang's arrangement. Did he delay? What's there to delay? The disciple next to him answered, his eyes swept over Su Chen. As he spoke, Jinyu thought for a moment, and then walked towards Su Chen. Su Chen, we were originally of the same generation, and there are some reminders that I shouldn't say. But in this period of time, the reputation of our Tiangang city has been affected because of you. Tiangang city has accepted you into the sect, which is good enough for you. I hope you will think about the sect and stop making trouble. Looking at Jinyu in front of him, Su Chen frowned slightly. I don't know what you mean by this, fellow disciple. When did I do anything that was not good for Tiangang city? When did I make trouble again? Don't you even realize when you are making trouble? Jinyu shook his head. You quarreled with the head of the Yunyang sect, Xia Kuan, at the initiation ceremony that day. Wasn't that nonsense? Wasn't your previous dispute with Mr. Ouyang just nonsense? Personal reputation is very important, but if you don't admit it, no one will know that you have been greedy for credit. Could it be that your ability to slay demons is really better than Lu Xingwan's? After hearing these words, Su Chen no longer wanted to talk to her. It seemed that what she believed was the fact and it must be correct. She tried to wipe off the stains on her body, but now she said that she was just joking. Su Chen, you can't even beat us, how can you beat Lu Xingwan? Jinyu seemed to want to say something, but Su Chen replied directly. The competition hasn't started yet, how do you know that I can't beat you? Hearing this, the 4 people around were stunned. The next moment, Jinyu's face showed a helpless expression. It was as if he had met a rogue, and he couldn't explain himself even if he was right. Okay, since you said so, let's talk about it after the competition is over. Turning around, Jinyu seemed to think of something and turned back. I always thought you were making excuses and didn't want to admit that you were greedy for credit. But now, I feel that you have some mild hysteria. You often fantasize that you have extraordinary skills. You can even surpass Lu Xingwan. But you don't know that it's all fantasy. I hope this competition can wake you up and make you sober. During the conversation, the 4 coaches had already discussed the results. After the 10 rounds of competition, the gap between the disciples was actually quite obvious. According to the four coaches, Suchen would not be matched with an opponent for the time being. In the next round, if a disciple participated in one more round, he would be matched with the remaining two disciples under Ji Shang. The disciples under Ji Shang basically admitted defeat, even if they had a bye. Even if Suchen wanted to fight, it would not be stressful for others. The competition for new disciples, the arrangement of opponents, was arranged by the coaches. The final result must have been caused by human factors. But over the years, no one felt anything wrong. Because the ranking of this competition is not the key. Showing one's own ability, talent, and potential is the key. In the previous rounds, he encountered a genius opponent, but he performed well. Even if he lost, he would still be valued by the sect and even be included as a personal disciple. In the competition field, the competition continued. Su Chen and another fellow disciple seemed to have become welfare at this moment, as a reward for the victory of others. Soon, the 11th round of competition began. This time, the coaches arranged Jinyu and Ho Chinfei together. The two of them were actually strong contenders for the top spot. Unexpectedly, the coaches arranged them to be opponents in advance. The crowd around seemed to be more serious. Even the other disciples of Tiangang City were a bit serious. This kind of fight between top talents is not something you can watch if you want to. Don't look at the fact that the two of them are still young and are new disciples. But their attainments must exceed most of the disciples of Tiangang City. In the center of the arena, Jinyu and Ho Chinfei, at this moment, their faces were also full of seriousness. Suddenly, the sword in Jinyu's hand flashed out. Ho Chinfei on the other side was also fast, and his long spear was like a rock spreading its wings and waving forward. The spear opened and closed, showing a majestic momentum. The wind from the spear seemed to trip people. Jinyu's body movement was completely different, like a dragon entering the sea and ascending to the sky. Only the strong can make the strong use their true skills. Everyone stared at them intently. They couldn't tell that the two people in front of them were new disciples. Although their strength was at the middle level of the 8th rank, the power of his moves was already comparable to that of a person at the initial stage of the 7th rank. Move by move, a fight between sword and spear. The disciples who had been in Tiangang City for several years were ashamed to see this. Beside them, Ouyang Chuan and another teacher were nervous, fearing that their disciples would be injured by mistake. A quarter of an hour had passed since the fight, and the two were still fighting. But Jinyu was obviously at a disadvantage. Ouyang Chuan, who was standing by, saw the opportunity and jumped forward to take Jinyu out of the arena. The winner has been decided, so there is no need to fight anymore. Ouyang Chuan said, and Jinyu's face looked a little ugly, but she still agreed with Ouyang Chuan's opinion. She stepped forward and saluted, indicating that she was at a disadvantage. Ho Chinfei on the opposite side put away his weapon, and he also recognized Jinyu. Junior sister Jin's swordsmanship is outstanding. If we continue to fight, I will find it difficult to win in a short time. Senior brother Ho is too modest. The two said some polite words and walked off the arena. The crowd of spectators around seemed to be enjoying the show. Ji Shang walked up to Su Chen and couldn't help asking again, after seeing all this, you still don't want to admit defeat? Hearing Ji Shang's words, Su Chen still nodded. This answer made Ji Shang a little helpless. He didn't say anything more. In his opinion, Su Chen was a big stubborn guy. Only lessons can make Su Chen wake up. After Jinyu and Ho Chinfei fought, Ho Chinfei won. And the opportunity to compete with Su Chen fell into Ho Chinfei's hands. Not far away, Jinyu glanced at Su Chen. She should feel a little regretful. There was nothing she could do. Who told her to lose? But it didn't matter. As long as Su Chen dared to challenge, Ho Chinfei would give him the lesson he deserved. In the martial arts arena, the fights between the other four people had also ended. This martial arts competition has also entered the final stage. Next, Ho Chinfei will face Su Chen, and another disciple under Ji Shang will face Miao Zhan. The winner will compete for the top spot. In the eyes of the onlookers, the final battle was between Ho Chinfei and Miao Zhan. Moreover, Ho Chinfei's strength was obviously stronger than Miao Zhan, and the final winner was no longer in doubt. At this moment, the time was almost usual. After Ho Chinfei had enough rest, he stepped into the arena. He did not take the fight with Su Chen seriously. Brother Ho, be careful, don't take it lightly. The person in front of you is a strong man who is stronger than Lu Xingwan. On the periphery, some of his classmates began to shout loudly. Hearing this, Ho Chinfei couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I will do my best. Many people understood these teasing words and followed with a burst of laughter. Su Chen stepped into the arena, holding a long sword in his hand, still without any panic. As for other sarcasm and jokes, Su Chen just listened to them. To a certain extent, These sarcasms were as powerless as his own explanations. At this moment, Su Chen was already standing in the arena. Seeing that Su Chen did not choose to admit defeat, many people were surprised. All the disciples under Ji Shang had chosen to admit defeat before. Su Chen was the first to accept the challenge, which was indeed unexpected. With the announcement of the elders, the competition began. The long sword in Su Chen's hand stood sideways, which seemed to be an offensive move. Next to him, the disciples under Ouyang Chuan gathered around Jinyu and watched the competition. Senior sister Jin, looking at Su Chen like this, it seems that he really wants to fight with senior brother Ho. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? I've been immersed in my own fantasies for too long, and I really thought I had some skills. But in fact, it was just hysterical delusion. Jin Yu's words were affirmative, as if she had hit the nail on the head. On the periphery, senior brother Wu Yi and the others wanted to persuade Su Chen. If they had played earlier, they would have thought they could give it a try. But the opponent in front of them was Ho Chenfei. Suddenly, Su Chen took the lead. The long sword in his hand was out, and the Lin family sword technique attacked with a bit of swiftness. As Su Chen's opponent, Ho Chenfei didn't even seem to want to take off his weapon. He started to meet the enemy with his bare hands. 2 consecutive moves did not allow Su Chen to break through his defensive style. On the periphery, Ouyang Chuan saw this scene, and his face was full of chuckles. Those who are greedy for credit and steal credit, how many have real skills? What if they make excuses? They will only show their true colors one day. In between his comments, Ouyang Chuan couldn't help but analyze the situation. The flaw has been revealed again. Facing an unarmed opponent, he was forced to reveal a flaw. While he was speaking, Ho Chenfei in the arena seemed to have caught this flaw. He twisted his body and prepared to knock Su Chen away with a palm. But at this moment, the sharp blade fell on his neck. Silence. The arena was silent. The result was beyond everyone's expectation. Ho Chenfei was so confident that he was unwilling to use his weapon in the face of Su Chen. Before, many people even thought that even without using weapons, Ho Chenfei would win. Although they were both in the 8th level, the real difference in strength should be very large. But the blade was right next to Ho Chenfei's neck, and the winner was already decided. The previous flaw was a trap that Su Chen deliberately left for Ho Chenfei. The trick of the Lin family sword skills was only slightly revealed, and Ho Chenfei fell into the trap. In the arena, Su Chen had already retracted his long sword, announcing the outcome of this competition. But so many people present seemed to be unable to accept this result. Even after Su Chen had walked out of the arena, Ho Chenfei was still silent, and his body seemed to have not moved at all. In the crowd, Jinyu and other disciples were stunned. Senior brother Wu Yi and the others were also dumbfounded. Even the coach, Mr. Ouyang Chuan, was stunned in place. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He frowned, thought for a moment, and walked forward. The original intention of the competition is to test the true strength of the disciples and show their own style. This competition is a bit too childish. It would be more appropriate to judge by the best-of-3 system after 2 more games. These words were clearly directed at Su Chen. If Ho Chenfei had won, he probably wouldn't have said such a thing. Ho Chenfei's coach also nodded slightly when he heard this. Mr. Ji Shang, you were Su Chen's coach, are you willing to agree? The 2 knew Ji Shang's personality, and he didn't care about these at all. It's all right, you can arrange it. Hearing this, Ji Shang really gave a casual answer. Su Chen looked up at the coaches in front of him, without arguing at all, and walked directly back to the competition field. This result was the same as what he thought. How could they be willing to do that if he beat Ho Chenfei? They would definitely find a reason to let him compete again. When the people around saw this scene, the previous teasing and joking towards Su Chen seemed to have stopped. In their hearts, many people did not support Ouyang Chuan's statement. Losing is losing. Changing it to best-of-3 for no reason is bullying. Best-of-3, Shenfei, you have already lost 1 game. Don't be so casual and frivolous in the next 2 games. In addition, keep today's lesson firmly in mind. On the side, Ho Shenfei's coach stepped forward to remind him, young people sometimes underestimate their opponents. But as long as they are serious, in his opinion, Ho Chenfei will still win. In the martial arts arena, the 2 men fought against each other again. Ho Chenfei took out his spear, and his eyes were sharper. Before he made his move, Shang Xianjunren on the stage clapped his hands. The martial arts competition for new disciples has always been decided in 1 round. It is shameful to change the rules for a certain disciple alone. If you lose, you lose. If you are harassed by monsters, can you let the monsters win 2 out of 3 rounds? After hearing what the great elder Shang Xianjunren said, several gentlemen also bowed their heads slightly in embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, Ho Chunfei's coach stepped forward. Great Elder, Chunfei admits defeat in this round. It's just that this child is in a confused state of mind, and he really wants to compete again today. Please allow the elder to approve another round, which does not affect the final outcome. Shang Xianzhenren naturally understood that these talented disciples were arrogant. After losing like this, he felt so frustrated. If Ho Chunfei is not allowed to play another round, he might have some inner demons. Then prepare 10 qi condensation pills as compensation for others to play with you again. In addition, each teacher, pay attention to protecting your own disciples. Hearing this, Ho Chunfei's teacher borrowed some from left and right, and soon gathered 10 qi condensation pills and placed them not far from Su Chen. Su Chen did not say much. In fact, he was a little surprised that the elder spoke for him. At least in Yunyang Sect, it must be necessary to recompete. In the arena, fighting now does not affect the outcome of the competition. But compared with the previous competition, it is definitely more valuable. Everyone can see that Ho Chunfei is only now starting to take it seriously. Suddenly, Ho Chunfei took off with a spear, like an eagle striking the sky. The tip of the spear passed by, as if a fire broke out. At this moment, Ho Chunfei is indeed completely different from before. Brother Ho, be serious. This Su Chen can't withstand 3 moves. Jin Yu on the side commented softly. She had fought with Ho Chunfei before and knew his strength. In the stands, Brother Wu Yi and the others were terrified. Even if Wu Yi came, he would have to be serious when facing Ho Chunfei. The long sword in Su Chen's hand remained the same, and the Lin family swordsmanship responded with swiftness. In the 2 moves, Su Chen fell into a disadvantage again. Arrogance is the source of failure. Look, Ho Chunfei is obviously stronger than his opponent, but he still lost. Seeing this today, you should also keep these lessons in mind and don't make the same mistake again. Ouyang Chuan looked at the competition in front of him and began to teach his students. The 3rd move should determine the winner. The flaw is about to be revealed. A group of people heard Ouyang Chuan's words and watched more seriously. Sure enough, in the arena, Ho Chunfei caught the flaw. His figure flashed, and the spear merged with his body. His spear skills could reach this level, which was indeed impressive. But when he thought he had caught Su Chen's flaw, he had fallen into the trap. In a flash, Su Chen's flaw was not caught. Instead, the long knife fell towards Ho Chunfei's neck again. This time Ho Chunfei was more serious and alert at all times. He retracted the spear in his hand and pulled his figure away instantly. Seeing this scene, the people around him also reacted. Su Chen fell into a disadvantage, and he deliberately cheated again, which was a flaw that was intentionally revealed. Ho Chunfei is no longer as underestimating the enemy as he was at the beginning, but in front of Su Chen, it seems that something is still wrong. The onlookers' views on Su Chen seem to have changed subtly. In the arena, the 2 distanced themselves. Ho Chunfei didn't know why, but he began to breathe heavily. He thought that he had just lost because he underestimated his opponent. But this time, he was almost defeated again even though he was serious. Taking a deep breath, Ho Chunfei no longer held back. His momentum seemed to rise suddenly, and suddenly, Ho Chunfei attacked again. The spear was so fierce that it seemed that even the defense could not resist. Jinyu, who was standing outside and watching all this, realized that Ho Chunfei had not used his full strength when fighting with her. At this moment, he was going all out. In the arena, Su Chen took 1 step back. The spear in Ho Chunfei's hand was of much better quality than his own weapon. If Su Chen resisted with a long sword, his sword would probably break. Being so respected, Ho Chunfei must have some background. While dodging, Su Chen activated the destiny of swordsman in his sea of consciousness. The hand holding the sword seemed to become sensitive instantly. Ho Chunfei had found another opportunity, but he didn't know that Su Chen still left a flaw. It was a trick, still a trick. Ho Chunfei fell into the trap, and the long sword was held on his neck again. He could avoid it before, but after activating the swordsman destiny, he had no chance. Ho Chunfei, who tried his best, lost. If the first loss was an accident, it was because he underestimated the enemy. What about the second time? The arena was quiet again. This time, Ho Chunfei did not underestimate the enemy. He even tried his best and paid enough attention to Su Chen. But he still lost. Ho Chunfei's body was a little stiff, and his face began to turn pale. A disciple who was driven away by Yunyang Sect because of his greed for credit. He lost twice in a row. He couldn't figure it out. Just now, they were still laughing and joking. At this moment, Su Chen had already retracted the long sword in his hand. Then he accepted the 10 qi condensation pills. He turned his head and looked at Ho Chunfei's coach. "Excuse me, do you want to compete again?" Su Chen's words were like a sharp thorn, piercing Ho Chunfei's heart. At the corner of his mouth, he seemed to be angry and a trace of blood oozed out. On the side, Ho Chunfei's coach quickly stepped forward and helped him down. Su Chen also walked out of the arena with a long sword. There were no extra words, just walking out of the arena. In the stands, Ouyang Chuan's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten something disgusting. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to say anything else at this moment. Su Chen had already followed their request and competed again. Even if it was the best-of-3 system, he said, Su Chen won. Could it be that it should be changed to the best-of-5 system? Before Su Chen made his move, no one thought that Ho Chunfei would lose. Even at the beginning, Su Chen did not choose to admit defeat, which surprised the audience. But now, Su Chen, whom they completely looked down on, actually won Ho Chunfei. Winning twice in a row, and winning seemed very easy. In the stands, Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu looked at each other for a few times. Compared with others, they were more familiar with Su Chen. But Su Chen's performance today still surprised them. They always thought that Su Chen was just good at finding traces of monsters. Unexpectedly, his own strength was also quite good. Not far away, the disciples standing beside Ouyang Chuan did not come back to their senses for a long time. Jin Yu's face was even uglier. She had just lost to Ho Chunfei. But now, Ho Chunfei, who had defeated her, had lost to Su Chen. Recalling what she had said before, Jin Yu felt extremely embarrassed. And in front of Su Chen, they said Su Chen was not their opponent at all. They said Su Chen had hysteria and fell into fantasy. But at this moment, the facts are in front of us. Who is hysterical? It is still unknown whether Su Chen can beat Lu Xingwan. But if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely beat her Jin Yu. I didn't know how strong Ho Chunfei was before, but after watching so many competitions, I should know something. After losing to Su Chen twice in a row, even if his brain is not bright, he knows that Su Chen is not as weak as they think. People may still not believe that he is stronger than Lu Xingwan. But at least everyone in Tiangang City has understood that Su Chen is not as bad as they think. What was said before, people who are greedy for merit must not have any ability. At the moment, Su Chen has some ability. In today's competition, Su Chen knows that it is impossible to clean up the stains on his body all at once. But from today onwards, other disciples of the sect will no longer look down on him. This world is a bit cruel. If you don't have enough strength and do a lot of good things, you may also be given a bad name. When you show enough strength and enough talent potential, even if you didn't do anything, someone would give you the credit. Su Chen's mind was already very clear. If he wanted himself and his mother and little sister to live well and with dignity, he had to improve his strength. After leaving the arena, Su Chen stood behind Ji Sheng again. Another competition began immediately. Perhaps influenced by Su Chen, another disciple under Ji Sheng was not ready to admit defeat this time. Facing Miao Zhan, he chose to fight. Seeing this, Ji Sheng still showed a hint of annoyance on his face. Although Su Chen won the competition, his expression was similar to before. In fact, he seemed to feel a little troubled. The fight in the arena had already begun. But in the outer stands, a group of teachers were analyzing the competition between Su Chen and Ho Chunfei for their students. On Ouyang Chuan's side, he also began to talk to his students about the results of Su Chen's competition. Su Chen was the disciple he drove away. When he drove Su Chen away, he was very sure of what he said. He could see at a glance that Su Chen had some talent and potential. It was said that Su Chen was no match for everyone present. But when the facts were laid out before them, everyone realized that Ouyang Chuan was completely wrong. As a coach, Ouyang Chuan needs to maintain his authority, and he is trying to make up for it. At the same time, Ouyang Chuan also has to encourage his students again. Su Chen's performance embarrassed them, especially Jin Yu. From just now to now, her face has been extremely ugly. As your coach, I know how you feel now. Being surpassed by someone you look down on is indeed uncomfortable, and there will be a sense of powerlessness. But I want to tell you a few things. First of all, Su Chen joined the Yunyang sect more than 2 years ago. They are older than you, and the time they spent on cultivation is more than 2 years or even 3 years longer than you. Your talent is better than his, but after all, you have practiced for so long than you. Secondly, he has more experience than you. This time Ho Chunfei will lose, largely because he is too young. He fell into Su Chen's deception trap, and in terms of hard power, Ho Chunfei is still better. If Ho Chunfei is more calm and has been training on the front line for 2 years, Su Chen will not be his opponent at all. Ouyang Chuan made all kinds of compensations in his words, trying to make up for the loopholes in his words as much as possible. However, this time, the students under his command did not seem to believe him as much as before. Sir, Su Chen has always said that he did not take credit for others' achievements. Is that true? No, he must have taken credit for others' achievements, so Yunyang Sect would drive him away. Before, the head of Yunyang Sect, Xia Kuan, also made it clear that if Su Chen could really make more contributions than Lu Xingwan in the demon-slaying operation, his position in Yunyang Sect would definitely be very important, and even after he left, Yunyang Sect would have some problems. But look, has Yunyang Sect had any problems? Others are still helping us deal with the demon plague in Tiangang City. After Ouyang Chuan finished another series of words, the disciples seemed to be slightly convinced. It seemed that what he said made some sense. However, there was always something stuck in his heart. Don't worry too much. As long as you practice for a while, you will definitely be able to deal with Su Chen's methods easily. After these words, the disciples regained some confidence. Ho Chinfei, who was not far away, was comforted by his own teacher. But looking at his expression, he seems to be still stuck in the competition. In the arena, although the disciple was encouraged by Su Chen, he did not choose to admit defeat. But when fighting with Miaozhan, the gap was still very obvious. Fortunately, Miaozhan stopped in time and did not let him get hurt. As the coach, Ji Sheng really did not seem to protect him. With the end of this competition, it was finally time to win the championship. At the beginning, who could have thought that in the end, Su Chen and Miaozhan would compete for the championship? Entering the arena. With the experience of the previous competition between Su Chen and Ho Chinfei, Miaozhan was particularly cautious. Between the shots, it can be seen that Miaozhan's strength is obviously not as good as Ho Chinfei. And this time, Miaozhan seemed too vigilant. Even if he saw the flaw, he was still calm. But if that's the case, Su Chen will not be polite. The mystery of Lin family swordsmanship is not just as simple as a trick. If you are given a flaw and don't use it, then you have to follow closely and take advantage of the situation. During that fight with the big monster, Su Chen's understanding of Lin family swordsmanship has become deeper. Sometimes, I even wondered if this set of swordsmanship was really created by a family. The mystery of it was no less than that of the skills of the big sections. Miaozhan, who was too conservative, revealed his flaws. Su Chen seized the opportunity and quickly lost the competition. When seeing Miaozhan's performance, all the masters in Tiangang City knew that he had little chance of winning. If you want to win Su Chen, you have to seize his real flaws, instead of blindly avoiding and hiding. However, these were all expected by everyone. Ho Chinfei lost, so it was reasonable for Miaozhan to lose. From Chunshur to the end of Yushur, a full 6 hours. No one thought that Su Chen would win the championship of this year's new disciple competition. On the stage, Shangxuan Jinren announced the champion this time. A faint smile rose on his wrinkled face. Shangxuan Jinren seemed to be happy with this result. After announcing the result, he led the other elders away. Seeing the high-level leaders of the sect leave, the others also got up and left. Ji Sheng did not stay any longer. When he saw the elders leave, he left immediately. Senior brother Wu Yi and his friends came over quickly. When they came to Su Chen, Wu Yi, Huang Shanyun and the others looked him up and down unconsciously. To be honest, we never thought that junior brother Su, you could win the championship today because I didn't understand it clearly. I had advised you to admit defeat before. Fortunately, you didn't listen to me. Senior brother Wu Yi was very frank, and his words were an apology for his previous underestimation. Su Chen smiled and said, I just won by luck. While talking, everyone invited Su Chen to go to the restaurant together, and the banquet was already prepared. Su Chen did not hesitate, and smiled, and went to the restaurant with everyone. The news spread quickly, and Su Chen's victory was considered an upset, so more people began to spread it actively. During the meal, Su Chen thanked senior brother Lin Tian for the sword technique he gave him. But when Su Chen said that he used the Lin family sword technique, senior brother Lin Tian was a little confused. He replied, "Ah? You used the Lin family sword technique?" He didn't see at all that this was his family sword technique. When he saw his uncles use their skills, they didn't use those tricks. When he came out of the restaurant that day, he met the disciples of Tiangang City. Su Chen found that these people no longer had the same disgusted look as before. The rumors that he was greedy for credit must still exist. But at least let them know that he has some skills. His subsequent excuses are no longer as pale as before. Back in the courtyard, Su Chen lay on the bed. Today's harvest is good. If you win the first place, Tiangang City will also give you a weapon. Today's competition also verified his current strength, practicing Xiantian Daoxia Ju and swallowing the Bio Bagua before. His foundation is not inferior to geniuses like Jin Yu and Ho Chinfei. The Lin family swordsmanship that he had a deeper understanding of in the wilderness before also showed its mystery. Especially when the swordsman destiny was activated, the long sword in his hand seemed to be integrated into one, and the tricks were used more skillfully. However, although he won the competition, Suchen knew that he still had a long way to go. These new disciples who had just joined the sect were only at the 8th level of the refining essence realm. They were still far from Lu Xingwan, and also far from the Tianjiao Gufeng of Tiangang City. In his mind, Suchen still remembered what Gufeng said during the initiation ceremony. Some words. Asked himself not to bother Lu Xingwan, as long as he could beat him, he would help him travel around the major cities of Dezhou. Suchen really took these words to heart. It was indeed difficult for him to challenge Lu Xingwan. But Gufeng and himself were both in Tiangang City, so the chance to compete with him would be a little better. The Tianjiao disciples of Tiangang City might be somewhat convincing if they ran around to clarify for him. Moreover, the gap between Gufeng and Lu Xingwan was not that big. If he beat Gufeng, it would make sense that his contribution in the demon-slaying operation was greater than that of Lu Xingwan. Only then would everyone listen to his explanation. It was said that a sect Tianjiao like Gufeng had already entered the 6th grade mountain furnace realm. Now it seemed that the gap was indeed a bit far. There was a huge gap between the realms of strength, and he still had a long way to go. However, things were getting better day by day. That night, many people had trouble falling asleep. Jin Yu was lying on the bed, and the scene of Su Chen and Ho Chinfei's competition was still replaying in her mind. Su Chen didn't beat her directly, but she felt a blockage in her heart, which seemed to be more uncomfortable than losing. After the competition, Ouyang Chuan immediately comforted everyone. But Jin Yu didn't believe it completely. She was really thinking seriously about Su Chen's previous replies. Is it possible that Su Chen is not the kind of person who is greedy for credit, and Yunyang sect misunderstood? Su Chen's performance today shows that he has some ability. Before, I thought Su Chen was talking nonsense and thought he was conceited. But the facts show that Su Chen has real strength and is not blindly arrogant. Jin Yu's mind is now extremely contradictory. It is really unlikely that Su Chen's ability to kill demons exceeds Lu Xingwan. If Su Chen has such strength and ability, will Yunyang sect really let Su Chen leave? Could it be that the top leaders of Yunyang sect are really so stupid that they can no longer judge the ability of their disciples? Jin Yu didn't believe it. Yunyang sect is still the #1 sect in the Great Zhou dynasty. In the past 2 years, other sects have been passively defending against the invasion of monsters. But Yunyang sect can take the initiative to attack and continuously advance the front line. From this point of view, the top leaders of Yunyang sect are not stupid at all. In the courtyard on the west side of Tiangang City, it was already late at night, but Elder Shinchuan still called Ji Sheng over. Ji Sheng had a bitter face and looked annoyed. Grand Elder, can't I have some peace and quiet in the middle of the night? I was busy at the competition for so long during the day, shouldn't I have some time to rest at night? Hearing these words, Master Shangchuan came up and knocked on his head. I have been watching for so long, why didn't I see you busy? Are those disciples under your command talking to scare others and make them choose to admit defeat, so that you can save trouble? There was no point for them to go up to compete in the first place. They were too far behind and would lose in the end. Ji Sheng waved his hand. Even in front of the Grand Elder, he was still so casual. Hearing these, Master Shangchuan also shook his head helplessly. I won't argue with you about these. I called you here tonight because I want to talk to you about Su Chen. In the past few years in Tiangang City, the champions of the annual new disciple competition have been included in the list of personal disciples. But Su Chen was once a disciple of the Yunyang sect and has a bad reputation. Taking him as a personal disciple will easily lead to all kinds of gossip. This old man thought about it and hopes that you can lead him. You always despised the talents and qualifications of other disciples. Now Su Chen has won the championship in the competition. This talent is enough, right? Hearing this, Ji Sheng smiled and waved his hands repeatedly. We all saw Su Chen's competition today. He did win, but he won because his opponent lacked experience and was too impatient. His real strength is obviously weaker than Ho Chinfei's. If Ho Chinfei hadn't failed to identify his deception, he would have lost the competition. There is no point in training such a disciple. His upper limit is there. Hearing these words, Elder Shangchuan seemed angry. Every time I ask you to bring a disciple, you always refuse, always saying that the disciple's talent and potential are not enough. What kind of disciple do you want to catch your eye? Hearing this, Ji Sheng hesitated for a moment. The talent and potential should be at least at the level of Fu Jianyun and Gu Feng. I don't want to waste my energy on some ordinary people. Master Shangchuan was annoyed when he heard these words. If disciples like Fu Jianyun and Gu Feng were so easy to find, Tiangang City would have become the first sect in Dezhou long ago. Would it still be in its current position? Not to mention Tiangang City, the first sect Yunyang sect did not dare to hope for such a disciple. If you don't want to take me, forget it. I think Su Chen is not ordinary. He has a toughness that many disciples don't have nowadays. Others who have ended up in his current situation would have lost their interest in cultivation and would be depressed every day. After overcoming obstacles, Su Chen will go further than many disciples. Don't regret it when the time comes. Master Shangxuan, after saying this, Ji Sheng still had a smile on his face. Grand Elder, please stop provoking me. I really don't want to take on such a talented disciple. In my opinion, the disciples who want me to guide should have at least better qualifications than me. What's the point of training a disciple who can't surpass his teacher? Shang Xinjianren waved his hand and didn't want to talk to Ji Sheng anymore. In your mouth, Su Chen has become useless. But others just won the championship in the martial arts competition today. Forget it, go back quickly. Every time I talk to you, it only makes me angry. If you don't take care of him, I will protect him. Hearing this, Ji Sheng really didn't plan to stay any longer, and got up to leave. But before leaving, he turned back and added a sentence. In fact, this Su Chen is not completely useless. He is a little clever, and his temper is stubborn and tough. Although everyone knows that he is greedy for credit, he has never admitted it in front of others. He is thick-skinned, and he seems to be fine when others criticize him. Such a disciple should have a good life in the future. However, his talent is indeed a little lacking. It was just dawn. In the small courtyard south of Tiangang City, a male disciple hurriedly pushed open the courtyard door. Brother, I heard that Su Chen, he is actually the champion of the new disciple competition. Seeing Guyu, who was shocked, Gufeng, as the elder brother, frowned unconsciously. Don't be anxious when something happens, talk slowly, first tell me who this Su Chen is. Su Chen is the disciple who said he wanted to challenge Lu Xingwan at the initiation ceremony. Brother also asked him not to disturb Lu Xingwan and let him challenge you first. He is now the champion of the competition. Guyu seemed to be a little worried about this. When Gu Feng heard this, his brows furrowed even more. Why, do you think he has a chance to beat me? Every year there is a competition for new disciples, and every year someone wins the championship. Is it rare? Why is a jumping clown so nervous? His current strength can only block one of my moves at most. Today, Gu Feng is the number one of the younger generation in Tiangang City. His strength has entered the 6th grade Mountain Furnace Middle Realm, so why is he worried about the champion of the new disciple competition? Guyu, you are my Gu Feng's younger brother. What you lack now is not talent and potential, but a strong heart. That Su Chen, even if we give him time to catch up, the distance between us and him will only get farther and farther, until we can no longer see him. Why do you spend your time paying attention to him? Look at your second sister, will she pay attention to these? Her eyes will fall on me, her brother, on Lu Xingwan, and on Fu Jianyun. Will she look at an inexplicable person? Guyu was scolded and nodded repeatedly to indicate that he understood. In the middle of the year, the sect should have an assessment. You can go and see how stupid you are to pay attention to him. The weather is getting warmer. The new buds of plants near Tiangang City have already sprouted and new leaves have emerged. The end of the martial arts competition for new disciples also announced that this winter is completely over. The common people of Dazhou will start this year's work, hoping for a good harvest this year. The people of Tiangang City will also start to go to the front line and the surrounding cities. Deal with those possible monsters. How much we have learned and grown in winter will be tested on the battlefield. The Yunyang sect has been busy all winter. But after being busy, we did not get the desired effect. The frontline defense failed one after another, and even monsters appeared near the sect of Yunyang sect. This winter, Yunyang sect is looking for the reasons from top to bottom. From the hall master to the leading disciple, and then to the team disciples. It took more than 2 months, but the core problem has not been found. The result is just that some disciples are lax in performing tasks, do not perform tasks seriously, and do not listen to arrangements. If you want to say whether these reasons have an impact, then they definitely have an impact. However, the frontline scout disciples had already been replaced. Even if there are some problems, there shouldn't be a lot of distorted information. Inaccurate information has become a long-standing problem in Yunyang sect. Now, the problem has not been found, but winter has passed. In the side courtyard of Yunyang sect, in addition to the elders, the conversation today was also held by the elders. The leader of Yunyang sect, Taiwu Zhenren, also came. In the past 2 years, Taiwu Zhenren didn't care much about the internal affairs of the sect. Almost all the power was delegated to the elders. But recently, he should have known something and knew that the front line of Yunyang's sect had encountered trouble. Fifth Elder, more than 2 months have passed since the beginning of winter, and the initial goal seems to have not been solved. Find the sect's scout disciples one by one and ask. Yunyang sect's clearing operation at the end of summer last year was so smooth. Now that this situation has occurred, there must be a problem in a key link. Since it is the key, it shouldn't be so difficult to find it. The great elder sitting on the left spoke, his words were full of accountability. The fifth elder's son Shu Arong frowned. Before coming here, she had expected to be questioned. In the past, she would find some reasons, but this time, she was really powerless. Sect Master Elders, in the past few months, we have investigated all the problems that should be investigated. The frontline disciples were also called in for questioning one by one. But the reasons they gave were all minor problems and could not cause large-scale information distortion. My talent is limited, and I beg the elders and the sect master to cooperate. Sun Shuarong has begun to choose to show weakness at this moment. Taking on the task again will only make herself suffer more scolding. Sometimes, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. Sun Shuarong is not stupid to be able to reach the position of elder. In this situation, she really can't figure out the situation. If she continues to be stubborn, she will only be blamed more. Tai Wuzhenwen, who was sitting in the middle, heard this and waved his hand, signaling the other elders not to speak. In the past 2 years, the elders have indeed been very concerned about the affairs of the sect. I have picked up some good luck, and I have indeed lived an easy and casual life in the past 2 years. But everything cannot go smoothly forever. Yunyang sect has been on an easy road for 2 years, and it is acceptable to encounter some troubles. As the sect master, Tai Wuzhenwen spoke, and the elders seemed to calm down. Elder Shuarong, please talk first. In the more than 2 months of winter, we always get some feedback. Whether these feedbacks are right or wrong, tell us. We will analyze them together and clean them up one by one. Yunyang sect is the first sect in the Great Zhou dynasty, and it is not so bad that a few little monsters will cause chaos among the people. Hearing this, Sun Shuarong also calmed down and began to talk about her gains in the past few months. Yunyang sect follows a hierarchical management system. Under the elders is the hall master, and under the hall master is the team leader. Under the team leader is the team commander, and finally the ordinary disciples. Tasks are distributed from top to bottom, and the information obtained is gradually passed up. This method is very efficient in executing ordinary tasks, and the most direct person in charge can be found. In comparison, Tiangang City forms its own team and commands and arranges it on its own. Tiangang City only wants results, as long as the results of beheading demons and eliminating evil. How to do it and the task process are not asked. This method will be more flexible in complex environments. In theory, the management model of Yunyang sect is actually better controlled by the top management. But the result of this interrogation made Sun Shuarong feel that the problem was getting bigger. Seeing that everyone's eyes were looking at her, Sun Shuarong also began to talk about the news she knew. After the first month of the year, I, along with the 3 hall masters, began to question the scout disciples who had gone deep into the front lines. During the late summer clearing operation, we knew the movements of the monsters very well. There weren't many changes in these scout disciples. But after the beginning of autumn, there were widespread false information. This means that these disciples should have encountered a similar problem. But after asking, the answers were all kinds of strange. Some disciples said that it was because the contribution value given by the sect was too little, and everyone lacked motivation. But since the beginning of last year, the contribution value given to the exploration disciples by the sect has been reduced. There was no problem during the late summer cleanup, so how could it be suddenly affected by this reason? Hearing these analyses, the other elders nodded, and they agreed with this analysis. Some disciples also said that it was because the monsters outside the wilderness became smarter and it was not as easy to find their traces as before. It is possible that the slightly stupid monsters should have died during the late summer cleanup. Those who escaped are more or less smarter. However, the error rate is not so high that even some small monsters cannot be solved. Could it be that the monsters that survived have really changed all of a sudden and are smarter than humans? Sun Shuarong didn't quite agree with this reason. To be honest, people are likely to make the same mistakes a second or third time. There are so many historical lessons, but how many can be learned? It's not easy for a whole group to become smart all of a sudden. These 2 reasons are the most common and mainstream. In addition, there are some reasons that are not critical at first glance. For example, a certain disciple is lazy and hates work, and someone is not united and difficult to cooperate with. There are even several disciples who gave ridiculous reasons. They said it was because of Su Chen's departure, and that they often helped to gather information before. They got a lot of the information from Su Chen, which is really ridiculous. Hearing the name Su Chen, Taiwuzhenren on the side raised his head. This Su Chen is a disciple who was expelled from the sect before. He is greedy for credit and has aroused public anger. Fifth elder Sun Shuerong knew that Master Taiwu did not know Su Chen, so she explained. No one delved into Su Chen's affairs. In the side courtyard, several people continued to discuss. At present, the problem of Yunyang sect has indeed been found. There is a big loophole in the source of information. The problem has been found, but the cause of these problems has not been concluded. The people are still the same people, and there is obviously no change. During the discussion, it seems that no conclusion has been reached. After 2/4 of an hour, Master Taiwu he waved his hand. Okay, there is no point in arguing. Now that spring has arrived, the sect must first deal with the front line. Let's put this matter aside for now. After the front line is stabilized, we can find the problems one by one. After hearing the sect leader's instructions, the elders naturally had no other opinions. Yunyang sect also had to deal with the situation after the spring. However, the slightly better thing was that Yunyang sect was located in the north, and spring came a little later. But it was not too late. Starting from the 8th day of the first lunar month, Yunyang sect also began to arrange a large number of disciples to return to the front camp. And this time, 3 hall masters were directly arranged to go. It was necessary to stop the decline in the front line. As before, the camp was harassed and the disciples died. It was absolutely not allowed to happen. 2 consecutive years of strength made Yunyang sect always think that they had a great advantage over the monsters. It also made those hall masters think that they were incomparable and could play with the monsters. Sending 3 hall masters to the front line to garrison and defend, there would be no problem. But in fact, many of their decisions in those 2 years were very confused. The layout of the front camp did not take the monsters seriously. In the past, Su Chen checked the traces of monsters every day and could ambush and defend as much as possible. Now, who of them has such ability? Tiangang City. Senior brother Wu Yi and his friends were ready to go to the front line on the 7th day of the first lunar month. Su Chen was a little late for the time being. After winning the competition, the sect wanted to forge a weapon for him. I have to go and take a look in the next few days to choose a mold. When the weapon is cast, it will be easy to use. Su Chen has never enjoyed this kind of treatment before. After talking to Su Chen, senior brother Wu Yi and his friends set off first. There are still a few days of rest time, and Su Chen put his mind back on his own practice. The advantages of Xiantian Dao Xin Ju are becoming more and more apparent. This set of basic practice exercises makes his foundation not inferior to anyone. Genius disciples like Ho Chinfei and Jinyu are usually several points stronger at the same level. Although the realm difference is not particularly large at the 8th level, the difference in strength is still obvious. However, during the competition, Su Chen did not feel much pressure from Ho Chinfei. Su Chen now has a clearer judgment of his own strength. In the eyes of others, he entered Yunyang sect more than 2 years ago and has practiced in Yunyang sect for a long time. Compared with other young people, he seems to have practiced for 2 more years. But in fact, Su Chen was a little bit neglected in his practice in Yunyang sect during those 2 years. The threat of monsters was great on the front line of Yunyang sect. Su Chen was in charge of many things that did not belong to him at that time. At that time, he really did not ask for anything in return, but only wanted the peace of the Great Zhou and the people to live in peace. Young geniuses like Jinyu and Ho Chinfei. On the contrary, they have received a lot of training in the family. From the beginning, they were rushing to practice. I was able to beat them, thanks to the help of Xiantian Dao Xin Ju. If I continue to practice, in the eyes of others, I may feel that I will be left behind by those geniuses. But Su Chen is more and more confident. With the help of such a top practice method as Xiantian Dao Xin Ju, I will not be left behind. Maybe, I will widen the gap with them. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, Su Chen went to the sect's weapon foundry. He chose a suitable mold. The great elder said at the beginning of the competition that the sect would forge a top-grade weapon for the winner. It would take more than half a year for the disciples to make contributions to obtain a weapon of this grade. Walking into the foundry, the surroundings seemed to have become much hotter. Ding dong dong, all kinds of knocking sounds continued. Su Chen stepped forward and explained his identity. Then, a middle-aged man led Su Chen into the yard. The ground in the yard was filled with all kinds of weapons. There were even more common weapons such as swords, spears, swords, and sticks. They were of different shapes, some long, some short, some with wide blades, and some with thin blades. Little brother, choose the mold yourself. If you find one that suits you, Bring it to me. I'll be in the backyard across the corridor. If you find a suitable one, bring it to me. After paying respects to the senior, Suchen began to select here. Monsters are mostly thick-skinned, and broad-bladed weapons are often the first choice. Picking up the weapon on the ground, Suchen tried to swing it. The weapon he had now was taken from the monster. And the monster might have taken it from someone else. Come. After using it for so long, although I am familiar with it, I still feel awkward. After searching for a while, Suchen found a thin-bladed long sword that he used very smoothly. After activating the swordsman destiny, the long sword in his hand became more skillful. After choosing, Suchen took the sword and walked through the corridor. In the backyard, many craftsmen were busy. The senior just now seemed to be a skilled craftsman, and he was still giving some people instructions from time to time. Walking into the backyard, Suchen handed the sword to the senior. Take it in a month at the latest. You can come and see the progress in the middle. If you find it novel and want to see it, try these hammers. It doesn't matter, just follow me and take a look. Seeing Suchen looking around, the senior craftsman in front of him seemed to be much more enthusiastic than before. The casting method is a secret of the sect. Would it be inappropriate for disciples to go and observe? Hearing Suchen's words, the senior craftsman in front of him smiled. The casting techniques of Tiangang City are all improved by me. You can watch them without worrying. Master Shanshuan is here, and I still dare to let you watch. Then the disciple really wants to take a look. Suchen bowed to the senior, but in fact, he still felt a little presumptuous. Casting and alchemy are two secret techniques in many sections. Even if you enter the sect, you can't just pry into them casually. The reason why I want to take a look is mainly to verify my destiny of skillful hands. I don't know if it will have a miraculous effect on mastering these techniques. No need to be polite, I just let you take a look, and the sect won't suffer any great loss. You can't learn these techniques from me in a blink of an eye. I have been holding these tools with my hands for more than 30 years, and I am so skilled this year. If you don't have enough experience, you can't learn it. As he said, the senior led Suchen to a place not far away. This is a semi-open hut, and there are many weapons piled on the wall. There are all defective products there, which are a waste of materials. Suchen turned his head to look. The grades of weapons are usually divided into defective, inferior, good, superior, fine, and top grade. Above the top grade, it is said that there are divine weapons. However, Suchen has only heard of them, but has never seen anyone with a real divine weapon. After all, fine weapons are actually very rare. Looking at Suchen couldn't help but take a few more steps forward to see the pile of weapons. Senior, this seems to be a weapon of good quality. How can it be a waste of materials? It's much better than what I have now. Suchen's surprised look seemed to make the senior feel very accomplished. It seems that he asked Suchen to visit just to see Suchen's amazement. For me, weapons that are not of the best quality are a waste of materials. Okay, don't stare at that pile of weapons. The weapons I make for you will be several times better than those. You don't have a weapon now, go pick one up and take it back to use. After saying that, the craftsman took out another piece of ore, started calcining it, and then hammered it. While hammering, he talked to Suchen. The casting method attaches great importance to one's own foundation. If you can't remove the impurities in the ore, the weapons you cast will not have quality. Now, every time I hammer it down, there is a deep meaning. This is the foundation of 30 years of hard work. Sure enough, under the hammering of the craftsman, many impurities fell out. You can try it. You seem to be interested. Suchen did not refuse. He activated his skillful hands destiny and took the hammer. The reason why Suchen looked at the casting process for a few more times was to see if his skillful hands destiny could play a role. The hammer was swinging in Suchen's hand. Although he had just seen the senior demonstrate it once, he looked quite skilled in the first hammer strike. After activating the skillful hands destiny with one hammer and 2 hammer strikes, Suchen had learned at least 90% of the skill that originally required 30 years of accumulation. The senior next to him was stunned when he saw this scene. He was expecting Suchen to make various mistakes and then give him some advice. But Suchen's craftsmanship made him a little confused. After a few consecutive hammer strikes, the impurities began to fall off continuously, just like before. Suchen saw the senior beside him from the corner of his eye and reacted immediately. Then when he struck again, the hammer in his hand slipped out of his hand. This was a big mistake that would get him scolded. The senior beside him saw this scene and finally smiled and picked up the hammer. You learn quickly from the example, but your foundation and skills are far behind. If you want to learn the casting method, it will not be achieved overnight. After the visit, Suchen left with a good weapon. He returned to his residence. He didn't have too many ideas about the casting method. Today, he went there more to verify whether the skillful hands, destiny can play a role in advanced techniques. Now it seems that it can. With the help of the skillful hands, talent, he can master the skills quickly. In the future, if he has the opportunity to get in touch with some advanced alchemy techniques and casting techniques, maybe he can solve his problem of lack of resources. After all, a top-grade weapon and a top-grade elixir are extremely expensive. If he can refine them himself, he can not only save money, but also earn a lot of resources. He has to wait for a month for that top-grade weapon. This period of time is really a bit long. Senior brother Wu Yi and others may need his help. He still has some qi condensation pills in his hand. They were given by Ho Chinfei when he wanted to compete with him in the previous competition. Suchen plans to use up these qi condensation pills and then go back to Jiang'an City first. Then he will go to the front line to continue to earn contributions. With the help of the elixir, one's own practice will be much faster and the harvest will be richer. After all, after arriving at the front line, there are not many opportunities to practice quietly. As for Ji Sheng, according to the rules, he should lead everyone to the front line for initial training. But with his temper, there is no need to have too much hope for him. Like Ouyang Chuan and others, those teachers are very responsible. I heard that they will go to the front line together tomorrow. In the more than half a year at the front line, Ouyang Chuan and others not only instructed them to practice. At the same time, they also taught them how to deal with monsters. Many disciples actually have no experience in fighting monsters. Newcomers have the highest mortality rate on the battlefield. In this way, they are truly responsible for them. February 15th, Suchen still has 3 qi condensation pills left in his hand. At most 3 days, he should have used them up. It is a pity that his hard practice during this period has not broken through the middle stage of refining essence, and it is still a little short of perfection. The Shen Tian Dao Xian Ju is a mysterious set of exercises, but it does not feel faster than other exercises in improving the realm. Of course, Suchen does not dislike it. More haste, less speed. The training of a Shen Tian Dao Xian Ju has made my foundation far stronger than others. Even if the improvement is slower, it is worth it. This time, 3 hall masters were arranged at the front line. After the spring, the monsters on the front line also started to attack and sneak attack again. But with the 3 hall masters, it seems that the situation is maintained. There are still huge problems in the 2 aspects of detecting news and detecting the traces of monsters. Most of the reported news, after verification, are almost wrong. It's not a lag, it's just completely irrelevant. For example, a disciple reported that traces of monsters were found on the west side. Then he sent people to ambush, and no monsters passed by there for 2 or 3 days. There were monsters gathering somewhere, but the hall master led people there, and didn't even see any monster feces. The 3 hall masters on the front line basically no longer refer to these reported news. Try to read it yourself as much as possible and look for clues yourself. As for strategy, it is completely defensive. As long as the front line is defended, it will be considered a success. The Yunyang sect will find a way to find out what caused these declines. The 3 hall masters on the front line are thinking this way now. However, their current way of guarding the front line has actually lost its meaning. In the past, the front line was a high wall. It directly blocked all the monsters behind, making it difficult to move forward. But now, the camp has completely retreated, and there is no way to stop the monsters. February 15th, Suchen packed up and went back to Jiang'an City first. It has been 5 months since he came out. Although he wrote a letter back, he still wanted to go back and take a look. After returning home, he went to the front line of Tiangang City and joined up with senior brother Wu Yi and others. On the 15th day, Yunyang sect was in big trouble. The sect of Yunyang sect was attacked by monsters at night. Before the beginning of winter last year, there were also monsters near Yunyang sect. At that time, those monsters did not dare to act rashly. But now it has only been spring, and those monsters not only made a comeback, but also dared to attack the sect's territory. As the first sect of the Great Zhou, Yunyang sect's performance in the face of the monsters' attack this time can be said to be extremely poor. Perhaps because they have been living in peace for a long time, even though there were traces of monsters before winter last year, no one paid attention to it. Last night, there were always disciples injured, and the entire sect realized that monsters had infiltrated. Before, everyone was not so worried about monsters. But last night, there were disciples injured, and Yunyang sect the situation began to become complicated. It had been many years since the disciples of the sects weaker than Yunyang sect were attacked by monsters. Starting in the morning, the entire Yunyang sect began to be under martial law. Many monsters were killed last night, but now, they were say whether there were any missed. Today, we must conduct a strict investigation, and every corner must be thoroughly checked. If the monsters are allowed to hide, this hidden danger may cause some disciples to die. Especially for those disciples who have just entered the sect and have not yet entered the 8th rank. The claws of those little monsters are likely to cause fatal injuries to them. Since the establishment of the frontline defense, it was difficult to see monsters near the Yunyang sect. In the past 2 years, the disciples of Yunyang sect had only had the opportunity to go to the front line to practice and kill monsters. The front line had long blocked those monsters. But now, Yunyang sect has encountered such a big problem. If this news spreads, the people of Dezhou may not believe it. In the side hall, the elder has notified all the core members of Yunyang sect, in addition to a few hall masters who were leading people to investigate the traces of monsters in the sect's territory. Most of the other hall masters had already gathered in the side hall. The sect master, Tai Wuzhenren, sat in the central high seat. Today, he looked a little serious. Before, Tai Wuzhenren was traveling with Fu Jianyun. Although he heard that Yunyang sect had encountered some troubles, he had only heard about it and had not realized the seriousness of the problem. Today's events made him realize that the predicament facing Yunyang sect was not ordinary. The sect was harassed by monsters, which meant that the obstruction and resistance at the front line had completely failed. The monsters had gathered and dared to attack the sect's territory. In the area between Yunyang sect and the front line, it was unknown how many monsters had infiltrated. In the side hall, everyone's expressions were also extremely serious. This was not the first day for everyone to deal with monsters. Everyone knew what this meant. Last night, Hall Master Ing Hua discovered something unusual at midnight. Let Hall Master Ing Hua tell you the details. Everyone, listen carefully and see what the sect is like now. The elder spoke softly, his expression extremely serious. Since the beginning of autumn last year, the entire Yunyang sect seemed to have changed. Facing the monster, there was a sense of powerlessness. In the side hall, Hall Master Ing Hua stood up and looked at everyone. Last night at midnight, I was doing my routine inspection and smelled some fishy odor from monsters, and then I found monster feces. When I notified the disciples on duty, their response seemed very unfamiliar. They even gave people a sense of being amateurs. The disciples on duty in our Yunyang sect are all disciples who have performed several exploration missions on the front line. But their performance that night was extremely poor. That night I notified 3 disciples on duty, and none of them found any traces of monsters. In the end, it was after the monsters hurt people that someone shouted and discovered the whereabouts of those monsters. Hearing this, so many hall masters present also knew what he wanted to say. In fact, the problem on the front line has been rumored since last year. Afterwards, many disciples of the sect fought with the monsters with blades. They killed all the monsters. When the disciples fought with the monsters, they were skilled and responded appropriately. It shows that they are experienced in dealing with monsters. Master Ing Hua began to describe what happened last night. Everyone was the backbone of the Yunyang sect, so they naturally understood what he meant. When the 5th elder sitting in the front saw Ing Hua finished speaking, he also stood up and looked at everyone. Did everyone hear what Master Ing Hua said? The strength of the disciples in the sect is not bad when fighting monsters. However, there are big problems in the detection of monsters and sentinels. The 5th elder Sun Xuerong stood up and looked at everyone again. Before coming here, I had a special talk with the sentry disciples last night. They are completely insensitive to the traces of monsters. One of the disciples received an extra reward from the sect during the summer cleanup last year. This was to reward his outstanding performance in the exploration mission. What are the elite disciples in our eyes actually like? As she spoke, Sun Xuerong took a few steps forward. Master Jinwen, this disciple is a scout disciple under your command. During the summer cleanup last year, you were the one who recommended him to the sect and gave him this honor. At this moment, Sun Xuerong was already standing next to Master Jinwen. It was obvious that she wanted him to give an explanation. Please give me some time, 5th elder. I will find out the real reason today. During the summer cleanup last year, my disciples, the disciples who conducted the reconnaissance, did perform well. This is obvious to all. I will give the sect an explanation of the reasons behind this. The reply from the head of the Jinwen Hall was a standard template. No prevarication or evasion. Hearing this answer, the 5th elder nodded and returned to his seat. We must take this opportunity to find out the causes of these problems. In the past, those monsters didn't even dare to approach our front line. We were even able to enter the wilderness to clear them out. But today, those monsters have crossed the front line and even dared to harass our sect. It won't be long before the news spreads throughout the Great Zhou. If you don't feel ashamed, then continue to be lax. After saying this, the sect master Tai Wuzhenwen, who was sitting in the center, also began to make demands. Pick out all the exploratory disciples who were in the cleanup at the end of last summer. Take assessments and tests. Especially those disciples who have received rewards, they must be strictly investigated. Find out the reasons behind it. When Su Chen just left Yunyang sect, the monsters were basically eliminated unilaterally. But now, the monsters have attacked the Yunyang sect. It has only been half a year, and the situation in Yunyang sect has become increasingly serious. These senior leaders finally realized that they were panicking. After the meeting, the hall masters also knew that they should be busy. The relaxed days of the past 2 years are gone forever. In the side hall, the hall masters have left. Several elders and sect masters are still sitting in their seats. I now have some doubts that perhaps more than half of our exploratory disciples are unqualified. The eldest elder frowned, and there was more worry in his expression. The fifth elder on the side heard this and paused for a moment. If our scout disciples all have problems and lack the ability, then why was the late summer cleanup so smooth last year? After saying these words, Sun Shuerong suddenly thought of something. But a moment later, she felt that it was impossible. A disciple who was disliked by other disciples and was greedy for credit, it was impossible. Sun Shuerong could think of this, and naturally the other elders could think of it as well. Master Taiwu glanced at a few people and began to make arrangements. Go and check who left the sect after the late summer cleanup. Report the entire list, don't leave anyone behind. Hearing what the sect master said, several elders nodded. While speaking, the great elder seemed to have thought of something else. Sect master, in addition to those disciples who left the sect, there are also many disciples who went out to provide support. After the summer mop-up, many sects invited us to go and give us guidance. In the sect, many hall masters and disciples were not in the sect for a while. Hearing this, the others also nodded. Sun Shuerong seemed to feel more at ease after hearing this. It shouldn't be Su Chen. He is experienced in the front line, but he doesn't have such great power. Comforting herself in her heart, she kept suggesting to herself that it couldn't be because of Su Chen's departure that caused all this. Even if Su Chen has some skills, it is impossible for him to affect the entire sect. After this suggestion, Sun Shuerong felt better. If it were before, Su Chen's departure would not necessarily affect the entire Yunyang sect. But in those 2 years, many people discovered it. The exploration mission can get a lot of contributions. Moreover, as long as the news heard is reported, there is not much danger. And most of the news they heard was a warning from Su Chen. The accuracy of the news reported is still very good, and the contribution is to earn a lot of money. In this way, a situation arose. The Yunyang sect regards the task of exploring news as a sweet bun, and everyone wants to make a fortune. In the midst of various competitions, these tasks were assigned to those with connections. Only disciples who have a good relationship with the hall master and the leading disciple can get this exploration mission. As time goes by, most of the disciples in Yunyang sect who carry out exploration missions are people with connections but no ability. When Su Chen was still there, they were worried about monsters attacking. Every day, they would go to see which places have traces of monsters and might attack. Then they would tell the news to the sentry and let them pay attention. But now, Su Chen has left Yunyang sect, and they are naturally exposed. In fact, some problems should have been seen before. Every time Su Chen went home to visit his relatives, the news given by the frontline exploration disciples was actually similar to what it is now. But Su Chen usually chose to leave when there were fewer monster activities. Moreover, the sect can actually understand that the news is occasionally wrong. This problem has been covered up until now. This time when Su Chen returned to Jiang'an City, he brought a little more money. Tiangang City was indeed much more generous. After 2 months of assistance, he earned more than twice the contribution of Yunyang sect, and now that he was improving his cultivation, he didn't need to spend contribution points to exchange for any cultivation techniques. Tiangang City must have some mysterious techniques. After so many years of establishment, it must have its own unique foundation. But Su Chen is really not interested in exchanging for any techniques now. He has the Xiantian Dao Xianju in his hand, which has such a profound method of cultivation for saints. There is no need to waste contribution points to exchange for other things. Su Chen now has 2 uses for the extra contribution points. One is the elixir resources, and the other is to take it home for the family use of Anyang and Xiaomei. Without the expense of the technique, it is actually much easier. On the way back, Suchen rented a carriage directly at the post station. With more money in his hands, he would be much more relaxed when riding in a carriage. After 2 days of journey, Suchen returned to Jiang'an City. Looking at the time, it was just past noon. Now in spring, various farm work has begun to increase. As soon as he walked to the city gate, Suchen saw several uncles and aunts he knew, carrying hoes and tools, probably preparing to go out to work. "Uncle Zhong, Aunt." Suchen greeted with a smile. The two turned their heads and looked at him. Originally, there was a faint smile on their faces. But the next moment, the two found that the person in front of them was Suchen, and their smiles immediately withdrew. They also rolled their eyes at Suchen. The attitude of the two made Suchen feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle Zhong and Aunt, they are actually very good people. In the past in Jiang'an City, Uncle Chen and Aunt would take care of some people who needed help at home. Everyone actually had a good relationship with each other. But today when Suchen greeted them, their expressions showed obvious disgust. Suchen naturally understood why this happened. Chen Xia said all kinds of nonsense in Jiang'an City, saying that she was greedy for merit in Yunyang's sect and was driven away by Yunyang's sect. With a reputation like mine, how could the common people treat me well? In comparison, the common people may value this reputation more than the people of the various sections. Before entering the city, Suchen had already vaguely guessed the situation of his mother and younger sister. He rarely went home, so he didn't care about such cold faces. Out of sight, out of mind. But Yi Yang and Xiaomei have been living in Jiang'an City. They don't know how many cold faces they have to endure every day. Walking into Jiang'an City, Suchen walked all the way to home. On the way, Suchen saw a store selling cooked dishes. It was the kind of dishes that were ready. When you buy one, the merchant will wrap it in oil paper and take it home to taste. Xiaomei likes the cooked dishes of this store very much. Every time she buys it home, her appetite will be opened and she will eat a lot more than usual. But when buying cooked dishes, the merchant looked up. When he found that it was Suchen, he immediately showed a trace of disdain on his face. He said coldly, 8 cents per portion. 8 cents? It used to be 4 cents per portion, right? Suchen frowned and couldn't help asking. Other people still buy it for 4 cents, but your family wants 8 cents. Anyway, you have taken so many contributions from others, you should not lack these few cents. Suchen frowned, but still paid for one portion. Really rich, the merchant in front of him seemed to be reluctant to sell it at 8 cents per portion. But seeing that there was so much money, he was reluctant to give it up, so he packed a portion and handed it to Suchen. Suchen felt even more choked while carrying this cooked dish. It wasn't about these few coins. Nowadays, there is no behavior of deducting contributions in Tiangang City. His strength is gradually improving, and he won't feel as depressed as he did in Yunyang's sect. They raised the price 3 or 4 times, and the contributions he earned were enough to afford it. But my mother and little sister at home are usually frugal. Even if I earn more money, the price is so much higher than before, and my mother will definitely be more reluctant to buy. I don't know how poor their lives will be at home. Thinking of this, Suchen's feet seemed to be heavier. Walking all the way home, my mother and little sister were in the yard, seeming to be knitting something. Seeing Suchen, they were both stunned for a moment, and a smile instantly bloomed on their faces. "Why didn't you tell me in the letter that you were coming back? You see, there's nothing prepared at home." A mother had a gentle smile on her face. It's always a happy thing for a child to return home. "Brother, why did you come back at this time? After the spring, there will be more things to do, right?" The younger sister seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on her face quickly faded. The mother beside her also understood, and her expression was slightly a little worried. "Did something happen in Tiangang City? Was it the things that Yunyang Sect slandered you about?" Seeing the two people's worried expressions, Suchen hurriedly smiled. "It's a good thing that something happened. The elders of Tiangang City are much more reasonable. I didn't encounter any harsh treatment there, and I earned more contribution points than before." Suchen was pulled into the house while talking. While talking, Suchen also showed the two his new weapon. A good long sword obtained from the predecessor. Compared with the one he used before, it is much better. Anyang and Xiaomei turned their heads to look at it. They didn't know how to distinguish the grade of the weapon. But the long sword in front of them could see the huge difference in quality with the naked eye. They had the spare energy to change weapons, so they believed that Suchen had not encountered any trouble. Put the cooked dishes they bought on the table. In the house, Anyang started to cook, and Xiaomei helped. Looking at the busy backs of the two, Suchen felt very uncomfortable. "Anyang and my younger sister have lost weight. We ate too much during the new year, and our bodies can't handle it. If we take care of our stomachs recently, we will gain weight again. Anyang replied with a smile, without stopping the work in her hands. I bought a cooked dish when I came back. He said that other people sold it for 4 cents, but he wanted to sell it for 8 cents for our family. Hearing this, Anyang's movements became a little slower. Because of my reputation, Anyang and my younger sister have suffered in Jiang'an City. Others also despise and treat our family harshly. It's not bad, we do our own things, and it doesn't really affect us. Anyang started to defend herself, but her words now had lost some of their confidence. Let's go live in other cities. My ability to earn contributions is much stronger than before. We will live better in another city. We don't have to endure these cold eyes, just like before. Hearing Su Chen's words, Anyang shook her head. Your father is buried in the back mountain. What will happen to him if I leave? There are so many ancestors. We have to go and worship them every year and festival. As she said this, Anyang also turned her head and looked at Su Chen. Besides, once we leave, the filth on you will be even harder to wash away. I don't know what will happen to those words that framed us. When people reach a certain age, they will become nostalgic. If Anyang were to live in a different place, she would need to get used to it again and get to know other people again. And it was indeed as Anyang said, the ancestors and a dad were buried in the back mountain. During festivals, they would go to burn incense and pay tribute. The roots are here and they don't want to leave. Anyang is old, and maybe it is indeed difficult for her to live in Jiang'an City. But compared to before, it is much better. We live in the city and don't have to worry every night. There is no work to do in the city, and we can also do some handicrafts at home. It's up to others what they do and how they treat us. We just live our own lives. Su Chen knew that he couldn't persuade Anyang, and he had actually thought about it before saying this. He said it out just to try his luck. It's okay not to move, but you and my little sister, don't be too frugal in the future. Recently, you must not buy anything if you can. They sold it to our house at a high price, and I am a little reluctant. Seeing that my mother wanted to explain, Su Chen waved his hand and continued. I am on the front line of Tiangang City, and I may often face the threat of monsters. If you and my little sister are still like this, I will only be scared every day. I feel uneasy and I don't know when I will encounter danger. Pooh, what unlucky words you say. You must be safe and pay attention to your own safety. When my mother heard Su Chen's words, although it was just a joke, she was still shocked. Mother, just think of it as my own good, and don't save money like you do now. The money you bring back home was originally meant for you and my little sister, and you can't just keep it there to hatch eggs. As for getting married, don't worry. I still have this bad reputation. Which girl from a good family would be willing to marry me? When Su Chen heard this, his mother and little sister smiled. That's not necessarily true. You're pretty, there must be girls who would like your looks. If you don't believe me, mother, spread the word tomorrow? Hearing this, Su Chen waved his hands. He really hadn't thought about this kind of thing yet. The family gathered together and made some side dishes, which went with the portion Su Chen bought. Cooked dishes, eating. The time spent with family is really happy and comfortable. But for Su Chen, the goal in his heart is becoming more and more determined. Yunyang's sect falsely accused him of being greedy for merit, not to mention the impact on him. He can tolerate the harsh treatment he received in Tiangang City. But his mother and younger sister were also innocently implicated. If there is really an act of greed for merit, he will accept all the retribution. However, everything he has endured is slandered. After resting at home for 3 days, Su Chen is ready to leave and go to the front line. During these 3 days, he also felt the attitude of the people around him towards his family. If they were not reluctant to spend money, they would never be willing to sell things to his family if they really gave him twice the money. Su Chen now feels more and more important to clarify the stigma on himself. He also has a little more desire for strength in his heart. With the farewell of his mother and younger sister, Su Chen went to the front line of Tiangang City. During this period of time, Yunyang's sect was completely in turmoil. The number of disciples on duty every night in the Yunyang sect has doubled. The Yunyang sect, which is without demons in Bailey, is now attacked by demons. Although these little demons did not cause much trouble in the Yunyang sect, which is full of powerful people, it is already embarrassing enough for the Yunyang sect. In addition, in the past 2 years, disciples and hall masters from other sects have often come to the Yunyang sect. They want to learn the Yunyang sect's methods and strategies to deal with demons. But now, after these people came here, they are no longer learning. Instead, they are watching the joke. The Yunyang sect did not suppress the news. The main reason is that it could not be suppressed, and it should have been spread by these people long ago. After this period of commotion, the disciples who were investigating in the Yunyang sect were re-examined. They were assessed by the hall master and even the elders. The response during the investigation, various methods and strategies were all asked in detail. The result shocked the Yunyang sect. Among so many disciples, only 2 were barely qualified. The others even felt like laymen. Many of them were praised by the sect last year. The sect also gave them a generous reward for risking their lives to find out the news. The sun said that they were good-for-nothings, which might be a compliment to them. 3 days of interrogation made Sun Xuerong full of anger. Later, when she saw those disciples unable to answer the questions and hesitant, she even started to curse. Those disciples who had received rewards from the sect were not only asked to return them, but also had their contribution points deducted significantly. After the review, the sect's top leaders organized another meeting. Taiwu Zhenren did not go out again this year and has been staying in Yunyang sect. If this troublesome matter is not resolved, he will not be able to travel again. Last night, more than a dozen monsters attacked the sect again. But this time everyone reacted quickly and did not cause any impact. Hallmaster Manhwa took over the sect's defense, and it was slightly stabilized. Just hearing this, Taiwu Zhenren still frowned. The sect has been harassed by monsters all the time, so the front line has completely lost its meaning. Let's withdraw the defense line. Now the front line is too far away from the sect, and it is troublesome to convey various supply instructions. Since it is meaningless, there is no need to insist on it. No one spoke. In more than 2 years, it was not easy to push the front line to that position. Such a feat was often mentioned and praised by the people in the Great Zhou. But now, it has to be handed back. It's not willing, but what can it do? Now that the Yunyang sect is facing these troubles, if it doesn't deal with them well, it will even cause greater impact. Moreover, since the sect master has said so, naturally no one else has other opinions. Seeing that no one else had anything else to add, the 5th elder Sun Xuerong stood up and began to report her affairs today. During the 3 days of review, the problems encountered by the sect's disciples were greater than we imagined. Many disciples didn't even know the most basic responses. As scout disciples, they only had a vague understanding of the habits of monsters and the identification of traces. Some disciples even spoke nonsense. Many of them even received a lot of praise last year. If it weren't for this review, we elders would still think they were top elites. Sun Xuerong's words made the faces of everyone present even more serious. Fortunately, these problems only appeared among the scout disciples. The other disciples are still truly talented and knowledgeable. Everyone had some foresight in their hearts before, but they were still a little surprised to hear Sun Xuerong say this. Yunyang sect has quite a few scout disciples, a total of nearly 40 people. But as Sun Xuerong said, only 2 of them barely passed. Half of the scout disciples are still on the front line at this time, and there are only 20 people in the sect, but this pass rate is still very poor. The sect's scout disciples are all like this. Not having any problems is the biggest problem. During the review, I have questioned them one by one. The information they gave during the clearing operation at the end of last summer was indeed very accurate. According to most people, their information was obtained from the sentry posts. I have already started to check with the sentries one by one to see where they got the information from. Hearing this, all the senior leaders nodded. Now it seems that they are getting closer and closer to the truth. On the side, the 3rd elder also handed out a list. All the disciples who left the sect after the late summer cleanup last year are on this list. All the disciples who are still in our sect have been interrogated. The matters in the investigation have nothing to do with them. The key should be among these disciples who left. After handing the list to his own sect master, Taiwu Zhenren passed the list to other elders after reading it, and then to each hall master. After excluding them in this way, the scope became much smaller. On the list, there were only 7 disciples who participated in the late summer cleanup and left afterwards. Within 2 days, call back all the sentry disciples for detailed interrogation, and make sure to find out the real information. For the 7 disciples who left, also ask the disciples who were close to them. Gather all the information within 3 days and give me a conclusion. In addition, the sect will start to train and select a new batch of exploration disciples from now on. All those unqualified disciples will be withdrawn. Hearing the arrangement, everyone immediately went to work. In the crowd, the face of the hall master Xia Koan was a little ugly. He had also looked at the list before. Su Chen's name was written on it. Last year in Tiangang City, he scolded Su Chen in front of many people. He said that if Su Chen had the ability to defeat Lu Xingwan in the demon-slaying operation, then Su Chen's departure would definitely cause a shock to the Yunyang sect and cause the Yunyang sect to encounter big troubles. But now, these troubles seem to have really come. He could only hope that the things that happened to Yunyang's sect had nothing to do with Su Chen. In his heart, he really thought so. After all, with Lu Xingwan's ability, who in Yunyang's sect could beat her except Fu Jianyun? Even without talking about Yunyang's sect, looking at the entire Great Zhou, it seems that only Fu Jianyun could be stronger than her. Su Chen, it should be impossible, he must have contributed by greed. The front line of Tiangang City is actually not far from Tiangang City. It is just 20 miles outside Tiangang City. Su Chen went back to Tiangang City first, and after resting, he set out again and headed to the front line. It has been almost 20 days since senior brother Wu Yi and his team went to the front line. I don't know if it's going well at the front line, and whether they have encountered any danger. Monsters are like beasts, and they start to be wise from the big monsters. Dealing with them is completely different from those wild beasts in the wilderness. They will sneak attack and scout. Even some big monsters can judge people's strength. It's good that they are all blocked outside the wilderness. If they escape to the rear, it will only be more troublesome. Just like the first time I came to see senior sister Yao, they were so worried about the two civet cat monsters. It seems that they are not very relaxed at the front. It takes only 2 hours to reach the destination with more than 20 miles. The front line of Tiangang City is actually quite long. This is also due to the terrain. There are not so many steep terrains on the southeast side, and there is a lack of natural dangers. Although there are some mountains, they are also low hills and cannot form a dangerous situation. As the defense line is long, the demand for personnel will increase. But there is no way this area of Dezhou has this kind of terrain. In the cold winter, Su Chen had been to this front line and was not unfamiliar with it. Without the advantage of terrain, many defense facilities were built on the front line, like a series of city walls to block it. To some extent, it is also quite effective. After arriving at the front line, Su Chen began to look for senior brother Wu Yi and his group. After asking a few people, he found senior brother Wu Yi and his group on the southern side. After walking here, Su Chen realized that the high wall was not built along the entire front line. In other places, he didn't know whether it was not completed or there were other plans. Everyone had a smile on their faces. After just a round of greetings, Wu Yi began to complain. Junior brother Su, you are finally here. We have been feeling exhausted for a while. I don't know if these monsters have learned the art of war, and they harass us in various ways. Just like the time when we went to help Lu Tingtsong, they tortured us. It is impossible for you not to care about them. Once you care about them, they will run away immediately. Junior brother Su, you have to find out their traces. I am angry with them and want to jump out of the defense line and fight them. Several people found a place to sit down on the front line, took some dry food, and sat down to chat. It is now Shensher. It is not bad during the day. The monsters dare not be too presumptuous. There may be many more harassment at night. The other people continued to stare at the front line. Wu Yi, Huang Shanyun, Lin Tian and others chatted with Su Chen as a rest. These beasts also know that we are used to eating around noon. Recently, they even choose this time to harass us. Hearing these descriptions, Su Chen couldn't help but frown. If they can choose a note every time they harass us, then we must be extra vigilant. Behind these little monsters, there may be more than just big monsters giving orders. There may be golden monsters. If we rashly cross the front line, we may be ambushed by those monsters. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone felt a chill on their backs. Do those monsters really have such wisdom? Many wild beasts have this method of luring the enemy deep into our territory. Brothers, you have underestimated monsters. Most of the time, danger is caused by our arrogance. Facing these beasts, we still have to be alert and deal with them. Although Su Chen is a junior brother, everyone seems to be more convinced when he says these words. After all, last year, everyone has seen Su Chen's ability. He is indeed very capable in dealing with monsters. After talking about the affairs on the front line, everyone began to talk about other things. I feel a little annoyed by the constant mention of monsters. Didn't the sect say anything to you, junior brother Su? Senior brother Wu Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked. They fulfilled the top-grade weapons they promised before, but it seems that they didn't have anything else. You won the first place in this martial arts competition this year, but the sect didn't accept you as a personal disciple? Over the years, it seems that the champion of each year has been accepted as a personal disciple. Only Su Chen seems to be an exception. I have a reputation of being greedy for credit, and I have practiced in Yunyang's sect. In addition to these, many new disciples are younger than me. The sect leaders probably think that my talent is average. In fact, for me, all these are acceptable. The sect at least kept its promise and gave me the contribution I deserved. The reward for the champion was still given to me. These are enough. After his experience in Yunyang sect, Su Chen's expectations of the sect had long been reduced. I still think that you, junior brother Su, are qualified to be included in the list of direct disciples. Yes, you are indeed older than disciples like Jinyu and Ho Chenfei. You won them because of your experience, and Ho Chenfei lost to you because he was young and impulsive. But we also saw the situation of your fight with Ho Chenfei that day. Junior brother Su, your foundation is very solid, and it is reasonable to be included in the list of direct disciples. At least, I think so. Su Chen smiled. I think so too. Hearing Su Chen's words, several people couldn't help but smile. During the conversation, Wu Yi and the others felt Su Chen's open-mindedness. Disciples who are greedy for credit usually attach great importance to benefits. Faced with this situation, it is impossible for them to be so open-minded. Unlike Su Chen, it seems that he doesn't care about direct disciples at all. You know, the resources that direct disciples obtain from the sect every month are completely different from those of ordinary disciples. The more they get along, the more they feel that Su Chen is not the kind of person who is greedy for credit. After chatting and resting for nearly an hour, several people returned to the front line to defend, and replaced the others to rest. Su Chen and senior brother Wu Yi walked around this line to see the situation of the entire defense line. The defense line we are responsible for is a total of 4 miles long. Compared with other stages, ours is actually not long. It's just that this defense line is flat and there are hidden dangers of monsters everywhere. To be honest, it would be easier for us to face the monsters. Now, we are forced to run back and forth by the monsters and are exhausted. Su Chen listened to senior brother Wu Yi. Brother, my eyes have been observing the defense line. Tiangang City is basically facing this problem now. Monsters keep harassing us, and we are so tired and uncomfortable without a full-scale attack. Last year, we invited many hall masters of Yunyang sect to give us instructions. Junior brother Su, you were also in Yunyang sect before. You should know that Yunyang sect has done very well in the past 2 years. Not only are they not afraid of monsters' sneak attacks, they can even take the initiative to push forward the defense line. That hall master Xia Kuan came to Tiangang City to give instructions on the frontline arrangements. However, we have arranged it according to their method, but the effect is still very poor. The harassment of those monsters is still. This front line, I feel, is just like this. It's good enough to be able to stabilize it and prevent more monsters from crossing. Hearing this, Su Chen was much more confident. Brother Wu, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Maybe I can solve the problems that the head of the Yunyang sect can't solve. Wu Yi smiled. You heard that the Yunyang sect is not good, so you want to save face for yourself, right? After a pause, Wu Yi's expression became a little serious. Compared with the Yunyang sect, our Tiangang City is still a little behind. Junior brother Su, don't do anything impulsive just to show off. The gap in hard power is there. Sometimes, what the Yunyang sect can do may not be possible for other sections. Su Chen just smiled and didn't continue to argue. Why was the Yunyang sect so powerful in those 2 years, and even expanded the front line for more than 100 miles? The reputation of no monsters in Yunyang 100 miles is well known to everyone. Others will give many reasons, such as the strength of the sect and proper strategies. Su Chen doesn't want to exaggerate his role, but the reason why the Yunyang sect can achieve such an achievement is mainly because of accurate information. More than 90% of the traces of monsters have been found out by Su Chen, and almost nothing can escape. Yunyang sect had complete information in hand when dealing with those monsters, and key information such as the monster's whereabouts was almost extremely accurate. It was like a gamble between the two sides, and the monster showed its cards. Yunyang sect saw everything about the monsters clearly, so of course they could use all kinds of strategies. They could ambush in any way they wanted. But now, I have come to Tiangang City. I can also let my team take advantage of the information. Along the defense line, Su Chen and senior brother Wu Yi walked all the way to the northeast. The 4-mile-long defense line soon ended. Going further over there is the area where other people are stationed. Before walking, the senior sister opposite seemed to have seen Wu Yi and Su Chen. Oh, I didn't expect that junior brother Wu would actually ask the champion of this martial arts competition for help. With a disciple whose ability to kill monsters exceeds that of Lu Xingwan, it seems that those monsters dare not attack your defense line again. The senior sister who spoke was named Gong Zhujun. She looked quite refreshing and beautiful in a tight outfit. She looks good, but her words are full of thorns. You can feel that she is very strong. Senior sister Zhujun, junior brother Su doesn't seem to have offended you. Why do you have to make sarcastic remarks as soon as you meet? Wu Yi frowned slightly and looked at Gong Jujun in front of him. What did junior brother Wu say? Where did I make fun of you? I envy you. Gong Jujun still had a smile on her face, but in this smile, it felt more like sarcasm. As we are both disciples of Tiangang City, why must senior sister Zujun be so mean? No matter what, junior brother Su is also here to help on the front lines. Why be like this? Wu Yi spoke up for Su Chen. Now, Wu Yi no longer believed that Su Chen was the kind of person who was greedy for credit. However, when Gong Jujun heard this, her smile began to fade and there was a hint of coldness. Am I mean? Why don't I think I'm mean? Do I have to be nice to a disciple who steals the credit from his companions? In my team, character and morality come first. So what if he won the championship in the rookie competition? He has some ability, but he is just stealing the credit from his companions and getting more. Gong Jujun paused, as if she felt that she had not said enough. Do you know what the Yunyang sect is saying about us now? They say we are rag pickers who want any disciple. If I am mean enough, I will go to the elders and propose to drive him out of Tiangang City. In addition, if junior brother Wu thinks that I am unreasonable, don't come to us for help when you can't stop the monsters in the future. He showed some strength, but it didn't seem to help much in restoring his reputation. Su Chen didn't argue with these senior sisters Gong Juyun. Arguing was useless. The two turned around and returned along the original path. But before leaving, Gong Jujun hadn't said enough. Junior brother Wu, I advise you to pay more attention to their character when recruiting team members. Don't just take them into your team because they have some strength. If they are not strong enough, they can't help at most. If they have bad character, sometimes they will even drag you down. Besides, he is not very talented. Even though he won the championship, the sect didn't take him in as a direct disciple. Think about it clearly. Wu Yi frowned and left quickly with Su Chen. Neither of them said much, just treating it as an unexpected farce. After walking a little further, Su Chen asked, has the defense line been in a lot of trouble recently? From what the senior sister just said, they seem to come to our side to help often. Wu Yi nodded. Although our defense line is short, we are attacked too frequently. 5 days ago, a big demon led the demons to attack at night. Senior sister Zhu Jun and the others did help us a lot. With this in mind, please don't hate her. Senior sister Zhu Jun is actually a very nice person. I'm almost used to it. With a bad reputation, being treated unfairly has become a daily routine. Don't worry, senior brother Wu, I'm not that petty. I walked for more than an hour and saw the entire defense line. I found a place to sit and look at the scenery in the distance. The scenery in the wilderness is really nice, but humans dare not set foot in it and can only look at it from afar. The sect wants us to stay here for 3 months. We don't expect to scare those monsters. We have done a good enough job to prevent any monster from getting through. Junior brother Su, you are good at finding the traces of monsters. After you come, we will definitely have an easier time. Su Chen did not respond to these compliments. Now, he was ready to talk about business. After going through the entire defense line, senior brother Wu, I have some ideas to tell you. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Wu Yi also took it seriously. There is a big problem with our defense line. It seems that there are no loopholes in the entire defense line. No matter where it is, it wants to meet the standard of perfect defense. Su Chen's words made Wu Yi couldn't help but reveal his true feelings. A hint of doubt appeared. Junior brother Su, what's the problem with building a perfect defense line? If we can completely stop the monsters and prevent them from invading, then of course it's possible. However, this 4-mile-long defense line doesn't seem to be able to prevent monsters from attacking, right? Wu Yi was also stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. The fact seemed to be just as Su Chen said. These fortifications wanted to be as complete as possible, but they didn't prevent monsters. If we build every part of the defense line the same, then we must take care of every part when we defend. We don't know where the monsters will attack from. They have the possibility of attacking in every section. So our response will be very tiring. If we attack on the left side, we need to go to the right side to support. If we attack on the right side, we have to rush to the left side. In this way, how can we not be tired? Su Chen's words made Wu Yi's eyes light up unconsciously. Those beasts and evildoers are very clever. We will use all our resources to improve the defense capability of a part of the entire defense line. Then leave loopholes in 1 or 2 places. We leave loopholes for those monsters to harass. But as long as they want to use these loopholes, they will be greeted by our ambush. In this way, the defense capabilities of other areas are excellent, and we arrange a small number of personnel to garrison to avoid accidents. The focus is on the loopholes we left. At least at the beginning, those monsters may think they have found our loopholes and will definitely attack at night. We can also close the net once. After listening to Su Chen's words, Wu Yi even stood up excitedly. Yes, why didn't I think of this method? That's how it should be. Like now, we must separate everyone. Running around, everyone is exhausted. Those monsters can escape at any time, and the initiative is all in their hands. Wu Yi, with an excited face, immediately ran to arrange the layout. The shielding, spikes, and thorns were originally evenly arranged. All these items used to block the monsters' attacks were gathered together. After gathering them together, all these things were concentrated on the right side. All the fortifications were concentrated on the right side. After Su Chen said this method, Wu Yi was completely excited. They were all like chicken blood. They arranged everyone to start to complete this task immediately. In the future, only 1 or 2 people will be arranged to deal with the right side of the defense line. Even if there are some monsters, they will attack from this well-defended area. But because the fortifications are complete, it will take longer. This time is enough for the defensive disciples to notify others to help. They were busy until dark. Su Chen looked around outside the defense line and selected 3 points for the senior brothers and sisters to focus on defense. At night, monsters attacked 2 of the points. With advanced preparation, it is much easier to deal with. There is no need to run around and wait for the big monster to come. It is not enough to deal with it. After dawn, everyone continued to be busy under Wu Yi's arrangement. Try to arrange all the defensive fortifications to the right today. During the break, senior brother Lin Tian and senior brother Huang Shangyun saw Su Chen and couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Su is so accurate. The place where we arranged the weapons is where monsters come to attack at night. The 2 of them said with a smile on their faces. The more familiar they were with each other, the more casual they spoke. This was the performance of the brothers' recognition and inclusion of themselves in their group. During the day, everyone was very busy. The defense line of about 1 mile on the right was re-strengthened. The defense capacity of the defense line has indeed been greatly improved. If nothing unexpected happens, only golden monsters and above will have a chance to break through. But the golden monsters are getting smarter and basically will not choose to directly attack the defense lines of the major sections. If they encounter a strong one, their lives will not be saved. It was almost the time of the night when everyone was almost done. From tonight, the original 4-mile defense line will only need to defend 3 miles. The defense pressure was greatly reduced. Afterwards, 2 loopholes were deliberately left. Prepare a power pedal for those monsters, so that they can climb over more easily. But behind the defense line, it was an ambush for everyone. During the break, Wu Yi also told everyone about Su Chen's plan. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but stare at Su Chen. I am increasingly confused as to why they have accused junior brother Su of being greedy for credit. Are all the high-ranking officials of the Yunyang sect good-for-nothings? Can't they see your ability at all? Senior brother Lin Tian, who was standing next to him, nodded repeatedly when he heard this. I've told you before that junior brother Su was greedy for merit and robbed the credit. It's either because the people of Yunyang sect are stupid or they are bad. How can a normal person do such a thing? Yao Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, waved her hand with a smile on her face. But you should also think about it. If those people of Yunyang sect were not stupid, junior brother Su would not have the opportunity to join us. He provided us with a strong help. Everyone was even a little grateful for Su Chen. They were grateful that Su Chen came to their team to help them. This method seemed to be very effective. With 1 less mile of defense line stationed, it would be much easier overall. During the rest, Wu Yi began to arrange tonight's response. At the loopholes that were deliberately left, everyone tried to ambush as much as possible. And tonight, they tried their best to kill most of the monsters. We have to make those monsters feel pain and pay a price, so that they know to restrain themselves. Su Chen also pointed out a location and asked everyone to be vigilant. There were monster marks at that location, and they might also attack from the left side. But tonight, the defense line left them a loophole. These monsters were only a little clever, at least today, they were easily ambushed. At night, it was the evening hour. People were most tired and their attention was the worst at this time. And these monsters, taking advantage of night vision, began to attack. As Su Chen expected, these monsters chose to enter from the defense loophole. They thought they had easily broken into the defense line, but the next moment, these monsters found that they had fallen into an ambush. Including a big monster, some monsters that jumped over the defense line all died. Some small monsters outside should have heard the screams of their own kind and finally fled. They had been harassed by these monsters before, making them exhausted. Tonight, senior brother Lin Tian and the others even had some personal grudges and were much more cruel. No other monsters came this night. After dawn, everyone carefully counted them. One big monster and 12 small monster bodies. And there were many civet cat monsters among the monsters outside Tiangang City. Even if it is only a small demon, if the raccoon cat demon sneaks into the back of the defense line, it will cause great trouble. The method given by Su Chen can be regarded as a new way to deal with this front line. The next step is to continue to build the defense line. The defenses on both sides are done to the extreme, but some loopholes are left for the monsters. If the monsters want to take advantage of those loopholes, they will be ambushed. It will be even more difficult for them to go to the safe places of other defenses. There are many sharp weapons and spikes placed around. If you want to break through, you will probably get hurt. As long as these monsters keep suffering and feel the pain, they will calm down. It may take a long time before they dare to come and try again. Everyone is now more convinced of Su Chen's words. Su Chen is really capable of dealing with monsters. Everyone has been harassed by monsters for more than 20 days and suffered terribly. I didn't expect that Su Chen had only been here for a few days and he made the monsters suffer a big loss. Before, their defense line often needed help from fellow disciples around. Last night's ambush was a great success, and everyone seemed to have more confidence. Standing on the defense line, the fatigue also disappeared a lot. After daybreak, Wu asked Su Chen to rest, insisting that Su Chen should not be busy anymore. This has always been the rule of the team. Those who contribute the most will be taken care of and rest more. Everyone is watching, who has made the greatest contribution and contributed the most. This rest time is naturally left to Su Chen. Seeing that everyone insisted, Su Chen no longer refused and went to sleep in the tent behind the defense line. Wu took a few people to clean up the defense line again. Some damaged fortifications were repaired. The more I get along with junior brother Su, the more I can't understand. How could he be driven away by Yunyang Sect? Wu was busy with his hands and talked to others. Junior brother Su is very experienced in the traces of monsters. I dare say that many hall masters and even elders in Tiangang City are not junior brother Su's opponents. Just based on this point, junior brother Su should be treated as a treasure, held and protected. But I don't know what this Yunyang Sect is thinking. Wu has a lot to complain about today. He really doesn't understand. After going through so many things, I now feel that junior brother Su has more advantages than these. He dares to rush into the wilderness to save people, and he has strategies to deal with them. Now I even believe that Su Chen can really kill demons. In action, the contribution value can surpass Lu Xingwan. Hearing these words, Huang Shanyun on the side still frowned slightly. Whether we believe in junior brother Su or not is not of much use. The common people of Dezhou do not believe it, but the other senior brothers and sisters in Tiangang City, the hall masters and elders, they believe it is the key. Logically speaking, junior brother Su has such ability, and he should be very important in Yunyang Sect. When he left, Yunyang Sect should also have problems and troubles. But now, Yunyang Sect is still fine. Su Chen has been away from Yunyang Sect for almost half a year. With the departure of a disciple who can be on par with Lu Xingwan, Yunyang Sect should have some changes. Lin Tian, who was next to him, paused for a moment after hearing this. I went back home in winter, and heard from my third uncle that Yunyang Sect did not seem to be without changes. After the winter, the entire sect conducted a top-to-bottom investigation. I don't know what it was specifically about. But before the winter, I heard that traces of monsters appeared around the Yunyang Sect. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone's eyes lit up slightly. If it is confirmed, it seems that some evidence can be provided to prove that Su Chen is a truly capable disciple. Su Chen's departure caused the Yunyang Sect to encounter trouble and problems. But these are all hearsay. The Yunyang Sect still bit those words a little bit and refused to disclose them. Some people who were guests of the Yunyang Sect spread them quietly. I don't know whether it is true or false. Lin Tian's life was saved by Su Chen. To be honest, he also wanted to help Su Chen clear his name. However, this matter will not be so easy. Even if these are true, it does not mean that the problems in the Yunyang Sect are due to the departure of junior brother Su. There are too many variables and too many influencing factors when there are problems in the sect. Another point is that even if it is because of junior brother Su's departure that the Yunyang Sect encountered trouble, but the name of greed for merit is still hanging on junior brother Su's head and has not been taken off. Those slanders are still there. Wu waved his hand, his face slightly serious. If the Yunyang Sect did have problems and troubles because of junior brother Su's departure, let's ignore the others for now. At least we can be more sure that we didn't make a mistake. It's the Yunyang Sect that's blind. They can't see the talents of their disciples. Yunyang Sect. After 3 days of questioning, all the information that should be asked was asked out. This time, the elders of Yunyang Sect were completely without the kindness they had before. Some disciples were found to be lying and talking nonsense. The elders even asked for tough measures. The front line that Yunyang Sect had finally pushed forward now chose to give up directly. The disciples on the front line all retreated. The front line of defense was directly moved back 100 miles. A piece of fertile land was once again returned to those monsters. Yunyang Sect had no choice. The defense line was too long, and the supply line was also stretched very long. In the past, the defense line could almost stop all monsters, and this area was large, so there was no problem. But now, a large number of monsters have sneaked into the area between Yunyang Sect and the front line. If these monsters are not eliminated as soon as possible, they may even reproduce in these areas. Yunyang Sect is now taking action on both sides. One side is shrinking the defense line, and the other side is to delve into the reasons. At night, candlesticks were placed in the side hall. The elders of Yunyang Sect were here to discuss again. None of the hall masters participated in the discussion today, only the 5 elders and the sect master, Taiwu Jinren. 3 days have passed, and you have learned some information, right? In addition, I asked you to ask the disciples who were close to the disciples who left the sect after the clearing operation at the end of last summer. Did you get any results? Seeing that no one was talking, Taiwu Jinren asked. Several people looked at Sun Xuerong, waiting for her answer. But today, Sun Xuerong was a little hesitant. I have asked all the disciples who have performed sentry missions on the front line. Seeing her hesitation in her words, Taiwu Jinren frowned and looked at the third elder beside him. Third elder, you can tell me, you also participated in this matter, you know what the situation is. Seeing the sect master asking, the third elder beside him glanced at Sun Xuerong and then spoke. We have interrogated a total of 27 disciples who have performed sentry duties. 70% of them mentioned Su Chen's name. They said that when they were on the front line, Su Chen would often come to remind them where there were traces of monsters. However, the sentries didn't know whether it was true or not, so they reported the news. The third elder told the news he got from the interrogation. When he heard Su Chen's name, Taiwu Jinren frowned even more. He seemed to have heard this name twice before, but he, the sect master, had no impression of Su Chen at all. Is there anything special about this disciple Su Chen? Why don't I seem to have seen him? Is he a direct disciple? After a series of questions, Taiwu Jinren's tone was already questioning. Sect master, this Su Chen has an ordinary talent. He has only been in the sect for more than a year, and he has only completed the 9th grade body refining. At the beginning of last year, he was accepted into the inner sect because of his outstanding contributions. On the front line, he was not appointed as the captain. After the clearing operation, we even drove him out of the sect. The reason was that he was greedy for credit and had caused resentment among many disciples of the sect. Facing the sect master's questioning, the 5th elder Sun Xuerong hurriedly explained. But after hearing this explanation again, Taiwu Jinren still frowned. He was driven away for greed? How did you find out? These reasons obviously did not convince him. The sect has asked many disciples, and they all reported that this boy has taken credit for the work, which has caused many disciples to complain. Before the 5th elder could speak, Taiwu Jinren interrupted him directly. What other disciples have reported? Have you recorded how many disciples have reported? In addition to those who say that Su Chen is greedy for credit, are there any people who have different opinions about him? Could it be that based on the accusations of some disciples, this guilt is determined? For some reason, Taiwu Jinren seemed a little unhappy when he heard this. Hearing this, Sun Xuerong hurriedly continued to explain. Master, we mentioned this to you before. During the clearing operation, the contribution points obtained by Su Chen in the end exceeded that of Xingwan. He is just a disciple who has completed the body refining. If he is not cheating, how could he be better than Xingwan? Moreover, we have heard many disciples say that this boy deliberately let other fellow disciples fall into danger when he was on the front line. Then he acted as a rescuer, which earned him a reputation and also earned contribution points. Such a disciple would definitely be a disaster if he stayed in Yunyang Sect. This explanation is somewhat convincing. Deliberately letting fellow disciples fall into danger and then saving them. This kind of behavior is not only it was a very serious mistake for any sect, and it was normal to be driven away. Taiwu Jinren thought for a moment, but did not delve into the matter of driving Su Chen away. So what is the conclusion now? Is it because of Su Chen's departure that there are so many big problems with the sect's sources of information? Tai Wuzhenren, who has always been calm, seemed to speak with a bit of severity today. Sect Master, although the sentinels now mention Su Chen, I feel that there are still many hidden reasons. Perhaps this boy used his own greedy contributions to bribe many disciples, deliberately. After hearing the explanation of the fifth elder, Tai Wuzhenren simply chuckled. How capable is this Su Chen to get so many disciples to help him? If he really has such a great ability, how could he be reported by so many disciples as greedy for credit? What he said is self-contradictory. Sun Xuerong, who was scolded, also had an ugly face. While speaking, Tai Wuzhenren immediately stood up. He was too lazy to listen to these explanations. Let's not talk too much, let's find a way to stop the current decline. The front line has retreated, and the previous problems must be stopped. Jian Yun and Xingwan, let them go to the front line to kill demons. As the core disciples of the sect, they should also show their strength and value in times of crisis. After Tai Wuzhenren left, several elders looked at each other. The eldest elder also looked at Sun Xuerong with dissatisfaction on his face. Fifth elder, when you drove Su Chen away, did you understand clearly? At that time, you belittled him to nothing. Why now, those sentinels say that the news they got was all from Su Chen? Brother, do you also think that the difficulties we are facing are due to Su Chen's departure? Sun Xuerong asked a question, blocking the eldest elder there. Yes, these elders actually don't believe it. An ordinary disciple can bring such a big dilemma to Yunyang's sect? Several elders on the side heard this and didn't know how to answer for a while. The second elder sitting among them waved his hand. Now, it is meaningless to investigate the reasons. What we need to do is to stop the decline of the sect. The news of the retreat of the defense line will soon spread throughout the Great Zhou. If we make any more mistakes, then it will be a real disgrace. The second elder's words brought everyone back to their senses. Now, even the Yunyang sect has monsters appearing and harassing the sect. What's the point of worrying about those things? I have already thought about it. Let the core disciples and personal disciples of the sect join the demon-slaying operation. Within half a month, the monsters in the defense line in the sect area will be completely exterminated. Jian Yun and Xingwan alone should be able to kill more than 100 monsters. Even if more monsters are allowed in, half a month should be enough. Sun Xuerong paused for a moment and looked at the third elder on the side. Brother, I'll trouble you to lead the demon-slaying operation. I will take advantage of the half-month to intensify the training of the exploration disciples. As long as we train a group of excellent exploration disciples again, the situation in the sect will soon stabilize. When everything is stable, it won't be too late for us to investigate other things. The third elder on the side nodded. In the current situation, they need to unite and get through the difficulties. Even if there are complaints between each other, it is not the time to quarrel. After hearing from the sentry that it was Su Chen who passed the message, Sun Xuerong felt a little depressed. But in her heart, she still didn't believe it. The current problem of Yunyang sect is more like a big systemic problem. It is impossible for the current situation to occur because of a disciple. In fact, Sun Xuerong's judgment was not wrong. The impact of Su Chen's departure should not have been so great that it affected the entire sect. The reason for this was that they were the ones who facilitated it. After Su Chen joined Yunyang sect, the traces and movements of monsters. These difficult-to-collect information began to become cheap. And because the information reported by Su Chen was extremely accurate. With accurate intelligence, it is not known how much easier it is to deal with the elusive monsters. The strength of the big monster is at most the 8th grade refined essence. The strength of the golden monster can only be matched by the 7th grade. If the monsters had not attacked at night and their traces were difficult to find, would they be so difficult to deal with? In the past 2 years, most of Su Chen's own value has been stolen by other captains and leaders. Dealing with monsters has become easier, which has also led to the continuous decline in the strength and ability of the Yunyang sect's exploration disciples. Real talent is not as good as good relationships. Exploration, spying and other related tasks. Good-for-nothings began to occupy a lot of the core positions, those team leaders. They didn't know that they relied on Su Chen, but instead blamed Su Chen for robbing some of the credit that belonged to them. Sun Xuerong thought that if she arranged the direct disciples and core disciples of Yunyang's sect to go out, everything would be solved. But when the facts were in front of her, she would thoroughly understand and see the situation clearly. Every time Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan killed monsters, they seemed to be excellent. But in fact, it was the people below who were trying to please them. They knew that they would be the backbone and core of Yunyang's sect in the future. Every time they went to the front line, they would always encounter monsters that were surrounded and blocked by ambushes. Among the younger generation, those who broke into the 6th grade mountain furnace realm at this age naturally deserved the name of Tianzhou. But they were not so good at killing monsters. In a month, Yunyang's sect would see it. It turned out that their genius disciples were also powerless when facing monsters. The front line of Tiangang City. These days, Suchen was also helping to deal with the fortifications there and arrange various dangerous facilities. The first time they saw Suchen setting a trap, senior brother Wu Yi and the others were stunned for a long time. After activating the skillful hands destiny, Suchen's hands-on ability has greatly improved. Sometimes, it takes others half an hour to debug a trap, but Suchen can basically do it in less than half a quarter of an hour. The two sides of the defense line are constantly strengthened, the fortifications are improved, and the traps are increased. The original 4-mile defense line now only needs to focus on 2 miles. Among them, there are loopholes specially left for monsters to attack. Suchen has been at this front line for 9 days. Relying on this loophole, 3 groups of monsters have been ambushed, and basically at most 2 monsters can escape each time. According to Suchen's defense strategy, everyone is really much more relaxed now. In the past, there would be monsters harassing during the day. But recently, there is basically no trace of those monsters. At noon, everyone gathered together and cooked some cooked food to taste. Since Suchen arrived, the difficulty of guarding this defense line seems to have dropped sharply. These monsters are very bullying. We killed the attacking monsters one after another, and they became cowardly. Suchen said. He had seen this situation once in Yunyang's sect. I thought only humans would bully the weak and fear the strong. I didn't expect that monsters are the same. The brothers and sisters next to them ate their food while mumbling something. They said something that seemed to be realistic. After we suffered a loss, the monsters will change their targets. The defenses of other fellow disciples on our side will be in trouble. We may have to help others when we have time. While everyone was gathered together, Wu Yi also took the opportunity to talk about his arrangements. In the past, their team had asked senior sister Gong Zhuyun and the others for help. Speaking of which, it was time to repay a favor. In addition, if a monster is let go in the entire line of defense, it will be a big disaster for the common people behind them. The disciples of Tiangang City still have a sense of responsibility. No one had any objection to senior brother Wu Yi's arrangements. The defense line is now secure enough. Even if half of the people are reduced, it is safer than before. It was almost Chin time, and senior brother Wu Yi, Su Chen, and senior sister Yao Xiaoyu. The 3 of them walked to the left defense line together. After the beginning of spring, the sky darkened a lot later. After their 4-mile defense line became more and more secure, they heard that many monsters began to cause trouble for Gong Zhuyun and the others. Walking along the defense line, since crossing the 4-mile defense line, Su Chen has discovered many traces and marks left by monsters. The meaning of some marks is that they are the precursors of sneak attacks. These monsters will mark with urine like wild beasts. This means that this place is suitable for sneak attacks. Among these marks, Su Chen also saw a very serious problem. Outside Gong Zhuyun and their defense line, there are marks of golden monsters. This is a serious situation that must be taken seriously. After the big monster is promoted to a golden monster, its strength is greatly improved. When it first enters the golden monster level, the problem is not that big. Senior brother Wu Yi and the others all have the strength of the 7th rank and are able to deal with the golden monster. But if the golden monster is extraordinary, or even close to perfect strength, these senior brothers and sisters with the strength of the 7th rank Huaigu realm are safe, but others are likely to die in it. And the attacks of these monsters are all sneak attacks. Monster hunting pioneer, Tianming had already been promoted to monster hunting expert before. Now, I can see what kind of monsters left these traces. There are traces of the golden monster here, there is no doubt about it. Suchen said this to senior brother Wu Yi and senior sister Yao Xiaoyu with a serious look. A sneak attack by a big monster could kill a disciple. If the golden monster succeeds in a sneak attack, it is likely to be a big deal. I heard that some monsters, when their strength is approaching a bottleneck, they want to devour the body of a warrior and try to see if they can break through their own bottleneck. Above the golden monster, they rarely take the initiative to attack the defenses of the major sections. But now there are traces of the golden monster. Judging from the traces, it is likely that it is not an ordinary golden monster. It is even possible that it is a golden monster that is about to be promoted to a earth monster. Su Chen's words made Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu beside him become more serious. A golden monster that is about to be promoted to a earth monster, this is no joke. I am just guessing. Although I can see the traces of the golden monster, I am not sure about its strength. Su Chen did not say it too firmly. But senior brother Wu Yi had already taken it to heart. Junior brother Su's speculation has never been wrong for so long. You have reminded me that this golden monster is quite powerful, so it should be no problem. Yao Xiaoyu on the side also nodded. Several successful predictions have made their trust in Su Chen reach another level. Let's not talk about the distant past, just this time. How were they living before Su Chen came? But what was it like after Su Chen came to help? The monsters used to treat the team led by senior brother Wu Yi as a soft persimmon. But now, one by one, they all began to avoid that area. After confirming that there were traces of the golden monster, Su Chen and the other two had to find Gong Jujun to talk about it. It was almost the evening hour, and the sky was about to get dark. As the team leader, Gong Jujun was now arranging various defense matters after nightfall. Seeing Wu Yi coming with Su Chen and Yao Xiaoyu, a faint smile appeared on his face. Isn't there a person who is as powerful as Lu Xingwan in killing monsters? Why can't you stop the monster's attack and come to ask for reinforcements? Unfortunately, there are more and more monsters on our defense line recently. Go find them. Ask the senior brothers and sisters on his line of defense to help. I can't help. Gong Jujun finished speaking, waved her hand and wanted to send the three away. Wu Yi stepped forward and blocked Gong Jujun. Before she could accuse him, Wu Yi spoke first. Senior sister Jujun, listen to me, we are not here to ask for reinforcements, but to reinforce you. Junior brother Su is good at observing the traces of monsters. When he passed by, he found traces left by the golden monster on your line of defense. Moreover, the strength of this golden monster is quite good. Wu Yi paused, and seeing that Gong Jujun didn't care, he became more worried. Gong Jujun, I'm not kidding you. You should know what the consequences will be if a powerful golden monster attacks. Even if you can protect yourself with the strength of the 7th grade Huaigu realm. But what about others? If the golden monster attacks, can they save their lives? When Wu Yi said this, the disciples around him could feel his seriousness. Gong Jujun in front of him, however, still had a calm face. After all, I have heard it. You came to my line of defense to steal the credit, right? Using the name of the golden monster's appearance, you come to our line of defense to earn some credit? Your junior brother Su really has the ability to observe the traces of the golden monster. Yunyang Sect has already worshipped him. Junior brother Wu, it's your business if you are willing to be deceived by him. Don't involve us. Gong Jujun's words made Wu Yi speechless. Who comes to steal your credit? We lack your contribution? A kind reminder, is it necessary to think of us so maliciously? Wu Yi was a little angry, and his tone of voice was not as peaceful as before. But Gong Jujun still had a chuckle, and would look at Su Chen beside him from time to time. A kind reminder? How about we make a bet? You said that a golden demon would come to our defense line, so let's bet on whether the golden demon will come or not. I heard that your junior brother Su has always been stubborn, saying that he never took credit for anything when he was in Yunyang Sect. If the golden demon doesn't come, let your junior brother Su admit in front of others that he was greedy for credit. How about it? Do you dare to bet? After hearing this, Wu Yi turned around and prepared to take Su Chen and Yao Xiaoyu leave. It's unreasonable. Junior brother Su kindly reminded us, but we are putting forward requirements and restrictions on junior brother Su. Why don't you tell us what you would do if our reminder was accurate? Gong Juyun's face was still as calm as before. What else can I do? His reminder was accurate, so he should be given the credit. Your junior brother Su, doesn't he just like to take credit? We give him a share of the credit, which should be regarded as fulfilling his wish. Hearing these words, Wu Yi was so angry that his breathing became much faster. It was obviously a good help, but in the end it was misinterpreted by Gong Juyun. Wu Yi walked in front and left quickly, even Su Chen and Yao Xiaoyu had to jog to keep up with him. Wu Yi slowed down his pace again until he returned to his own defense area. I now understand your situation, junior brother Su. When you talk to these people, they will misinterpret the meaning casually. I used to think Gong Juyun was a good person and spoke well of her. Why is she like this today? Wu Yi said this, and Yao Xiaoyu next to him also echoed. Both of them seemed very angry, but Su Chen was much calmer, with a smile on his face. Since they don't believe it, forget it. Anyway, if something goes wrong, it's all their own fault. They lost their lives and got hurt, and it's all their own fault. Senior brother Wu Yi said angrily, as if he really didn't want to care. But Su Chen shook his head slightly. It would be fine if Gong Jujun and the others were injured, but there was a problem with their defense line, allowing the monster to sneak in. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, many ordinary people will lose their families. My mother and sister are also in the rear of the Great Zhou, who knows if it will affect Jiang'an City. Thinking of this, Su-chen and the two senior brothers and sisters spoke. In the next 3 days, I still trouble senior brother Wu and senior sister Yao to go to the side to guard and help. The golden monster attacked, and their strength was not enough. And they didn't take it seriously, and were full of casualness. If you don't go, something big may happen. Su-chen saw that the two wanted to say something, and then waved his hand. I won't go with them, so as to avoid even greater resistance from Gong Ju-yoon and the others. When the brothers and sisters encounter a situation, they can set off fireworks as a signal. Those of us who are resting will come to help immediately. Sometimes, Su-chen still felt that he should be more selfish. Since others look down on him, why bother to help them? It is of course uncomfortable to be rejected. Perhaps it is related to his own experience. Su-chen can't be so cruel. Without deep hatred, Su-chen does not want others to go to a dead end and die in the mouth of monsters. Moreover, letting monsters attack will also harm the people in the rear. After hearing what Su-chen said, senior brother Wu Yi and senior sister Yao Xiaoyu stopped saying those radical words. They actually knew that if there was a golden monster attack, Gong Ju-yoon and the others would definitely be severely injured. If the vigilance was weaker, even Gong Ju-yoon would be seriously injured. After saying so many complaints, it is still necessary to help. It was completely dark. After agreeing, Su-chen went to the right to meet his own people. Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu went to the line of defense guarded by Gong Ju-yoon. Now, there is basically no problem with the line of defense he defended. The concentrated defense method made the entire 4-mile defense line much easier to guard. The two of them believed in Su-chen's judgment. Su-chen marked 2 locations where the golden monster might attack. Gong Ju-yoon and the others could not be alert, so they had to find a way to help. Not long after entering the defense line, Gong Ju-yoon came up again with several disciples. She wanted to say something, but the junior sister beside her pulled her. The two sides looked at each other, did not speak, and left. After walking away, the junior sister beside Gong Ju-yoon spoke. Senior sister, senior brother Wu Yi and the others are here to help after all. We don't have to be so harsh. What if there really is a golden monster? Gong Ju-yoon heard this and reached out to knock on her junior sister. That Su-chen is taking advantage of your thoughts. Anxiety in your heart will make you think it's better to believe it than not. But how could he have such ability? If you let him walk along the entire defense line, there might be traces of the golden monster's activities everywhere. You are too inexperienced and not good at judging people. I can see the character of a person like him at a glance. Gong Ju-yoon smiled, as if sharing life experience with the junior brothers and sisters around him. But she also agreed with what her junior sister said. Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu wanted to help anyway. Even if she thought they were unnecessary, she shouldn't say anything unpleasant. Although she didn't believe it, Gong Ju-yoon was still more careful that night. Around the time of Een, she personally checked the entire defense line. But this night was a peaceful night with calm winds and waves. After dawn, Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu also returned to their own defense lines. But when it got dark, the two came back again. Gong Ju-yoon seemed a little annoyed when she saw the two. In the end, she didn't say anything, just gave a cold face and left. Yesterday's calmness made Gong Ju-yoon more confident in her own judgment. The stronger the monster is, the more cunning it is, and the more it cherishes its life. So without any special reason, the golden monster rarely attacks the defense line. If Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu come again tomorrow, just stop them outside. They come to our place to guard every night, which makes people panic. Many people come to ask me if something big is going to happen. Everyone is worried all day long, and their morale is unstable. The junior brothers and sisters beside him heard it and nodded today. Indeed, because Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu came to guard, many disciples felt that the defense line was in big trouble. Otherwise, why would they need 2 7th-grade disciples to come to help? Beside Gong Ju-yoon, a junior brother couldn't help complaining. I don't know why they believe in Su-chen so much. After a few nonsense words, they really come to help with the garrison. The junior sister at the side smiled and said, maybe it's because he's handsome. He doesn't look like a liar. Hearing this, Gong Ju-yoon stretched out her hand and touched her brow, and scolded with a smile, You are probably those people in Yunyang's sect whose credit was robbed by Su-chen. Moreover, after their credit was robbed, they helped him count the money and thought he was good to you. When we look at a person, we look at his character and virtue. People like Su-chen should be kept away from as much as possible. A group of people were talking and laughing. There didn't seem to be anything unusual on the defense line. Occasionally, some little demons passed by, but this was normal. After nightfall, harassment by little demons is a common thing. No one took it seriously, just as usual. Standing guard, on guard. There is no moonlight tonight, but with the help of the torches on the defense line, we can see the surrounding situation clearly. Perhaps because Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu came to assist, everyone's vigilance is actually higher than usual. I am also worried whether something big has really happened. At showtime, a cluster of loud shouts rang out. Among the shouts, there were screams, and there seemed to be screams of pain. The sound spread around the defense line, and the surrounding torches were taken down by the monsters and thrown around. Some flammable objects began to be lit, and on the defense line, various sounds began to increase. Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu left without hesitation and went in the direction of the shouting. There was another location pointed out by Su Chen. Before, they thought that there were many people of Gongjujun stationed there, so they did not look there. Rushing over, a huge tiger monster had begun to wreak havoc. Almost all the disciples around were injured, and they were all fighting and retreating. Fortunately, they were somewhat vigilant tonight. Otherwise, if they were attacked by a tiger demon with the strength of a gold demon, their lives would be gone in an instant. Wu Yi glanced at Yao Xiaoyu, who also lit it immediately. Then the fireworks were lit, which were extremely eye-catching in the night sky. Su Chen saw it and immediately led some people to support. Gong Jujun and others also received the news and immediately rushed over from the rear camp. Under the firelight, the tiger demon's claws shone with golden light, and it seemed that even blood could not stain them. Seeing this scene, the golden demon Gong Jujuan's face instantly became ugly. But the situation in front of her did not allow her to think about anything else. Wu Yi, Yao Xiaoyu, and another disciple of the 7th grade Huaigu realm had already been fighting with the big demon. Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu kept in mind what Su Chen said. This tiger demon is likely to be a monster with strength close to that of a ground demon. When they attacked, the two did not hold back at all. Gong Jujun also joined the battle at this moment, with a sharp sword in her hand, and did not hold back at all. While receiving the attack, she also reacted. If Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu were not here today, they would not know how they would follow the golden monster. There were nearly 10 big monsters. Soon, Su Chen, senior brother Lin Tian and others also arrived. With the help of the glittering firelight, they began to fight back against these monsters. These monsters probably didn't expect that the defense line had already been guarding against them. The tiger monster's strength has reached the perfection of a golden monster. But no matter how perfect it is not an earth monster. Without reaching that level, the strength is still very different. Facing the attack of 4 7th grade warriors, the tiger monster should have given up. When the strength reaches the golden monster, the monster will cherish its life more. It is difficult to quickly defeat the opponent, so they will have the intention to retreat. There are more and more torches around, and the defense line is getting brighter and brighter. After fighting for a while, the tiger monster has suffered some injuries. Although it is a minor injury, it has understood the situation in front of it. The huge body no longer rushes in, but begins to retreat to the wilderness. Don't chase, the key is to clean up the monsters. Su Chen shouted in the chaos, and Wu Yi and Yao Xiaoyu immediately turned around to deal with the big monsters. After they took action, the big monsters in the defense line died one after another. Those little monsters wanted to escape, but Su Chen also followed their tracks and killed all the hiding monsters. After 2/4 of an hour, the battle was basically over. Gong Jujuan's peripheral vision swept over Su Chen and Wu Yi. I don't know if it was a little embarrassing, so she opened her mouth and made up a reason. She said that she found a little monster escaping and she went to track it down. Then she lowered her head and began to look for traces of monsters everywhere. After walking a few steps, she told her junior sister that if there was any problem with the defense line, she should call her immediately. After the golden monster escaped, these monsters actually lost their backbone. The remaining monsters basically had no choice but to escape and hide. That night, Su Chen and his friends also helped them clean up the monsters that slipped through the defense line. Until the hour of Mao, almost all the problems were solved. After Su Chen activated the destiny of Good Monster Hunter, he did not see any traces of other monsters, so it was likely that there were no little monsters left. In fact, after the golden monster and the big monster were solved, the defense line was just a trivial matter. For the injured, arrange for the internal affairs disciples to send them to the camp for treatment. After counting the casualties of the disciples, there were 2 people with serious injuries. They were injured when the golden demon broke in. The others were slightly injured and should be healed in a day or 2. After hearing that Su Chen and the others had left, Gong Jujun with a little embarrassment, he returned to the defense line. He led everyone to clean up the mess. At noon, the meals prepared by the camp were delivered, and the sky was getting brighter. Everyone gathered together to eat something. Gong Jujun was a person who cared more about his reputation. He had said it with certainty before. But the facts were in front of everyone. There really was a golden monster attacking. He was grateful in his heart, but also felt embarrassed. For a moment, Gong Jujun even wanted to quibble, saying that Su Chen was just trying his luck and happened to hit the mark. But he was embarrassed to say these words. You know, this time it was Su Chen and Wu Yi who helped a lot. Otherwise, I don't know how many disciples would die tonight. That Su Chen, after the battle last night, he should have said a lot of sarcastic words to me. The junior sister beside him also had a dirty face. Hearing what Gong Jujun said, she immediately waved her hand. That junior brother Su didn't say much, but senior brother Wu Yi wanted to scold you. But junior brother Su pulled him away, and he also comforted senior brother Wu Yi. He said that you didn't mean it, and that he has a bad reputation, and anyone who knows about it will not have a good first impression. Gong Juyun was stunned by her junior sister's words. Are you sure Su Chen said that? Could it be that he said it on purpose for you to hear? This made her closest junior sister a little unhappy. Senior sister, can't you think of others in a good way? Last night, others risked their lives to save us. If it weren't for Su Chen, senior brother Wu Yi and the others, we might have died last night. Others are helping us like this, and you still make malicious speculations. That's too much of a thing. This was a bit direct, and it was already criticizing Gong Juyun. Gong Juyun didn't say anything when she heard this, but just stopped talking and remained silent. The other disciples around him seemed to have opened up their chatterboxes. Senior sister Zujun, I heard that since junior brother Su Chen came to the front line, the situation has changed a lot for senior brother Wu Yi and his team. They have a total of 4 miles of defense line. The traps and fortifications that were evenly placed before are now concentrated on both sides. And now, they only need to focus on defending the 2 miles of defense line in the middle. The two ends can rely on solid fortifications and traps to be enough. Hold back those monsters. I heard that these were the methods given by junior brother Su Chen. I have a good friend who was under the command of senior brother Wu Yi. He said that junior brother Su Chen is not the kind of person who was greedy for credit. It was the Yunyang sect who framed him. Gong Jujun couldn't help but frown when she heard this, and raised her head slightly. You mean, Su Chen's contribution to the Yunyang sect's clearing operation really exceeded Lu Xingwan? I don't know about this either, I just heard it. The disciple who spoke also knew what level of genius Lu Xingwan was. Su Chen had defeated Lu Xingwan, but he didn't dare to say such a thing. After eating something casually, Gong Jujun walked around by herself. This incident did slap her in the face. But as her junior sister said, Su Chen was helping them. It embarrassed her, but it helped her more. What's face, is it more important than life? No matter what kind of person Su Chen is, at least this time, she should thank Su Chen. It took a day, and Gong Jujuan's defense line was restored. The places that needed to be repaired were also repaired. She also arranged for people to learn from Wu Yi's arrangements for the garrison defense line. Concentrate the fortifications, and then the personnel can defend a section of the road. In this way, the defense efficiency can be clearly felt to have improved. At night, Su Chen had rested long enough during the day, so he came out to wander around at night. Look around the defense line to see if there are any traces of monsters, and be on guard. After all, a golden demon suffered a great loss last night. If nothing unexpected happens, those demons will be quiet for a few days. With the help of the firelight, Su Chen faintly found a black shadow in the dark. After activating the destiny of Good Demon Hunter, his 5 senses have been improved. But this black shadow should not be a demon. Otherwise, with the destiny of Good Demon Hunter, he should be able to identify it immediately. I don't know which senior brother or sister is visiting late at night. Please show your identity to avoid misunderstanding. Su Chen stood a little further away and asked. Hearing what he said, the black shadow seemed to turn around and wanted to leave. Seeing this, Su Chen had already drawn his long sword, with a bit of vigilance in his eyes. Perhaps he felt that there was some misunderstanding. The black shadow hiding in the dark slowly walked out. It's me. The person who came out of the darkness was Gong Jujun. Su Chen looked at Gong Jujun in front of him. In his impression, she has always been a very strong person. She was dressed in a tight outfit, showing a bit of freshness and competence. There was some brightness between her eyebrows and eyes. Among all the women, she was actually a person with outstanding appearance. In terms of strength, among the direct disciples, Gong Jujun could be ranked in the top. But Gong Jujun tonight was less strong than before. Her body didn't seem to be stretched out, as if she had some concerns. She even felt a little lonely. Senior sister Gong, you came here late at night, are you? Su Chen paused. Are you looking for senior brother Wu Yi? I'll go talk to him. Seeing Su Chen turned around and prepared to leave, Gong Jujun hurriedly spoke. I'm not looking for Wu Yi, I'm just looking for you. I want to talk to you. Su Chen was stunned for a moment, but he roughly guessed why senior sister Gong came to find him. The two did not go anywhere else, just stood in front of this line of defense. After a moment of silence, Gong Jujun finally spoke. Su Chen, did you really find the traces left by the golden demon and guess that our defense line might be attacked? This is what Gong Zhuyun is most puzzled about. Could it be that senior sister Gong thinks that I have the ability to control the golden demon and let it attack you according to my words? Su Chen asked with some helplessness. Gong Zhuyun waved her hands repeatedly, probably sensing Su Chen's displeasure. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little curious. If you really have such ability, why would Yunyang Sect drive you away? I have always been known for being greedy for merit. Isn't the reason obvious? Su Chen frowned slightly, and his words were not as polite as they were at first. Please be clear, senior sister Gong, it's late at night and I still need to patrol the defense line. Su Chen's words were already driving guests away. Hearing this, Gong Zhuyun then took a step forward. This time, the golden demon attacked, thanks to your reminder. Thank you. Hearing this, Su Chen wanted to say a few polite words. But Gong Zhuyun changed the subject and continued. In addition to thanking you, I also have some advice for you, junior brother Su. From this incident, it can be seen that you are capable and talented. And you also won the championship in the new disciples martial arts competition. Although there are other reasons, it also shows that you are not bad in martial arts. But stealing credit is indeed a means of corrupting one's character. Junior brother Su, you should actually be more open and not make excuses anymore. You can observe the monster's tracks so accurately. If you have this ability, it's okay to admit that you have done something wrong. You can make up for the lost face in the future. Gong Zhuyun's words didn't sound like an apology, but more like a lesson to Su Chen. Why should I take all the blame for something I didn't do? Senior sister Gong, how well do you know me? Are you so sure that I did something to steal the credit? I don't know you, but I know Lu Xingwan well. Su Chen didn't want to talk to her much. Seeing Su Chen turn and leave, Gong Jujun pursed her lips unconsciously. She wanted to apologize and express her gratitude, but she didn't know how. The words she said became like this. This Gong Jujun was obviously used to being strong and it was difficult for her to bow her head. Even after apologizing, she couldn't help but say some words of teaching. However, compared with before, she was indeed much more polite. Before, Gong Jujuan's words were full of sarcasm and disparagement. Tonight, in her opinion, it should be regarded as a humble apology. Su Chen was too lazy to say more to her and continued to patrol the defense line. Seeing Su Chen leave, Gong Jujun hurriedly ran up again and stuffed a protective inner armor into Su Chen's hand. Perhaps knowing that she was prone to saying the wrong thing, after giving the inner armor to Su Chen, she ran away. Looking at Gong Jujuan's back, he looked at the inner armor in his hand. This inner armor should be of top quality, and it is not an ordinary item. After all, he won the championship of the martial arts competition and got a top quality weapon. Wearing this inner armor, he should be able to survive the heavy blow of the golden monster. The news of the golden monster's sneak attack soon spread on the front line of Tiangang City. This kind of thing may not happen once a year. It is rare for monsters above big monsters to sneak attack the defense line. Although it is rare, it does not mean that it will not happen. The entire defense line of Tiangang City is discussing this matter. The method of Su Chen's team stationing the defense line has also spread throughout the front line. The fortifications are concentrated on both sides, and the focus is on stationing in the middle. Many teams have begun to learn it. If the resources are sufficient, of course the entire defense line is built solid and tall. But when resources are limited, Su Chen gave this method, which is indeed effective. With this arrangement, the garrison disciples can be concentrated as much as possible. And in Su Chen's arrangement, loopholes are deliberately left for monsters to sneak attack. Front on the south side of the line. Ouyang Chuan and other teachers are here, leading their disciples to guard against various monsters. In the past 3 months, they have to guide their disciples to master the ability to deal with monsters. On the south side, the pressure of facing monsters is the least. The line of defense is also relatively short, only 2 miles. The relevant matters of Gong Juyun's line of defense have also been reported. Every noon, Ouyang Chuan will give everyone a lecture on the front line. In addition to giving lectures, he will occasionally talk about some things on the front line. Mr. Ouyang, there are a lot of rumors about Su Chen recently. After the lecture, the teacher and the students chatted. Some disciples also mentioned Su Chen. Su Chen, like them, studied under Ouyang Chuan before. He was driven away by Ouyang Chuan and went to Ji Sheng's command. In addition to Su Chen's performance in the previous martial arts competition, the new disciples who entered Tiangang City did pay more attention to Su Chen. Hearing this, without waiting for Ouyang Chuan to reply, some disciples rushed to take over. It feels like those rumors were deliberately fabricated by someone, like Su Chen spent some of his contributions and asked someone to spread rumors about him. What rumors? Some uninformed disciples asked. It's said that Su Chen is very good at dealing with monsters, and can distinguish the traces of monsters at a glance. If there is any monster that will attack, he will know it by looking at the traces. It is also said that 7 days ago, senior sister Gong Zhuyun and her team's defense line was attacked by the golden monster, and it was all discovered by him. He gave a warning in advance, so that no disaster occurred. This did not sound true. Other people around heard this and felt it was not credible. Sir, these should be some false rumors. Hearing the question from his students, Ouyang Chuan smiled. It's not easy to judge the truth just by listening to these rumors. I can only say that I, Ouyang Chuan, personally don't believe it. Generally speaking, people who like to take credit don't have any special skills. Su Chen can have such ability, so he doesn't need to be greedy for credit anymore. While speaking, Ouyang Chuan paused. It seems inappropriate to say that. After all, Su Chen won the championship in the martial arts competition. He should have some skills, but he is not as powerful as the rumors say. If everyone is curious, we can really invite him here and let him teach everyone. Whether it is fraudulent or not, we will know it after seeing it with our own eyes. At the front line, everyone's defense has been much easier recently. It has been less than a month since Su Chen came to the front line. The front line has undergone earth-shaking changes. Has the sect ever thought about pushing the front line forward? If you want to push the front line forward, you have to find a way to spy on the monsters and make other preparations. Everyone put a pot on the front line and cooked some refreshing dishes on it. This has been 5 consecutive days without monsters coming to harass. In the past, everyone dared not even think about pushing the front line. In fact, let alone the past, when hearing this, senior brother Wu Yi and the others also looked at each other. Before Su Chen mentioned this, they had never thought about pushing the front line forward. After all, at this time last year, Tiangang City couldn't even defend the front line. The monsters fled to the rear, and the disciples of Tiangang City had to go to the cities in the rear to capture the escaped monsters. This year, Su Chen actually mentioned pushing the front line to them. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. I now doubt very much that the Yunyang sect was able to push the defense line forward that year because of you, junior brother Su. Senior brother Wu Yi said with a bit of a joke. Huang Shanyun on the side also followed up. Look at how long junior brother Su has been here, and the entire defense line has undergone earth-shaking changes. He has been in the Yunyang sect for more than 2 years. Yunyang sect must have gotten more benefits from junior brother Su. The two of them were actually joking. But Lin Tian on the side had a slightly serious look. In fact, I recently received some news about the Yunyang sect, which has been confirmed. Hearing this, everyone around turned their heads to look at Lin Tian. The front line of the Yunyang sect has a big problem. Now the front line has been withdrawn, and the front camp position has been directly abandoned. Ah, really? After Lin Tian's voice fell, several people around asked with surprise. I said some confirmed news, so it's true. The news that monsters appeared near the Yunyang sect is also true. In addition, the Yunyang sect was attacked by monsters, and some disciples were injured. The people around him said in unison, "Ah." The people who made the "ah" sound also included Su Chen. The sect has been the #1 sect in the Great Zhou for many years. And in the past 2 years, its reputation has become even greater. Before, it was only heard that there were traces of monsters near the Yunyang sect, but now, it has been attacked by monsters. The title of Yunyang Bailey No Monster has long been unworthy of its name. No wonder. I also heard that the Yunyang sect recalled all the hall masters and disciples they sent out. It turned out that it was because they were too busy to take care of themselves. There were problems in their own sect, so how could they have the ability to help others? Senior brother Wu Yi also spoke up. His news was not as well informed as Lin Tian, but he also heard some. And these news just happened to fit together. To be honest, I am really a little skeptical now. Could it be that it was because of junior brother Su's departure that the Yunyang sect encountered the current situation? You see, junior brother Su is good at observing the traces of monsters. Once the defense line is established, those monsters dare not come to make trouble in half a month. This back and forth, do you think what we said makes sense? Su Chen saved Lin Tian's life. From then on, whenever there was a chance, Lin Tian started to flatter Su Chen. Some of the words were so exaggerated that Su Chen himself felt a little embarrassed. How can I be so capable? Senior brother Lin Tian is too flattering. After all, Yunyang's sect is a big sect. Although I think I have made a lot of efforts, it is not my own credit. It is unlikely that I will have such a big impact if I leave Yunyang's sect, Su Chen explained with a smile. In his heart, Su Chen also thought so, and did not take himself too seriously. He did not think that Yunyang's sect would have big problems if he left. After all, it was the #1 sect in the Great Zhou dynasty. But in fact, Su Chen underestimated his influence a little. The hard power of Yunyang's sect was not enough to push the front line so far. Moreover, the ability of Yunyang's sect's disciples to detect the traces of monsters has declined compared to before. It is even worse than Tiangang City. Without Su Chen, Yunyang's sect's current predicament is just an appetizer. More troublesome things are coming later. Everyone continued to chat while eating. Everyone felt that Su Chen's answer was more reasonable. After all, because a disciple appeared at the level of the sect, the problem is that this possibility is not high. Lin Tian took 2 bites of food and continued to speak. Since the beginning of this spring, the problem of Yunyang's sect is more serious than that of our Tiangang city. I heard that because too many monsters have infiltrated, now even the direct disciples and core disciples are sent to perform the task of killing monsters. Core disciples? In other words, Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan also went? Lin Tian nodded. Well, the news that came and said so anyway, it should be accurate. Talking about the affairs of Yunyang's sect, everyone just regarded it as gossip. On the contrary, Su Chen was a little more worried, and he didn't know how senior sister Yu Ji was doing in Yunyang's sect. After the gossip, Wu Yi suddenly thought of something. By the way, junior brother Su, I have something to tell you. The news that you helped Gong Zhujun to guard against the golden monster in advance has spread. After Ouyang Chuan heard the news, he applied to the third elder and wanted you to go over and teach other new disciples. After I heard about this, I also went to the third elder to turn it down. But the third elder did not agree, and even found some high-sounding reasons. Anyway, we were flattered. Wu Yi had a bit of guilt on his face, and felt that he had caused trouble for Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't mind it. If someone is willing to learn, it's no problem to teach others with his own experience. It's just that the sensitivity to the traces of monsters is the advantage brought by his destiny of good monster hunter. These things, I can't teach them, and others can't learn them. Have you agreed on the time? Half a month later, Ouyang Chuan will take his students to practice the spy mission and let us go over to teach them. Su Chen nodded. This time point is not bad. Isn't it possible that Ouyang Chuan has some bad intentions again? Huang Shan-yun was a little suspicious. Hearing this, Wu Yi just smiled. Isn't it obvious? Ouyang Chuan drove junior brother Su away, but junior brother Su won the championship in the martial arts competition. He couldn't bear it and asked junior brother Su to teach him, just to embarrass junior brother Su. Yao Xiaoyu frowned. When the time comes, let's go with junior brother Su. Let's see what Ouyang Chuan is trying to do. In March, the weather was completely warm. Everywhere in the Great Zhou, there was a vibrant state. The people were already busy, and there was a lot of work to do in the spring plowing. The time of spring plowing was also the time when the defense task was the heaviest. The cities within the country, the imperial constables, and the army were also more strictly on guard against monster attacks. They tried their best to protect the people's spring plowing. On the Yunyang sect side, the demon-slaying operation had been going on for more than half a month. In the past, the sect's direct disciples and inner disciples were usually team leaders or team leaders. But this time, the sect asked them to go deep into the front line and go to slay the monsters together. The defense line of the Yunyang sect had retreated a lot, but there was still a wide and dense forest between the defense line and the sect. If these monsters crossed the Yunyang sect, they would enter the hinterland of the Great Zhou. At that time, it would be a real trouble. It was definitely not an easy task to kill all the monsters hiding in it. In the forest, a 6-member team of the Yunyang sect found a place to sit down. The faces of several people were full of fatigue. They set out at noon and began to search for traces of monsters in the mountains and forests. To be honest, even if a golden monster appeared and let them take some risks, it would be better than searching so hard. I thought that since the sect had driven away Su Chen, the disciple who stole the credit, it would be easier for us to get credit. But now, why do I feel that it will be more difficult to pick up some contributions? The disciple who spoke looked dusty. After running around for so long and basically getting nothing, he naturally complained in his heart. Thinking back to last year, it was so easy to get contributions. Just lying in ambush, the monsters knew to come up and give. Last year I complained that the contributions I earned were too little, but in this month this year, I haven't earned as much as I did in 7 days last year. Who isn't? I don't know what's going on. Why can't the sect stop those monsters all of a sudden? The tone of several people was mixed with disappointment. Such a conversation as theirs also happened among many disciples of Yunyang's sect. I heard people say that it was because of Su Chen. They said that the traces of the monsters in the sect were all found and reported by Su Chen. Now that he is gone, the remaining disciples who were investigating can't handle it at all. The front line was attacked in various ways, and even the sect was attacked by monsters. Attack! Someone mentioned Su Chen's name, but the others around him obviously didn't believe it. Where did you hear this rumor? It doesn't seem to be credible at all. Don't disbelieve it, it's true. The sect has arranged several rounds of review. First, the exploratory disciples were reviewed, and then the sentries were reviewed. The key is Su Chen. During the conversation, the topic began to talk about Su Chen. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression. Although Su Chen's strength is average, he is indeed good at finding out the traces of monsters. But you make him sound so important, I still don't believe it. With so many exploratory disciples in the sect, can they not match him alone? As soon as the voice fell, a disciple next to him immediately stood up to refute. Which of those exploratory disciples now is not a relative? Either they have a good relationship with the hall master, or they have a good relationship with the team leader, and they all go to make contributions. If there is trouble, can they take over? The disciple who was speaking paused and stood up. I won't say anything else. Anyway, after Su Chen left, the contribution I earned became less. If I had to choose, I would rather have the previous situation. Even if my contribution is deducted by 20%, I will accept it. Nonsense, it's the same as who wouldn't want to do it. Why don't you go and see that Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan didn't kill many monsters? They are all having such a hard time. If we continue to do this under the current circumstances, I don't know if we can earn half of the contribution we did last year. Several people's words were full of complaints. Without contribution points, there will be no resources. Without resources, it will be impossible to move forward. In the current situation, it will be several times more dangerous and difficult than ambushing monsters last year. But the contribution obtained has been greatly reduced. Who can be motivated? As the sky gradually darkened, the six-man team also began to return to the sect. Those disciples who participated in the monster-slaying operation did not have to guard the front line. At the hour of Su, everyone gathered in front of the mountain gate of Yunyang sect. Core disciples like Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan did not participate, but most of the other disciples came. The third elder who was in charge of leading the monster-slaying operation was now explaining to a group of disciples. So many disciples were sent out throughout the day today. A total of 22 monsters were killed. At this speed of monster slaying, when will the defense line be completed? The monsters in the area are exterminated? The third elder took the opportunity to announce the decision to increase the contribution of killing monsters by 10%. If it was last year, everyone might be very excited. Last year's monster killing operation was very easy. Go to the front line with weapons and go to the location to kill monsters according to the intelligence obtained. Last year's monsters felt like treasures for contribution. But this year, the strength of the monsters seems to have not changed much. But I can't find them, I really can't find them. Everyone was not very interested in the contribution value increase plan mentioned by the third elder. It is very likely that there will not be much change if the contribution value is increased by 50%. After the conversation, the disciples returned to their respective residences. Tomorrow, we have to continue to enter the mountains and forests to look for traces of monsters. There are no monsters roaming in other sects within the defense line. It's okay for Yunyang sect, which ranks first, to have this situation, but if it can't be solved, it will be a big shame. Lying on the bed, the disciples in the same room couldn't help but talk. The third elder was so impressive before, saying that all the monsters would be exterminated within half a month. Now it's almost a month, have half of those monsters been exterminated? He was so stingy when giving me a contribution, adding 10% like that. People who don't know would think it was doubled. One person started to complain, and the others followed suit. Others are planning to rely on core disciples to wipe out all the monsters. Didn't you see Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan both made a move? Giving us an extra 10% contribution is already giving us face. Fu Jianyun only killed 7 monsters today, right? Lu Xingwan killed even fewer, only 5. Did they kill so few monsters? Didn't they kill hundreds of monsters easily during the cleanup at the end of last summer? How come today? In the room, a group of disciples were discussing more and more intensely. Some people quickly stopped them and asked them to speak in a low voice. In the past, we were trying to please Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan. All the monsters that entered the encirclement were killed by the core disciples, so of course we earned more contributions. When the sect was going downhill, there were naturally more complaints. The core disciples who were highly expected did not show their outstanding abilities and killed countless monsters. On the contrary, the results of the past few days were very disappointing. Monsters were not as easy to deal with as they imagined. Monsters are difficult to deal with, and it is often not because of their strength. The key is that they are good at hiding. Their sense of smell, vision, and hearing are much stronger than those of ordinary people. At the same time, they have excellent night vision. With such abilities, the difficulty of finding them is often much greater than the difficulty of destroying them. Why countries are still suffering from monsters today, the reason is here. Feeling that they are not strong enough, those monsters will only choose to sneak attack, but will not compete with anyone head-on. The results of the past 2 years have made Yunyang sect misjudge the monsters. From the bottom to the top, they have looked down on monsters. Before Suchen left, many people even said that those monsters were stupid. They could be ambushed and killed easily. But in fact, without Suchen providing the traces of those monsters, how could it be so easy? At present, the area between the defense line and Yunyang sect is giving them a headache to clean up. The disciples of Yunyang sect are now complaining one after another. And the hall master and elders of the sect are bored every day. In the side hall, the 5 elders have arrived. The sect master, Tai Wuzhenwen, who was sitting in the middle, had a rather grim expression on his face. In the past 2 years, everything in Yunyang sect was in perfect order, and matters on the front line were going smoothly. It's almost been a month, and it seems that we haven't even cleared out all the monsters near the sect. Tai Wuzhenwen looked at the 3rd elder. His tone was very light, but the blame in it was very obvious. In the past, the elders often said in their conversations that the strength of the sect has been significantly improved in the past 2 years. In terms of the ability to deal with monsters, the progress is even more obvious. Why does it seem that there is no progress now, but rather a regression? Tai Wuzhenren glanced at several people. Now it's like this, you have to give me a reason, why exactly did this happen? As the person responsible for this clearing operation, the 3rd elder frowned and slowly stood up. We may have misjudged those monsters. During this period of time, the sect disciples have actually tried their best to kill the monsters. But killing monsters is easy, but finding them is difficult. The 3rd elder spoke, and the description of difficult made Master Taiwu frown even more. If I remember correctly, the group of exploration disciples trained by the 5th elder went to cooperate in the monster hunt 5 days ago? Hearing his master's question, the 3rd elder glanced at the 5th elder, then turned around and replied. The exploration ability of that group of disciples is still not satisfactory. They often get some traces of monsters, but they are all lagging behind. When we rushed over, the monsters had already disappeared. The 3rd elder didn't want to take all the problems on himself. When it's time to share responsibilities, of course, we have to share them. But at the moment, Master Taiwu didn't want to get entangled in who was responsible and who was responsible. What he wanted was to solve the problem and restore the previous order as soon as possible. Did Jianyun and Xingwan also perform poorly in the monster-killing operation? I saw the list reported, and they killed very few monsters every day. Hearing this, the 5th elder's son Shuerong on the side hurriedly spoke up to help her good apprentice explain. The abilities of the disciples trained by the sect to investigate are indeed insufficient. The information they provided was too inaccurate and too delayed. Jianyun and his team killed few monsters, and we can't blame them. When talking about Fu Jianyun, the 5th elder made all kinds of excuses for him. If it was before, Tai Wuzhenren would not bother to investigate further. But now, Yunyang sect has exposed various difficulties, and it is impossible for him not to investigate further. During the clearing operation last year, Jianyun and Xingwan were far ahead in the number of monsters they killed. According to the meaning of the 5th elder's words, the responsibility is not theirs, and the credit should not be theirs. Why did they contribute so much more to the clearing of the summer end of last year than others? When they have credit, they are the main force, and when they take responsibility, they are not to blame. Is that what you mean? Tai Wuzhenren's words were full of questions. If all the elders govern the sect with this attitude, will Yunyang sect still be fair and just? Tai Wuzhenren was obviously optimistic about Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan. Otherwise, he would not have taken 2 juniors out to practice. However, some things should be as they are. There is no need, nor should there be any whitewashing to cover up the truth. After being scolded by Master Taiwu, the elders lowered their heads slightly and dared not say much. You may feel that the situation is getting more and more confusing, but I see it more and more clearly. The situation in the sect is caused by the bad atmosphere created by us senior leaders. The disciples who really contributed to the front line were treated harshly. The disciples who were close to the hall master and the elders, all the credit was concentrated on them. The current situation is just a concrete manifestation of the symptoms. In fact, our Yunyang sect has already had a big problem. In the side hall, there was silence. Several elders were scolded and dared not say anything. Calm down and train a group of exploratory disciples now. Even if you invest more, you must improve the ability of these exploratory disciples. If you continue like this, I will hold you accountable. Hearing this, several elders nodded. Today, Tai Wuzhenren was a little angry. As for that Su Chen, I will personally arrange someone to find out the situation. See if he really has the ability. After saying that, Tai Wuzhenren also waved his hand and left the side hall. The 5 elders were left behind with grim expressions. They were silent for a long time, and the 4th elder couldn't help but speak. I have heard some news about Su Chen recently. As he spoke, the other elders also looked at him. After the spring, he seemed to have won the championship in the new disciple competition in Tiangang City. Champion? Him? Improbable, right? The 5th elder spoke first, and she was really surprised. In Sun Shuaron's eyes, Su Chen just had some experience on the front line and performed more espionage tasks. If she remembered correctly, Su Chen's strength should only be at the 9th level. Can this kind of news be false? There are many people in Tiangang City who have seen it with their own eyes. It's just that Su Chen is 2 years older and has practiced more time than other disciples. But this result is still a bit surprising. Our evaluation of Su Chen here is that he lacks talent and has no value for training. In the silence of the crowd, the 4th elder continued. After the spring, he went to the front line. It is said that this Su Chen's performance is also very good. Many people are saying that this boy is very good at observing the traces of monsters. He knows where monsters have been and what various traces mean. Speaking of this, the face of the 5th elder became more and more ugly. If the situation in Tiangang City gets better and better, and Yunyang sect encounters more and more difficulties, that would be a real slap in the face. Last year, many sects in the Great Zhou asked Yunyang sect for guidance. The Great Zhou court also specially gave a batch of resources, hoping that Yunyang sect could give good guidance and help other sections. Killing demons and eliminating monsters is all for the protection of the Great Zhou. Last year, Tiangang City also invited the hall master and disciples of Yunyang sect to give guidance. But if everyone finds out that Su Chen is the key, this is a big loss of face. In the side hall, several elders finally left in silence. Next, they must select the elites of the sect to study the relevant skills of exploration. The previous things were embarrassing. But if this exploration disciple cannot be trained, it will not only be embarrassing, it will also affect the future of Yunyang sect. The clearing operation is still going on, and the number of monsters killed every day is basically less than 30. Fu Jianyun and Lu Xingwan, who used to be so powerful, now seem to be not as powerful as before. They can kill more than 10 monsters every day, but they still rely on other scout disciples to pass on the news. Various rumors are prevalent among the disciples of Yunyang sect. There are more and more topics about Su Chen. The group of disciples who were so excited when Su Chen left at the beginning seem to be silent now. It is true that no one comes to take their credit, but they don't have much credit. On March 16th, the weather on the front line of Tiangang City has become much hotter. On the defense line, more and more people are learning Su Chen's method. The previous average layout of fortifications is indeed far inferior to the current method. The guidance that Ouyang Chuan mentioned is today. In the past half-month, the monsters have basically been walking around and dare not approach the defense line guarded by Su Chen. At Chenshi, Wu Yi, Yao Xiaoyu, Lin Tian, the 3 senior brothers and sisters are ready. We will go with you. If you have any difficulty in getting back, we will help you get back. If you go alone and get bullied over there, no one will help you. Hearing this, Su Chen also smiled and nodded. There was no pressure on the defense line. In broad daylight, there would be no problem going through together. Following the defense line all the way south, Su Chen several people took a look at the defense lines where other people were stationed. Most of the defense lines began to be reinforced on both sides, with a focus on traps. There have been no problems with our defense lines recently, but other defense lines seem to have encountered many attacks. Some people said that they found the figure of the Golden Demon during the attack. However, the Golden Demon did not raid the defense line, as if it was arranging other demons to attack the defense line. Anyway, the pressure is still very high, and we have to be very vigilant every night. Hearing Yao Xiaoyu's words, Su Chen also spoke up. It is possible that the Golden Demon is the one that senior sister Gong Zhuyun and the others encountered on their defense line before. Devouring people who practice cultivation may be beneficial to the golden demon and can help it improve its strength. The golden demon is also on the verge of being promoted to a ground demon. What Suchen said were all his own guesses, but from the current point of view, this is possible. If it is really that golden monster, then it is quite smart. Since it encountered danger that day, it has not entered the defense line. Dangerous things are arranged for other small monsters and big monsters to take action. Lin Tian sighed. Suchen also replied, it is only one step away from stepping into the earth monster. Of course, it will be more vigilant at the last moment. The four of them walked along. Suchen also saw how long the defense line of Tiangang City was. Because the terrain is flat, there are not many natural moats on the south side to rely on. It can only rely on artificial fortifications for defense. This is quite different from the Yunyang Sect. The wilderness on the front line of the Yunyang Sect still has many dangerous terrains to rely on. Suchen has also heard some of it during these days. Before, Xiaokuan, the head of the Yunyang Sect, basically instructed Tiangang City according to his way in the Yunyang Sect, but his strategies were originally based on the accurate information provided by Suchen to be effective. And the terrain is so different, can it be the same? While chatting, everyone walked towards the south. 18 miles, in fact, it doesn't take long to walk. Speaking of which, Ji Sheng is really irresponsible. Ouyang Chuan leads his students to teach and instruct every day. Today he has to lead the espionage mission. But Ji Sheng, I don't know where he is lying down and sleeping. Wu Yi's words were full of these dissatisfied people, no matter what they do, are naturally not respected. Hearing this, Suchen did not comment much. Ji Sheng's behavior actually has little impact on him, and he does not need him to guide these things. But other classmates have been greatly affected. Without the guidance of the instructor, they will not know that there will be many dangers when they step into the front line in the future. It was almost sea time, and the four of them were about to reach the defense line where Ouyang Chuan and his group were stationed. The defense line here, which was only 2 miles long, was where the instructor led the disciples to station. They were almost there, and senior brother Wu Yi and a few others were even discussing. If Ouyang Chuan made a sarcastic remark, how should they fight back? As they were talking, they found that there seemed to be some noise ahead, as if something big had happened. The four looked at each other and then quickened their pace. Looking around, it seemed that the place where the accident happened was Ouyang Chuan's defense line. When they walked to the defense line, they saw many disciples running back from outside the defense line. Some disciples' faces were even scared to death. After falling down, they had to crawl back to the defense line with their hands. It was obvious that they had encountered something terrifying. What happened? Where is Mr. Ouyang? Wu Yi was a direct disciple, and he was 7 or 8 years older than everyone present. Seeing the problem, he immediately began to manage the situation on the scene. He caught a disciple who was a little calmer and asked again. Jin Yu and Wan Ting were bitten by the big monster and dragged into the dense forest. Mr. Ouyang chased in.